with feet, must be of it qua endowed with feet. Therefore we must not say, if we are to speak rightly, that of that which is endowed with feet one part has feathers, and one is featherless. If we do this, we do it through incapacity. We must divide it only into cloven-footed and not cloven. For these are differentiae in the foot. Cloven-footedness is a form of footedness. And the process wants always to go on so till it reaches the species that contain no differences. And then there will be as many kinds of foot as there are differentiae, and the kinds of animals endowed with feet will be equal in number to the differentiae. If then this is so, clearly the last differentia will be the substance of the thing. And its definition, since it is not right to state the same things more than once in our definitions, for it is superfluous. And this does happen. For when we say, animal endowed with feet and two-footed, we have said nothing other than, animal having feet, having 2 feet. And if we divide this by the proper division, we shall be saying the same thing more than once as many times as there are differentiae. If then a differentia of a differentia be taken at each step, 1 differentia the last will be the form and the substance. But if we divide according to accidental qualities, e.g. if we were to divide that which is endowed with feet into the white and the black, there will be as many differentiae as there are cuts. Therefore it is plain that the definition is the formula which contains the differentiae, or, according to the right method, the last of these. This would be evident if we were to change the order of such definitions, e.g. of that of man, saying, animal which is two-footed and endowed with feet, for endowed with feet is superfluous when two-footed has been said. But there is no order in the substance. For how are we to think the one element posterior and the other prior? Regarding the definitions, then, which are reached by the method of divisions, let this suffice as our first attempt at stating their nature. Part 13. Let us return to the subject of our inquiry, which is substance. As the substratum and the essence and the compound of these are called substance, so also is the universal. About 2 of these we have spoken, both about the essence and about the substratum, of which we have said that it underlies in 2 senses, either being a this, which is the way in which an animal underlies its attributes, or as the matter underlies the complete reality. The universal also is thought by some to be in the fullest sense a cause, and a principle. Therefore let us attack the discussion of this point also. For it seems impossible that any universal term should be the name of a substance. For firstly, the substance of each thing is that which is peculiar to it, which does not belong to anything else, but the universal is common, since that is called universal which is such as to belong to more than one thing. Of which individual then will this be the substance? Either of all or of none. But it cannot be the substance of all. And if it is to be the substance of one, this one will be the others also, for things whose substance is one and whose essence is one are themselves also one. Further, substance means that which is not predicable of a subject. But the universal is predicable of some subject always. But perhaps the universal, while it cannot be substance in the way in which the essence is so, can be present in this, e.g., animal can be present in man and horse. Then clearly it is a formula of the essence. And it makes no difference even if it is not a formula of everything that is in the substance. For none the less the universal will be the substance of something, as man is the substance of the individual man in whom it is present, so that the same result will follow once more. For the universal, e.g., animal, will be the substance of that in which it is present as something peculiar to it. And further, it is impossible and absurd that the this, i.e. the substance, if it consists of parts, should not consist of substances nor of what is a this, but of quality. For that which is not substance, i.e. the quality, will then be prior to substance and to the this. Which is impossible. For neither in formula nor in time nor in coming to be can the modifications be prior to the substance. For then they will also be separable from it. Further, Socrates will contain a substance present in a substance, so that this will be the substance of two things. And in general it follows, if man and such things are substance, that none of the elements in their formulae is the substance of anything, nor does it exist apart from the species or in anything else. I mean, for instance, that no animal exists apart from the particular kinds of animal, nor does any other of the elements present in formulae exist apart. If, then, we view the matter from these standpoints, it is plain that no universal attribute is a substance, and this is plain also from the fact that no common predicate indicates a this, but rather a such. If not, many difficulties follow, and especially the third man. The conclusion is evident also from the following consideration. A substance cannot consist of substances present in it in complete reality. For things that are thus in complete reality 2 are never in complete reality 1, though if they are potentially 2, they can be 1. E.g., the double line consists of two halves potentially, for the complete realization of the halves divides them from one another. Therefore, if the substance is 1, it will not consist of substances present in it and present in this way, which Democritus describes. Rightly, he says one thing cannot be made out of two nor two out of one, for he identifies substances with his indivisible magnitudes. It is clear therefore that the same will hold good of number, if number is a synthesis of units, as is said by some, for 2 is either not 1, or there is no unit present in it in complete reality. But our result involves a difficulty. If no substance can consist of universals because a universal indicates a such, not a this, and if no substance can be composed of substances existing in complete reality, every substance would be incomposite, so that there would not even be a formula of any substance. But it is thought by all and was stated long ago that it is either only, or primarily, substance that can defined. Yet now it seems that not even substance can. There cannot, then, be a definition of anything. Or in a sense there can be, and in a sense there cannot. And what we are saying will be plainer from what follows. Part 14. It is clear also from these very facts what consequence confronts those who say the ideas are substances capable of separate existence, and at the same time make the form consist of the genus and the differentiae. For if the forms exist and animal is present in man and horse, it is either one and the same in number, or different. In formula it is clearly one, for he who states the formula will go through the formula in either case. If then there is a man in himself, who is a this, and exists apart, the parts also of which he consists, e.g., animal, and two-footed, must indicate thises, and be capable of separate existence, and substances. Therefore, animal, as well as man, must be of this sort. Now, 1. If the animal, in the horse, and in man, is one and the same, as you are with yourself, how will the one in things that exist apart be one? And how will this animal escape being divided even from itself? Further, b. If it is to share in two-footed and many-footed, an impossible conclusion follows, for contrary attributes will belong at the same time to it although it is one and a this. If it is not to share in them, what is the relation implied when one says the animal is two-footed or possessed of feet? But perhaps the two things are put together, and are in contact, or are mixed. Yet all these expressions are absurd. But, 2. Suppose the form to be different in each species. Then there will be practically an infinite number of things whose substance is animal, for it is not by accident that man has animal for one of its elements. Further, many things will be animal itself. For the animal in each species will be the substance of the species. For it is after nothing else that the species is called. If it were, that other would be an element in man, i.e. would be the genus of man. And further, all the elements of which man is composed will be ideas. None of them, then, will be the idea of one thing and the substance of another. This is impossible. The animal, then, present in each species of animals will be animal itself. Further, from what is this animal in each species derived, and how will it be derived from animal itself? Or how can this animal, whose essence is simply animality, exist apart from animal itself? Further, 3. In the case of sensible things, both these consequences and others still more absurd follow. If, then, these consequences are impossible, clearly there are not forms of sensible things in the sense in which some maintain their existence. Part 15. Since substance is of two kinds, the concrete thing and the formula, I mean that one kind of substance is the formula taken with the matter, while another kind is the formula in its generality. Substances in the former sense are capable of destruction, for they are capable also of generation, but there is no destruction of the formula in the sense that it is ever in course of being destroyed, for there is no generation of it either. The being of house is not generated, but only the being of this house, but without generation and destruction formulae are and are not, for it has been shown that no one begets nor makes these. For this reason, also, there is neither definition of nor demonstration about sensible individual substances, because they have matter whose nature is such that they are capable both of being and of not being, for which reason all the individual instances of them are destructible. If then demonstration is of necessary truths and definition is a scientific process, and if, just as knowledge cannot be sometimes knowledge and sometimes ignorance, but the state which varies thus is opinion, so too demonstration and definition cannot vary thus, but it is opinion that deals with that which can be otherwise than as it is. Clearly there can neither be definition of nor demonstration about sensible individuals. For perishing things are obscure to those who have the relevant knowledge, when they have passed from our perception, and though the formulae remain in the soul unchanged, there will no longer be either definition or demonstration. And so when one of the definition mongers defines any individual, he must recognize that his definition may always be overthrown, for it is not possible to define such things. Nor is it possible to define any idea. For the idea is, as its supporters say, an individual, and can exist apart, and the formula must consist of words. And he who defines must not invent a word, for it would be unknown, but the established words are common to all the members of a class. These then must apply to something besides the thing defined. E.g., if one were defining you, he would say, an animal which is lean, or pale, or something else which will apply also to someone other than you. If anyone were to say that perhaps all the attributes taken apart may belong to many subjects, but together they belong only to this one, we must reply first that they belong also to both the elements, e.g., two-footed animal belongs to animal and to the two-footed. And in the case of eternal entities this is even necessary, since the elements are prior to and parts of the compound. Nay more, they can also exist apart, if man can exist apart. For either neither or both can. If, then, neither can, the genus will not exist apart from the various species, but if it does, the differentia will also. Secondly, we must reply that animal and two-footed are prior in being to two-footed animal, and things which are prior to others are not destroyed when the others are. Again, if the ideas consist of ideas, as they must, since elements are simpler than the compound, it will be further necessary that the elements also of which the idea consists, e.g., animal and two-footed, should be predicated of many subjects. If not, how will they come to be known? For there will then be an idea which cannot be predicated of more subjects than one. But this is not thought possible. Every idea is thought to be capable of being shared. As has been said, then, the impossibility of defining individuals escapes notice in the case of eternal things, especially those which are unique, like the sun or the moon. For people err not only by adding attributes whose removal the sun would survive, e.g., going round the earth, or night hidden, for from their view it follows that if it stands still or is visible, it will no longer be the sun. But it is strange if this is so, for the sun means a certain substance, but also by the mention of attributes which can belong to another subject. E.g., if another thing with the stated attributes comes into existence, clearly it will be a sun. The formula therefore is general. But the sun was supposed to be an individual, like Cleon or Socrates. After all, why does not one of the supporters of the ideas produce a definition of an idea? It would become clear, if they tried, that what has now been said is true. Part 16. Evidently even of the things that are thought to be substances, most are only potencies, both the parts of animals, for none of them exists separately, and when they are separated, then too they exist, all of them, merely as matter, and earth and fire and air, for none of them is a unity, but as it were a mere heap, till they are worked up and some unity is made out of them. One might most readily suppose the parts of living things and the parts of the soul nearly related to them to turn out to be both, i.e. existent in complete reality as well as in potency, because they have sources of movement in something in their joints, for which reason some animals live when divided. Yet all the parts must exist only potentially, when they are one and continuous by nature, not by force or by growing into one, for such a phenomenon is an abnormality. Since the term unity is used like the term being and the substance of that which is one, and things whose substance is numerically one are numerically one, evidently neither unity nor being can be the substance of things, just as being an element or a principle cannot be the substance. But we ask what, then, the principle is, that we may reduce the thing to something more knowable. Now of these concepts, being, and unity, are more substantial than principle, or element, or cause, but not even the former are substance, since in general nothing that is common is substance. For substance does not belong to anything but to itself and to that which has it, of which it is the substance. Further, that which is one cannot be in many places at the same time, but that which is common is present in many places at the same time, so that clearly no universal exists apart from its individuals. But those who say the forms exist, in one respect are right, in giving the forms separate existence, if they are substances, but in another respect they are not right, because they say the one over many is a form. The reason for their doing this is that they cannot declare what are the substances of this sort, the imperishable substances which exist apart from the individual and sensible substances. They make them, then, the same in kind as the perishable things, for this kind of substance we know, man himself, and horse itself, adding to the sensible things the word itself. Yet even if we had not seen the stars, none the less, I suppose, would they have been eternal. substances apart from those which we knew, so that now also if we do not know what non-sensible substances there are, yet it is doubtless necessary that there should be some. Clearly, then, no universal term is the name of a substance, and no substance is composed of substances. Part 17. Let us state what, i.e. what kind of thing, substance should be said to be, taking once more another starting point. For perhaps from this we shall get a clear view also of that substance which exists apart from sensible substances. Since, then, substance is a principle and a cause, let us pursue it from this starting point. The why is always sought in this form. Why does one thing attach to some other? For to inquire why the musical man is a musical man, is either to inquire, as we have said, why the man is musical, or it is something else. Now, why a thing is itself, is a meaningless inquiry, for, to give meaning to the question, why, the fact or the existence of the thing must already be evident, e.g. that the moon is eclipsed, but the fact that a thing is itself is the single reason and the single cause to be given in answer to all such questions as why the man is man, or the musician musical, unless one were to answer, because each thing is inseparable from itself, and its being one just meant this. This, however, is common to all things and is a short and easy way with the question. But we can inquire why man is an animal of such and such a nature. This, then, is plain, that we are not inquiring why he who is a man is a man. We are inquiring, then, why something is predicable of something. That it is predicable must be clear, for if not, the inquiry is an inquiry into nothing. E.g., why does it thunder? This is the same as, why is sound produced in the clouds? Thus the inquiry is about the predication of one thing of another. And why are these things, i.e. bricks and stones, a house? Plainly we are seeking the cause. And this is the essence, to speak abstractly, which in some cases is the end, e.g. perhaps in the case of a house or a bed, and in some cases is the first mover, for this also is a cause. But while the efficient cause is sought in the case of genesis and destruction, the final cause is sought in the case of being also. The object of the inquiry is most easily overlooked where one term is not expressly predicated of another, e.g. when we inquire, what man is, because we do not distinguish and do not say definitely that certain elements make up a certain whole. But we must articulate our meaning before we begin to inquire. If not, the inquiry is on the borderline between being a search for something and a search for nothing. Since we must have the existence of the thing as something given, clearly the question is why the matter is some definite thing, e.g. why are these materials a house? Because that which was the essence of a house is present. And why is this individual thing, or this body having this form, a man? Therefore what we seek is the cause, i.e. the form, by reason of which the matter is some definite thing. And this is the substance of the thing. Evidently, then, in the case of simple terms no inquiry nor teaching is possible. Our attitude towards such things is other than that of inquiry. Since that which is compounded out of something so that the whole is one, not like a heap but like a syllable, now the syllable is not its elements, bar is not the same as b and a, nor is flesh fire and earth, for when these are separated the wholes, i.e. the flesh and the syllable, no longer exist, but the elements of the syllable exist, and so do fire and earth. The syllable, then, is something not only its elements, the vowel and the consonant, but also something else. And the flesh is not only fire and earth or the hot and the cold, but also something else. If, then, that something must itself be either an element or composed of elements, 1. If it is an element, the same argument will again apply, for flesh will consist of this and fire, and earth and something still further, so that the process will go on to infinity. But 2, if it is a compound, clearly it will be a compound not of one but of more than one, or else that one will be the thing itself, so that again in this case we can use the same argument as in the case of flesh or of the syllable. But it would seem that this other is something, and not an element, and that it is the cause which makes this thing flesh and that a syllable. And similarly in all other cases. And this is the substance of each thing. For this is the primary cause of its being, and since, while some things are not substances, as many as are substances are formed in accordance with a nature of their own and by a process of nature, their substance would seem to be this kind of nature, which is not an element but a principle. An element, on the other hand, is that into which a thing is divided and which is present in it as matter, e.g. A and B are the elements of the syllable. Book VIII, Part 1. We must reckon up the results arising from what has been said, and compute the sum of them, and put the finishing touch to our inquiry. We have said that the causes, principles, and elements of substances are the object of our search. And some substances are recognized by everyone, but some have been advocated by particular schools. Those generally recognized are the natural substances, i.e. fire, earth, water, air, and sea; the simple bodies, second plants and their parts, and animals and the parts of animals; and finally the physical universe and its parts. While some particular schools say that forms and the objects of mathematics are substances. But there are arguments which lead to the conclusion that there are other substances, the essence and the substratum. Again, in another way the genus seems more substantial than the various species, and the universal than the particulars. And with the universal and the genus the ideas are connected. It is in virtue of the same argument that they are thought to be substances. And since the essence is substance, and the definition is a formula of the essence, for this reason we have discussed definition and essential predication. Since the definition is a formula, and a formula has parts, we had to consider also with respect to the notion of part, what are parts of the substance and what are not, and whether the parts of the substance are also parts of the definition. Further, too, neither the universal nor the genus is a substance. We must inquire later into the ideas and the objects of mathematics, for some say these are substances as well as the sensible substances. But now let us resume the discussion of the generally recognized substances. These are the sensible substances, and sensible substances all have matter. The substratum is substance, and this is in one sense the matter, and by matter I mean that which, not being a this, actually, is potentially a this, and in another sense the formula or shape, that which being a this, can be separately formulated, and thirdly the complex of these two, which alone is generated and destroyed, and is, without qualification, capable of separate existence. For of substances completely expressible in a formula some are separable and some are not. But clearly matter also is substance. For in all the opposite changes that occur there is something which underlies the changes, e.g. in respect of place that which is now here and again elsewhere, and in respect of increase that which is now of one size and again less or greater, and in respect of alteration that which is now healthy and again diseased. And similarly in respect of substance there is something that is now being generated and again being destroyed, and now underlies the process as a this, and again underlies it in respect of a privation of positive character. And in this change the others are involved. But in either one or two of the others this is not involved. For it is not necessary if a thing has matter for change of place that it should also have matter for generation and destruction. The difference between becoming in the full sense and becoming in a qualified sense has been stated in our physical works. Part 2. Since the substance which exists as underlying and as matter is generally recognized, and this that which exists potentially, it remains for us to say what is the substance, in the sense of actuality, of sensible things. Democritus seems to think there are three kinds of difference between things. The underlying body, the matter, is one and the same, but they differ either in rhythm, i.e. shape, or in turning, i.e. position, or in intercontact, i.e. order. But evidently there are many differences. For instance, some things are characterized by the mode of composition of their matter, e.g. the things formed by blending, such as honey water, and others by being bound together, e.g. bundle, and others by being glued together, e.g. a book, and others by being nailed together, e.g. a casket, and others in more than one of these ways, and others by position, e.g. threshold and lintel, for these differ by being placed in a certain way, and others by time, e.g. dinner and breakfast, and others by place, e.g. the winds, and others by the affections proper to sensible things, e.g. hardness and softness, density and rarity, dryness and wetness, and some things by some of these qualities, others by them all, and in general some by excess, and some by defect. Clearly, then, the word is has just as many meanings. A thing is a threshold because it lies in such and such a position, and its being means its lying in that position, while being ice means having been solidified in such and such a way. And the being of some things will be defined by all these qualities, because some parts of them are mixed, others are blended, others are bound together, others are solidified, and others use the other differentiae, e.g. the hand or the foot requires such complex definition. We must grasp, then, the kinds of differentiae, for these will be the principles of the being of things, e.g. the things characterized by the more and the less, or by the dense and the rare, and by other such qualities, for all these are forms of excess and defect. And anything that is characterized by shape or by smoothness and roughness is characterized by the straight and the curved. And for other things their being will mean their being mixed, and their not being will mean the opposite. It is clear, then, from these facts that, since its substance is the cause of each thing's being, we must seek in these differentiae what is the cause of the being of each of these things. Now none of these differentiae is substance, even when coupled with matter, yet it is what is analogous to substance in each case, and as in substances that which is predicated of the matter is the actuality itself, in all other definitions also it is what most resembles full actuality. E.g., if we had to define a threshold, we should say, wood or stone, in such and such a position, and a house we should define as bricks and timbers in such and such a position, or a purpose may exist as well in some cases, and if we had to define ice we should say, water frozen or solidified in such and such a way, and harmony is such and such a blending of high and low, and similarly in all other cases. Obviously, then, the actuality or the formula is different when the matter is different, for in some cases it is the composition, in others the mixing, and in others some other of the attributes we have named. And so, of the people who go in for defining, those who define a house as stones, bricks, and timbers are speaking of the potential house, for these are the matter, but those who propose a receptacle to shelter chattels and living beings, or something of the sort, speak of the actuality. Those who combine both of these speak of the third kind of substance, which is composed of matter and form, for the formula that gives the differentiae seems to be an account of the form or actuality, while that which gives the components is rather an account of the matter, and the same is true of the kind of definitions which architects use to accept. They are accounts of the combined form and matter. E.g., what is still weather? absence of motion in a large expanse of air. Air is the matter, and absence of motion is the actuality and substance. What is a calm? Smoothness of sea. The material substratum is the sea, and the actuality or shape is smoothness. It is obvious, then, from what has been said, what sensible substance is and how. It exists one kind of it as matter, another as form or actuality, while the third kind is that which is composed of these two. Part 3. We must not fail to notice that sometimes it is not clear whether a name means the composite substance, or the actuality or form, e.g. whether house is a sign for the composite thing, a covering consisting of bricks and stones laid thus and thus, or for the actuality or form, a covering, and whether a line is two-ness in length, or two-ness, and whether an animal is soul in a body, or a soul, for soul is the substance or actuality of some body. Animal might even be applied to both, not as something definable by one formula, but as related to a single thing. But this question, while important for another purpose, is of no importance for the inquiry into sensible substance, for the essence certainly attaches to the form and the actuality. For soul and to be soul are the same, but to be man and man are not the same, unless even the bare soul is to be called man, and thus on one interpretation the thing is the same as its essence, and on another it is not. If we examine, we find that the syllable does not consist of the letters plus juxtaposition, nor is the house bricks plus juxtaposition. And this is right, for the juxtaposition or mixing does not consist of those things of which it is the juxtaposition or mixing. And the same is true in all other cases, e.g. if the threshold is characterized by its position, the position is not constituted by the threshold, but rather the latter is constituted by the former. Nor is man animal plus biped, but there must be something besides these, if these are matter, something which is neither an element in the whole nor a compound, but is the substance, but this people eliminate, and state only the matter. If, then, this is the cause of the thing's being, and if the cause of its being is its substance, they will not be stating the substance itself. This, then, must either be eternal or it must be destructible without being ever in course of being destroyed, and must have come to be without ever being in course of coming to be. But it has been proved and explained elsewhere that no one makes or begets the form, but it is the individual that is made, i.e. the complex of form and matter. That is generated. Whether the substances of destructible things can exist apart, is not yet at all clear, except that obviously this is impossible in some cases in the case of things which cannot exist apart from the individual instances, e.g. house or utensil. Perhaps, indeed, neither these things themselves, nor any of the other things which are not formed by nature, are substances at all. For one might say that the nature in natural objects is the only substance to be found in destructible things. Therefore the difficulty which used to be raised by the school of Antisthenes and other such uneducated people has a certain timeliness. They said that the what cannot be defined, for the definition so called is a long rigmarole. But of what sort of thing, e.g. silver, is, they thought it possible actually to explain, not saying what it is, but that it is like tin. Therefore one kind of substance can be defined and formulated, i.e. the composite kind, whether it be perceptible or intelligible, but the primary parts of which this consists cannot be defined, since a definitory formula predicates something of something, and one part of the definition must play the part of matter and the other that of form. It is also obvious that, if substances are in a sense numbers, they are so in this sense and not, as some say, as numbers of units. For a definition is a sort of number. For 1 It is divisible, and into indivisible parts, for definitory formulae are not infinite, and number also is of this nature. And, 2. As, when one of the parts of which a number consists has been taken from or added to the number, it is no longer the same number, but a different one, even if it is the very smallest part that has been taken away or added, so the definition and the essence will no longer remain when anything has been taken away or added. And, 3. The number must be something in virtue of which it is one. And this these thinkers cannot state, what makes it one. If it is one, for either it is not one but a sort of heap, or if it is, we ought to say what it is that makes one out of many, and the definition is one, but similarly they cannot say what makes it one. And this is a natural result. For the same reason is applicable, and substance is one in the sense which we have explained, and not, as some say, by being a sort of unit or point. Each is a complete reality and a definite nature. And, 4. As number does not admit of the more and the less, neither does substance, in the sense of form, but if any substance does, it is only the substance which involves matter. Let this, then, suffice for an account of the generation and destruction of so-called substances, in what sense it is possible and in what sense impossible, and of the reduction of things to number. Part 4. Regarding material substance, we must not forget that even if all things come from the same first cause or have the same things for their first causes, and if the same matter serves as starting point for their generation, yet there is a matter proper to each, e.g. for phlegm the sweet or the fat, and for bile the bitter, or something else, though perhaps these come from the same original matter. And there come to be several matters for the same thing, when the one matter is matter for the other, e.g. phlegm comes from the fat and from the sweet, if the fat comes from the sweet, and it comes from bile by analysis of the bile into its ultimate matter. For one thing comes from another in two senses, either because it will be found at a later stage, or because it is produced if the other is analyzed into its original constituents. When the matter is one, different things may be produced owing to difference in the moving cause, e.g. from wood may be made both a chest and a bed. But some different things must have their matter different, e.g. a saw could not be made of wood, nor is this in the power of the moving cause, for it could not make a saw of wool or of wood. But if, as a matter of fact, the same thing can be made of different material, clearly the art, i.e. the moving principle, is the same, for if both the matter and the moving cause were different, the product would be so too. When one inquires into the cause of something, one should, since causes are spoken of in several senses, state all the possible causes. What is the material cause of man? Shall we say, the menstrual fluid? What is moving cause? Shall we say, the seed? The formal cause? His essence. The final cause? His end. But perhaps the latter two are the same. It is the proximate causes we must state. What is the material cause? We must name not fire or earth, but the matter peculiar to the thing. Regarding the substances that are natural and generable, if the causes are really these and of this number and we have to learn the causes, we must inquire thus, if we are to inquire rightly. But in the case of natural but eternal substances another account must be given. For perhaps some have no matter, or not matter of this sort but only such as can be moved in respect of place. Nor does matter belong to those things which exist by nature but are not substances. Their substratum is the substance. E.g., what is the cause of eclipse? What is its matter? There is none. The moon is that which suffers eclipse. What is the moving cause which extinguished the light? The earth. The final cause, perhaps, does not exist. The formal principle is the definitory formula, but this is obscure if it does not include the cause. e.g., what is eclipse? Deprivation of light. But if we add, by the Earth's coming in between, this is the formula which includes the cause. In the case of sleep, it is not clear what it is that proximately has this affection. Shall we say that it is the animal? Yes. But the animal in virtue of what? I.e., what is the proximate subject? The heart or some other part? Next, by what is it produced? Next, what is the affection that? Of the proximate subject, not of the whole animal. Shall we say that it is immobility of such and such a kind? Yes. But to what process in the proximate subject is this due? Part 5. Since some things are and are not, without coming to be and ceasing to be, e.g. points, if they can be said to be, and in general forms. For it is not, white, comes to be, but the wood comes to be white, if everything that comes to be comes from something and comes to be something. Not all contraries can come from one another, but it is in different senses that a pale man comes from a dark man, and pale comes from dark. Nor has everything matter, but only those things which come to be and change into one another. Those things which, without ever being in course of changing, are or are not, have no matter. There is difficulty in the question how the matter of each thing is related to its contrary states. E.g., if the body is potentially healthy, and disease is contrary to health, is it potentially both healthy and diseased? And is water potentially wine and vinegar? We answer that it is the matter of one in virtue of its positive state and its form, and of the other in virtue of the privation of its positive state and the corruption of it contrary to its nature. It is also hard to say why wine is not said to be the matter of vinegar nor potentially vinegar, though vinegar is produced from it, and why a living man is not said to be potentially dead. In fact they are not, but the corruptions in question are accidental, and it is the matter of the animal that is itself in virtue of its corruption the potency and matter of a corpse, and it is water that is the matter of vinegar. For the corpse comes from the animal, and vinegar from wine, as night from day. And all the things which change thus into one another must go back to their matter. E.g., if from a corpse is produced an animal, the corpse first goes back to its matter, and only then becomes an animal, and vinegar first goes back to water, and only then becomes wine. Part 6. To return to the difficulty which has been stated with respect both to definitions and to numbers, what is the cause of their unity? In the case of all things which have several parts and in which the totality is not, as it were, a mere heap, but the whole is something beside the parts, there is a cause. For even in bodies contact is the cause of unity in some cases, and in others viscosity or some other such quality. And a definition is a set of words which is one not by being connected together, like the Iliad, but by dealing with one object. What then is it that makes man one? Why is he one and not many, e.g. animal plus biped, especially if there are, as some say, an animal itself and a biped itself? Why are not those forms themselves the man, so that men would exist by participation not in man, nor in one form, but in two, animal and biped, and in general man would be not one but more than one thing, animal and biped? Clearly, then, if people proceed thus in the usual manner of definition and speech, they cannot explain and solve the difficulty. But if, as we say, one element is matter and another is form, and one is potentially and the other actually, the question will no longer be thought a difficulty. For this difficulty is the same as would arise if round bronze were the definition of cloak, for this word would be a sign of the definitory formula. So that the question is, what is the cause of the unity of round and bronze? The difficulty disappears, because the one is matter, the other form. What, then, causes this that which was potentially to be actually except in the case of things which are generated. The agent? For there is no other cause of the potential spheres becoming actually a sphere, but this was the essence of either. Of matter some is intelligible, some perceptible, and in a formula there is always an element of matter as well as one of actuality, e.g. the circle is a plane figure. But of the things which have no matter, either intelligible or perceptible, each is by its nature essentially a kind of unity, as it is essentially a kind of being individual substance, quality, or quantity, and so neither existent nor one is present. In the definitions, and the essence of each of them is by its very nature a kind of unity as it is a kind of being, and so none of these has any reason outside itself, for being one, nor for being a kind of being. For each is by its nature a kind of being and a kind of unity, not as being in the genus, being, or one, nor in the sense that being and unity can exist apart from particulars. Owing to the difficulty about unity, some speak of participation, and raise the question, what is the cause of participation and what is it to participate? And others speak of communion, as Lycophron says knowledge is a communion of knowing with the soul, and others say life is a composition, or connection, of soul with body. Yet, the same account applies to all cases. For being healthy, too, will on this showing be either a communion, or a connection, or a composition, of soul and health, and the fact that the bronze is a triangle will be a composition, of bronze and triangle, and the fact that a thing is white will be a composition, of surface and whiteness. The reason is that people look for a unifying formula, and a difference, between potency and complete reality. But, as has been said, the proximate matter and the form are one and the same thing, the one potentially, and the other actually. Therefore it is like asking what in general is the cause of unity and of a thing's being one. For each thing is a unity, and the potential and the actual are somehow one. Therefore there is no other cause here unless there is something which caused the movement from potency into actuality. And all things which have no matter are without qualification essentially unities. Book IX Part 1. We have treated of that which is primarily and to which all the other categories of being are referred, i.e. of substance. For it is in virtue of the concept of substance that the others also are said to be quantity and quality and the like. For all will be found to involve the concept of substance, as we said in the first part of our work. And since being is in one way divided into individual thing, quality, and quantity, and is in another way distinguished in respect of potency and complete reality, and of function, let us now add a discussion of potency and complete reality. And first let us explain potency in the strictest sense, which is, however, not the most useful for our present purpose. For potency and actuality extend beyond the cases that involve a reference to motion. But when we have spoken of this first kind, we shall in our discussions of actuality, explain the other kinds of potency as well. We have pointed out elsewhere that potency, and the word, can, have several senses. Of these we may neglect all the potencies that are so called by an equivocation. For some are called so by analogy, as in geometry we say one thing is or is not a power of another by virtue of the presence or absence of some relation between them. But all potencies that conform to the same type are originative sources of some kind, and are called potencies in reference to one primary kind of potency, which is an originative source of change in another thing or in the thing itself qua other. For one kind is a potency of being acted on, i.e. the originative source, in the very thing acted on, of its being passively changed by another thing or by itself qua other, and another kind is a state of insusceptibility to change for the worse and to destruction by another thing or by the thing itself qua other by virtue of an originative source of change. In all these definitions is implied the formula if potency in the primary sense. And again these so-called potencies are potencies either of merely acting or being acted on, or of acting or being acted on well, so that even in the formulae of the latter the formulae of the prior kinds of potency are somehow implied. Obviously, then, in a sense the potency of acting and of being acted on is one, for a thing may be capable, either because it can itself be acted on or because something else can be acted on by it. But in a sense the potencies are different. For the one is in the thing acted on. It is because it contains a certain originative source, and because even the matter is an originative source, that the thing acted on is acted on, and one thing by one, another by another, for that which is oily can be burnt, and that which yields in a particular way can be crushed, and similarly in all other cases. But the other potency is in the agent, e.g. heat and the art of building are present. One in that which can produce heat and the other in the man who can build. And so, in so far as a thing is an organic unity, it cannot be acted on by itself, for it is one and not two different things. And impotence and impotent stand for the privation which is contrary to potency of this sort, so that every potency belongs to the same subject and refers to the same process as a corresponding impotence. Privation has several senses. For it means 1. That which has not a certain quality, and 2. That which might naturally have it but has not it, either a. in general or b. when it might naturally have it, and either a. in some particular way, e.g. when it has not it completely, or b. when it has not it at all. And in certain cases if things which naturally have a quality lose it by violence, we say they have suffered privation. Part 2. Since some such originative sources are present in soulless things, and others in things possessed of soul, and in soul, and in the rational part of the soul, clearly some potencies will be non-rational and some will be non-rational and some will be accompanied by a rational formula. This is why all arts, i.e. all productive forms of knowledge, are potencies. They are originative sources of change in another thing or in the artist himself considered as other. And each of those which are accompanied by a rational formula is alike capable of contrary effects. But one non-rational power produces one effect. E.g. the hot is capable only of heating, but the medical art can produce both disease and health. The reason is that science is a rational formula, and the same rational formula explains a thing and its privation, only not in the same way, and in a sense it applies to both, but in a sense it applies rather to the positive fact. Therefore such sciences must deal with contraries, but with one in virtue of their own nature and with the other not in virtue of their nature. For the rational formula applies to one object in virtue of that object's nature, and to the other, in a sense, accidentally. For it is by denial and removal that it exhibits the contrary. For the contrary is the primary privation, and this is the removal of the positive term. Now since contraries do not occur in the same thing, but science is a potency which depends on the possession of a rational formula, and the soul possesses an originative source of movement. Therefore, while the wholesome produces only health and the calorific only heat and the frigorific only cold, the scientific man produces both the contrary effects. For the rational formula is one which applies to both, though not in the same way, and it is in a soul which possesses an originative source of movement, so that the soul will start both processes from the same originative source, having linked them up with the same thing. And so the things whose potency is according to a rational formula act contrariwise to the things whose potency is non-rational. 4. The products of the former are included under one originative source, the rational formula. It is obvious also that the potency of merely doing a thing or having it done to one is implied in that of doing it or having it done well, but the latter is not always implied in the former, for he who does a thing well must also do it, but he who does it merely need not also do it well. Part 3. There are some who say, as the Megaric school does, that a thing can act only when it is acting, and when it is not acting it cannot act, e.g. that he who is not building cannot build, but only he who is building, when he is building, and so in all other cases. It is not hard to see the absurdities that attend this view. For it is clear that on this view a man will not be a builder unless he is building, for to be a builder is to be able to build, and so with the other arts. If, then, it is impossible to have such arts, if one has not at some time learnt and acquired them, and it is then impossible not to have them if one has not sometime lost them, either by forgetfulness or by some accident or by time, for it cannot be by the destruction of the object, for that lasts forever. A man will not have the art when he has ceased to use it, and yet he may immediately build again. How then will he have got the art? And similarly with regard to lifeless things. Nothing will be either cold or hot or sweet or perceptible at all if people are not perceiving it, so that the upholders of this view will have to maintain the doctrine of Protagoras. But, indeed, nothing will even have perception if it is not perceiving, i.e. exercising its perception. If, then, that is blind which has not sight though it would naturally have it, when it would naturally have it and when it still exists, the same people will be blind many times in the day and deaf too. Again, if that which is deprived of potency is incapable, that which is not happening will be incapable of happening. But he who says of that which is incapable of happening either that it is or that it will be will say what is untrue, for this is what incapacity meant. Therefore these views do away with both movement and becoming. 4. That which stands will always stand, and that which sits will always sit, since if it is sitting it will not get up, for that which, as we are told, cannot get up will be incapable of getting up. But we cannot say this, so that evidently potency and actuality are different. But these views make potency and actuality the same, and so it is no small thing they are seeking to annihilate, so that it is possible that a thing may be capable of being and not he, and capable of not being and yet he, and similarly with the other kinds of predicate. It may be capable of walking and yet not walk, or capable of not walking and yet walk. And a thing is capable of doing something if there will be nothing impossible in its having the actuality of that of which it is said to have the capacity. I mean, for instance, if a thing is capable of sitting and it is open to it to sit, there will be nothing impossible in its actually sitting, and similarly if it is capable of being moved or moving, or of standing or making to stand, or of being or coming to be, or of not being or not coming to be. The word actuality, which we connect with complete reality, has, in the main, been extended from movements to other things, for actuality in the strict sense is thought to be identical with movement. And so people do not assign movement to non-existent things, though they do assign some other predicates. E.g., they say that non-existent things are objects of thought and desire, but not that they are moved, and this because, while X hypothesi they do not actually exist, they would have to exist actually if they were moved. For of non-existent things some exist potentially, but they do not exist, because they do not exist in complete reality. Part 4. If what we have described is identical with the capable or convertible with it, evidently it cannot be true to say, this is capable of being, but will not be, which would imply that the things incapable of being would on this showing vanish. Suppose, for instance, that a man one who did not take account of that which is incapable of being were to say that the diagonal of the square is capable of being measured, but will not be measured, because a thing may well be capable of being or coming to be, and yet not be or be about to be. But from the premises this necessarily follows, that if we actually suppose that which is not, but is capable of being, to be or to have come to be, there will be nothing impossible in this, but the result will be impossible, for the measuring of the diagonal is impossible. For the false and the impossible are not the same. That you are standing now is false, but that you should be standing is not impossible. At the same time it is clear that if, when A is real, B must be real, then, when A is possible, B also must be possible. For if B need not be possible, there is nothing to prevent its not being possible. Now, let A be supposed possible. Then, when A was possible, we agreed that nothing impossible followed if A were supposed to be real, and then B must of course be real. But we supposed B to be impossible. Let it be impossible then. If, then, B is impossible, A also must be so. But the first was supposed impossible. Therefore the second also is impossible. If, then, A is possible, B also will be possible, if they were so related that if A is real, B must be real. If, then, A and B being thus related, B is not possible on this condition, and B will not be related as was supposed. And if when A is possible, B must be possible, then if A is real, B also must be real. For to say that B must be possible, if A is possible, means this, that if A is real both at the time when and in the way in which it was supposed capable of being real, B also must then and in that way be real. Part 5. As all potencies are either innate, like the senses, or come by practice, like the power of playing the flute, or by learning, like artistic power, those which come by practice or by rational formula we must acquire by previous exercise, but this is not necessary with those which are not of this nature and which imply passivity. Since that which is capable of something and at some time in some way, with all the other qualifications which must be present in the definition. And since some things can produce change according to a rational formula and their potencies involve such a formula, while other things are non-rational and their potencies are non-rational, and the former potencies must be in a living thing, while the latter can be both in the living and in the lifeless, as regards potencies of the latter kind, when the agent and the patient meet in the way appropriate to the potency in question, the one must act and the other be acted on, but with the former kind of potency. This is not necessary. For the non-rational potencies are all productive of one effect each, but the rational produce contrary effects, so that if they produce their effects necessarily they would produce contrary effects at the same time. But this is impossible. There must, then, be something else that decides. I mean by this, desire or will. For whichever of two things the animal desires decisively, it will do, when it is present, and meets the passive object, in the way appropriate to the potency in question. Therefore everything which has a rational potency, when it desires that for which it has a potency and in the circumstances in which it has the potency, must do this. And it has the potency in question when the passive object is present and is in a certain state. If not, it will not be able to act. To add the qualification, if nothing external prevents it, is not further necessary, for it has the potency on the terms on which this is a potency of acting, and it is this not in all circumstances but on certain conditions, among which will be the exclusion of external hindrances. For these are barred by some of the positive qualifications. And so even if one has a rational wish, or an appetite, to do two things or contrary things at the same time, one will not do them, for it is not on these terms that one has the potency for them, nor is it a potency of doing both at the same time, since one will do the things which it is a potency of doing, on the terms on which one has the potency. Part 6. Since we have treated of the kind of potency which is related to movement, let us discuss actuality, what kind of thing actuality is. For in the course of our analysis it will also become clear, with regard to the potential, that we not only ascribe potency to that whose nature it is to move something else, or to be moved by something else, either without qualification or in some particular way, but also use the word in another sense, which is the reason of the inquiry, in the course of which we have discussed these previous senses also. Actuality, then, is the existence of a thing not in the way which we express by potentially. We say that potentially, for instance, a statue of Hermes is in the block of wood and the half line is in the whole, because it might be separated out, and we call even the man who is not studying a man of science, if he is capable of studying. The thing that stands in contrast to each of these exists actually. Our meaning can be seen in the particular cases by induction, and we must not seek a definition of everything but be content to grasp the analogy, that it is as that which is building is to that which is capable of building, and the waking to the sleeping, and that which is seeing to that which has its eyes shut but has sight, and that which has been shaped out of the matter to the matter, and that which has been wrought up to the unwrought. Let actuality be defined by one member of this antithesis, and the potential by the other. But all things are not said in the same sense to exist actually, but only by analogy, as A is in B or to B, C is in D or to D, for some are as movement to potency, and the others as substance to some sort of matter. But also the infinite and the void and all similar things are said to exist potentially and actually in a different sense from that which applies to many other things, e.g. to that which sees or walks or is seen. For of the latter class these predicates can at some time be also truly asserted without qualification. For the seen is so called sometimes because it is being seen, sometimes because it is capable of being seen. But the infinite does not exist potentially in the sense that it will ever actually have separate existence. It exists potentially only for knowledge. For the fact that the process of dividing never comes to an end ensures that this activity exists potentially, but not that the infinite exists separately. Since of the actions which have a limit none is an end but all are relative to the end, e.g. the removing of fat, or fat removal, and the bodily parts themselves when one is making them thin are in movement in this way, i.e. without being already that at which the movement aims. This is not an action, or at least not a complete one, for it is not an end. But that movement in which the end is present is an action. E.g. at the same time we are seeing and have seen, are understanding and have understood, are thinking and have thought, while it is not true that at the same time we are learning and have learnt, or are being cured and have been cured. At the same time we are living well and have lived well, and are happy and have been happy. If not, the process would have had some time to cease, as the process of making thin ceases. But, as things are, it does not cease. We are living and have lived. Of these processes, then, we must call the one set movements, and the other actualities. For every movement is incomplete making thin, learning, walking, building. These are movements, and incomplete at that. For it is not true that at the same time a thing is walking, and has walked, or is building and has built, or is coming to be and has come to be, or is being moved and has been moved, but what is being moved is different from what has been moved, and what is moving from what has moved. But it is the same thing that at the same time has seen and is seeing, seeing, or is thinking and has thought. The latter sort of process, then, I call an actuality, and the former a movement. Part 7. What, and what kind of thing, the actual is, may be taken as explained by these and similar considerations. But we must distinguish when a thing exists potentially and when it does not, for it is not at any and every time. E.g., is earth potentially a man? No, but rather when it has already become seed, and perhaps not even then. It is just as it is with being healed. Not everything can be healed by the medical art or by luck. But there is a certain kind of thing which is capable of it, and only this is potentially healthy. And, 1. The delimiting mark of that which as a result of thought comes to exist in complete reality from having existed potentially is that if the agent has willed it, it comes to pass if nothing external hinders, while the condition on the other side viz. In that which is healed is that nothing in it hinders the result. It is on similar terms that we have what is potentially a house, if nothing in the thing acted on, i.e., in the matter prevents it from becoming a house, and if there is nothing which must be added or taken away or changed, this is potentially a house, and the same is true of all other things the source of whose becoming is external. And, 2. In the cases in which the source of the becoming is in the very thing which comes to be, a thing is potentially all those things which it will be of itself if nothing external hinders it. E.g., the seed is not yet potentially a man, for it must be deposited in something other than itself and undergo a change. But when through its own motive principle it has already got such and such attributes, in this state it is already potentially a man, while in the former state it needs another motive principle, just as earth is not yet potentially a statue, for it must first change in order to become brass. It seems that when we call a thing not something else but thetan, e.g., a casket is not wood, but wooden, and wood is not earth, but earthen. And again, earth will illustrate our point if it is similarly not something else but thetan. That other thing is always potentially, in the full sense of that word, the thing which comes after it in this series. E.g., a casket is not earthen, nor earth, but wooden, for this is potentially a casket, and this is the matter of a casket, wood in general of a casket in general, and this particular wood of this particular casket. And if there is a first thing, which is no longer, in reference to something else, called thetan, this is prime matter. E.g., if earth is airy, and air is not fire, but fiery, fire is prime matter, which is not a this. For the subject or substratum is differentiated by being a this, or not being one, i.e. the substratum of modifications is, e.g. a man, i.e. a body and a soul, while the modification is musical, or pale. The subject is called, when music comes to be present in it, not music, but musical, and the man is not paleness, but pale, and not ambulation, or movement, but walking, or moving, which is akin to the thetan. Wherever this is so, then, the ultimate subject is a substance. But when this is not so but the predicate is a form and a this, the ultimate subject is matter and material substance. And it is only right that thetan should be used with reference both to the matter and to the accidents, for both are indeterminates. We have stated, then, when a thing is to be said to exist potentially and when it is not. Part 8. From our discussion of the various senses of prior, it is clear that actuality is prior to potency. And I mean by potency not only that definite kind which is said to be a principle of change in another thing or in the thing itself regarded as other, but in general every principle of movement or of rest. For nature also is in the same genus as potency. For it is a principle of movement not, however, in something else but in the thing itself qua itself. To all such potency, then, actuality is prior both in formula and in substantiality, and in time it is prior in one sense, and in another not. 1. Clearly it is prior in formula. For that which is in the primary sense potential is potential because it is possible for it to become active. E.g., I mean by capable of building, that which can build, and by capable of seeing, that which can see, and by visible, that which can be seen. And the same account applies to all other cases, so that the formula and the knowledge of the one must precede the knowledge of the other. 2. In time it is prior in this sense. The actual which is identical in species though not in number with a potentially existing thing is to it. I mean that to this particular man who now exists actually and to the corn and to the seeing subject the matter and the seed. And that which is capable of seeing, which are potentially a man and corn and seeing, but not yet actually so, are prior in time. But prior in time to these are other actually existing things, from which they were produced. For from the potentially existing the actually existing is always produced by an actually existing thing, e.g. man from man, musician by musician. There is always a first mover, and the mover already exists actually. We have said in our account of substance that everything that is produced is something produced from something, and by something, and that the same in species as it. This is why it is thought impossible to be a builder if one has built nothing or a harper if one has never played the harp. For he who learns to play the harp learns to play it by playing it, and all other learners do similarly. And thence arose the sophistical quibble, that one who does not possess a science will be doing that which is the object of the science. For he who is learning it does not possess it. But, since, of that which is coming to be, some part must have come to be, and, of that which, in general, is changing, some part must have changed, this is shown in the treatise on movement, he who is learning must, it would seem, possess some part of the science. But here too, then, it is clear that actuality is in this sense also, viz. in order of generation and of time, prior to potency. But, 3. It is also prior in substantiality. Firstly, because the things that are posterior in becoming are prior in form and in substantiality. E.g., man is prior to boy and human being to seed. For the one already has its form, and the other has not, and because everything that comes to be moves towards a principle, i.e. an end. For that for the sake of which a thing is its principle, and the becoming is for the sake of the end, and the actuality is the end, and it is for the sake of this that the potency is acquired. For animals do not see in order that they may have sight, but they have sight that they may see. And similarly men have the art of building that they may build, and theoretical science that they may theorize. But they do not theorize that they may have theoretical science, except those who are learning by practice, and these do not theorize except in a limited sense, or because they have no need to theorize. Further, matter exists in a potential state, just because it may come to its form. And when it exists actually, then it is in its form. And the same holds good in all cases, even those in which the end is a movement. And so, as teachers think they have achieved their end when they have exhibited the pupil at work, nature does likewise. For if this is not the case, we shall have Paulson's Hermes over again, since it will be hard to say about the knowledge, as about the figure in the picture, whether it is within or without. For the action is the end, and the actuality is the action. And so even the word, actuality, is derived from action, and points to the complete reality. And while in some cases the exercise is the ultimate thing, e.g. in sight the ultimate thing is seeing, and no other product besides this results from sight, but from some things a product follows, e.g. from the art of building there results a house as well as the act of building, yet nonetheless the act is in the former case the end and in the latter more of an end than the potency is. For the act of building is realized in the thing that is being built, and comes to be, and is, at the same time as the house. Where, then, the result is something apart from the exercise, the actuality is in the thing that is being made, e.g. the act of building is in the thing that is being built and that of weaving in the thing that is being woven, and similarly in all other cases, and in general the movement is in the thing that is being moved. But where there is no product apart from the actuality is present in the agents, e.g. the act of seeing is in the seeing subject and that of theorizing in the theorizing subject, and the life is in the soul, and therefore well-being also, for it is a certain kind of life. Obviously, therefore, the substance or form is actuality. According to this argument, then, it is obvious that actuality is prior in substantial being to potency, and as we have said, one actuality always precedes another in time right back to the actuality of the eternal prime mover. But b. Actuality is prior in a stricter sense also, for eternal things are prior in substance to perishable things, and no eternal thing exists potentially. The reason is this. Every potency is at one and the same time a potency of the opposite. For, while that which is not capable of being present in a subject cannot be present, everything that is capable of being may possibly not be actual. That, then, which is capable of being may either be or not be. The same thing, then, is capable both of being and of not being. And that which is capable of not being may possibly not be, and that which may possibly not be is perishable, either in the full sense, or in the precise sense in which it is said that it possibly may not be, i.e. in respect either of place or of quantity or quality. In the full sense, means, in respect of substance. Nothing, then, which is in the full sense imperishable is in the full sense potentially existent, though there is nothing to prevent its being so in some respect, e.g. potentially of a certain quality or in a certain place. All imperishable things, then, exist actually, nor can anything which is of necessity exist potentially. Yet these things are primary, for if these did not exist, nothing would exist. Nor does eternal movement, if there be such, exist potentially, and, if there is an eternal mobile, it is not in motion in virtue of a potentiality, except in respect of whence and whither. There is nothing to prevent its having matter which makes it capable of movement in various directions. And so the sun and the stars and the whole heaven are ever active, and there is no fear that they may sometimes stand still, as the natural philosophers fear they may. Nor do they tire in this activity, for movement is not for them, as it is for perishable things, connected with the potentiality for opposites, so that the continuity of the movement should be laborious, for it is that kind of substance which is matter and potency, not actuality, that causes this. Imperishable things are imitated by those that are involved in change, e.g. earth and fire. For these also are ever active, for they have their movement of themselves and in themselves. But the other potencies, according to our previous discussion, are all potencies for opposites. For that which can move another in this way can also move it not in this way, i.e. if it acts according to a rational formula. And the same non-rational potencies will produce opposite results by their presence or absence. If, then, there are any entities or substances such as the dialecticians say the ideas are, There must be something much more scientific than science itself and something more mobile than movement itself, for these will be more of the nature of actualities, while science itself and movement itself are potencies for these. Obviously, then, actuality is prior both to potency and to every principle of change. Part 9 that the actuality is also better and more valuable than the good. Potency is evident from the following argument. Everything of which we say that it can do something, is alike capable of contraries, e.g. that of which we say that it can be well is the same as that which can be ill, and has both potencies at once, for the same potency is a potency of health and illness, of rest and motion, of building and throwing down, of being built and being thrown down. The capacity for contraries, then, is present at the same time, but contraries cannot be present at the same time, and the actualities also cannot be present at the same time, e.g. health and illness. Therefore, while the good must be one of them, the capacity is both alike, or neither. The actuality, then, is better. Also in the case of bad things the end or actuality must be worse than the potency. For that which can is both contraries alike. Clearly, then, the bad does not exist apart from bad things. For the bad is in its nature posterior to the potency. And therefore we may also say that in the things which are from the beginning, i.e. in eternal things, there is nothing bad, nothing defective, nothing perverted, for perversion is something bad. It is an activity also that geometrical constructions are discovered, for we find them by dividing. If the figures had been already divided, the constructions would have been obvious, but as it is they are present only potentially. Why are the angles of the triangle equal to two right angles? Because the angles about one point are equal to two right angles. If, then, the line parallel to the side had been already drawn upwards, the reason would have been evident to anyone as soon as he saw the figure. Why is the angle in a semicircle in all cases a right angle? If three lines are equal the two which form the base, and the perpendicular from the center, the conclusion is evident at a glance to one who knows the former proposition. Obviously, therefore, the potentially existing constructions are discovered by being brought to actuality. The reason is that the geometer's thinking is an actuality, so that the potency proceeds from an actuality, and therefore it is by making constructions that people come to know them, though the single actuality is later in generation than the corresponding potency. See diagram. Part 10. The terms being and non-being are employed firstly with reference to the categories, and secondly with reference to the potency or actuality of these, or the non-potency or non-actuality, and thirdly in the sense of true and false. This depends, on the side of the objects, on their being combined or separated, so that he who thinks the separated to be separated and the combined to be combined has the truth, while he whose thought is in a state contrary to that of the objects is in error. This being so, when is what is called truth or falsity present, and when is it not? We must consider what we mean by these terms. It is not because we think truly that you are pale, that you are pale. But because you are pale we who say this have the truth. If, then, some things are always combined and cannot be separated, and others are always separated and cannot be combined, while others are capable either of combination or of separation, being is being combined. And one, and not being, is being not combined but more than one. Regarding contingent facts, then, the same opinion or the same statement comes to be false and true, and it is possible for it to be at one time correct and at another erroneous, but regarding things that cannot be otherwise, opinions are not at one time true and at another false, but the same opinions are always true or always false. But with regard to incomposites, what is being or not being, and truth or falsity. A thing of this sort is not composite, so as to be when it is compounded, and not to be if it is separated, like that the wood is white, or that the diagonal is incommensurable, nor will truth and falsity be still present in the same way as in the previous cases. In fact, as truth is not the same in these cases, so also being is not the same, but a truth or falsity is as follows: contact and assertion are truth, assertion not being the same as affirmation, and ignorance is non-contact. For it is not possible to be in error regarding the question what a thing is, save in an accidental sense, and the same holds good regarding non-composite substances, for it is not possible to be in error about them. And they all exist actually, not potentially, for otherwise they would have come to be and ceased to be. But, as it is, being itself does not come to be, nor cease to be, for if it had done so it would have had to come out of something. About the things, then, which are essences and actualities, it is not possible to be in error, but only to know them or not to know them. But we do inquire what they are, viz. Whether they are of such and such a nature or not. b. As regards the being, that answers to truth, and the non-being, that answers to falsity. In one case there is truth if the subject and the attribute are really combined, and falsity if they are not combined. In the other case, if the object is existent it exists in a particular way, and if it does not exist in this way does not exist at all. And truth means knowing these objects, and falsity does not exist, nor error, but only ignorance, and not an ignorance which is like blindness, for blindness is akin to a total absence of the faculty of thinking. It is evident also that about unchangeable things there can be no error in respect of time, if we assume them to be unchangeable. E.g., if we suppose that the triangle does not change, we shall not suppose that at one time its angles are equal to two right angles while at another time they are not, for that would imply change. It is possible, however, to suppose that one member of such a class has a certain attribute and another has not, e.g. while we may suppose that no even number is prime, we may suppose that some are and some are not. But regarding a numerically single number not even this form of error is possible. For we cannot in this case suppose that one instance has an attribute and another has not, but whether our judgment be true or false, it is implied that the fact is eternal. Book X Part 1. We have said previously, in our distinction of the various meanings of words, that 1 has several meanings, the things that are directly and of their own nature and not accidentally called one may be summarized under 4 heads, though the word is used in more senses. 1. There is the continuous, either in general, or especially that which is continuous by nature and not by contact nor by being together. And of these, that has more unity and is prior, whose movement is more indivisible and simpler. 2. That which is a whole and has a certain shape and form is one in a still higher degree, and especially if a thing is of this sort by nature, and not by force like the things which are unified by glue or nails or by being tied together, i.e. if it has in itself the cause of its continuity. A thing is of this sort because its movement is one and indivisible in place and time, so that evidently if a thing has by nature a principle of movement, that is of the first kind, i.e. local movement, and the first in that kind, i.e. circular movement, this is in the primary sense one extended thing. Some things, then, are one in this way, qua continuous or whole, and the other things that are one are those whose definition is one. Of this sort are the things the thought of which is one, i.e. those the thought of which is indivisible, and it is indivisible if the thing is indivisible in kind or in number. 3. In number, then, the individual is indivisible, and 4. In kind, that which in intelligibility. And in knowledge is indivisible, so that that which causes substances to be one must be one in the primary sense. 1. Then, has all these meanings the naturally continuous and the whole, and the individual and the universal. And all these are one because in some cases the movement, in others the thought or the definition is indivisible. But it must be observed that the questions, what sort of things are said to be one, and what it is to be one and what is the definition of it, should not be assumed to be the same. 1. Has all these meanings, and each of the things to which one of these kinds of unity belongs will be one. But, to be one, will sometimes mean being one of these things, and sometimes being something else which is even nearer to the meaning of the word one, while these other things approximate to its application. This is also true of element, or cause, if one had both to specify the things of which it is predicable and to render the definition of the word. For in a sense fire is an element. And doubtless also, the indefinite, or something else of the sort is by its own nature the element, but in a sense it is not. For it is not the same thing to be fire and to be an element, but while as a particular thing with a nature of its own fire is an element, the name, element, means that it has this attribute, that there is something which is made of it as a primary constituent. And so with cause, and one, and all such terms. For this reason, to be one, means, to be indivisible, being essentially one means a this and capable of being isolated either in place, or in form or thought, or perhaps, to be whole and indivisible, but it means especially, to be the first measure of a kind, and most strictly of quantity, for it is from this that it has been extended to the other categories. For measure is that by which quantity is known, and quantity qua quantity is known either by a one, or by a number, and all number is known by a one. Therefore all quantity qua quantity is known by the one, and that by which quantities are primarily known is the one itself, and so the one is the starting point of number qua number. And hence in the other classes too, measure means that by which each is first known, and the measure of each is a unit in length, in breadth, in depth, in weight, in speed. The words weight and speed are common to both contraries, for each of them has two meanings. Weight means both that which has any amount of gravity and that which has an excess of gravity, and speed, both that which has any amount of movement and that which has an excess of movement. For even the slow has a certain speed and the comparatively light a certain weight. In all these, then, the measure and starting point is something one and indivisible, since even in lines we treat as indivisible the line a foot long. For everywhere we seek as the measure something one and indivisible, and this is that which is simple either in quality or in quantity. Now where it is thought impossible to take away or to add, there the measure is exact, hence that of number is most exact. For we posit the unit as indivisible in every respect, but in all other cases we imitate this sort of measure. For in the case of a furlong or a talent or of anything comparatively large, any addition or subtraction might more easily escape our notice than in the case of something smaller, so that the first thing from which, as far as our perception goes, nothing can be subtracted, all men make the measure, whether of liquids or of solids, whether of weight or of size, and they think they know the quantity when they know it by means of this measure. And indeed they know movement too by the simple movement and the quickest, for this occupies least time. And so in astronomy a one of this sort is the starting point and measure, for they assume the movement of the heavens to be uniform and the quickest, and judge the others by reference to it, and in music the quarter tone, because it is the least interval, and in speech the letter. And all these are ones in this sense. Not that one is something predicable in the same sense of all of these, but in the sense we have mentioned. But the measure is not always one in number. Sometimes there are several, e.g. the quarter tones, not to the ear, but as determined by the ratios, are two, and the articulate sounds by which we measure are more than one, and the diagonal of the square and its side are measured by two quantities, and all spatial magnitudes reveal similar varieties of unit. Thus, then, the one is the measure of all things, because we come to know the elements in the substance by dividing the things either in respect of quantity or in respect of kind. And the one is indivisible just because the first of each class of things is indivisible. But it is not in the same way that every one is indivisible, e.g. a foot and a unit. The latter is indivisible in every respect, while the former must be placed among things which are undivided to perception, as has been said already only to perception, for doubtless every continuous thing is divisible. The measure is always homogeneous with the thing measured. The measure of spatial magnitudes is a spatial magnitude, and in particular that of length is a length, that of breadth a breadth, that of articulate sound an articulate sound, that of weight a weight, that of units a unit. For we must state the matter so, and not say that the measure of numbers is a number. We ought indeed to say this if we were to use the corresponding form of words, but the claim does not really correspond. It is as if one claimed that the measure of units is units, and not a unit. Number is a plurality of units. Knowledge, also, and perception, we call the measure of things for the same reason, because we come to know something by them while as a matter of fact they are measured rather than measure other things. But it is with us as if someone else measured us and we came to know how big we are by seeing that he applied the cubit measure to such and such a fraction of us. But Protagoras says, "Man is the measure of all things," as if he had said, "the man who knows" or "the man who perceives," and these because they have respectively knowledge and perception, which we say are the measures of objects. Such thinkers are saying nothing, then, while they appear to be saying something remarkable. Evidently, then, unity in the strictest sense, if we define it according to the meaning of the word, is a measure, and most properly of quantity, and secondly of quality. And some things will be one if they are indivisible in quantity, and others if they are indivisible in quality, and so that which is one is indivisible, either absolutely or qua one. Part 2. With regard to the substance and nature of the one, we must ask in which of two ways it exists. This is the very question that we reviewed in our discussion of problems, viz. What the one is and how we must conceive of it, whether we must take the one itself as being a substance, as both the Pythagoreans say in earlier and Plato in later times, or there is, rather, an underlying nature and the one should be described more intelligibly and more in the manner of the physical philosophers, of whom one says the one is love, another says it is air, and another the indefinite. If, then, no universal can be a substance, as has been said our discussion of substance and being, and if being itself cannot be a substance in the sense of a one apart from the many, for it is common to the many, but is only a predicate, clearly unity also cannot be a substance. For being and unity are the most universal of all predicates. Therefore, on the one hand, genera are not certain entities and substances separable from other things, and on the other hand the one cannot be a genus, for the same reasons for which being and substance cannot be genera. Further, the position must be similar in all the kinds of unity. Now, unity, has just as many meanings as being, so that since in the sphere of qualities the one is something definite, some particular kind of thing, and similarly in the sphere of quantities, clearly we must in every category ask what the one is, as we must ask what the existent is, since it is not enough to say that its nature is just to be one or existent. But in colors the one is a color, e.g. white. And then the other colors are observed to be produced out of this, and black is the privation of white, as darkness of light. Therefore if all existent things were colors, existent things would have been a number, indeed, but of what? Clearly of colors. And the one would have been a particular one, i.e. white. And similarly if all existing things were tunes, they would have been a number, but a number of quarter tones, and their essence would not have been number. And the one would have been something whose substance was not to be one but to be the quarter tone. And similarly if all existent things had been articulate sounds, they would have been a number of letters, and the one would have been a vowel. And if all existent things were rectilinear figures, they would have been a number of figures, and the one would have been the triangle. And the same argument applies to all other classes. Since, therefore, while there are numbers and a one both in affections and in qualities and in quantities and in movement, in all cases the number is a number of particular things. And the one is one something, and its substance is not just to be one. The same must be true of substances also, for it is true of all cases alike. That the one, then, in every class is a definite thing, and in no case is its nature just this, unity, is evident. But as in colors the one itself which we must seek is one color, so too in substance the one itself is one substance. That in a sense unity means the same. As being is clear from the facts that its meanings correspond to the categories one to one, and it is not comprised within any category, e.g. it is comprised neither in what a thing is nor in quality, but is related to them just as being is, that in one man, nothing more is predicated than in man, just as being is nothing apart from substance or quality or quantity, and that to be one is just to be a particular thing. Part 3. The one and the many are opposed in several ways, of which one is the opposition of the one and plurality as indivisible and divisible. For that which is either divided or divisible is called a plurality, and that which is indivisible or not divided is called one. Now since opposition is of four kinds, and one of these two terms is privative in meaning, they must be contraries, and neither contradictory nor correlative in meaning. And the one derives its name and its explanation from its contrary, the indivisible from the divisible, because plurality in the divisible is more perceptible than the indivisible, so that in definition plurality is prior to the indivisible, because of the conditions of perception. To the one belong, as we indicated graphically in our distinction of the contraries, the same and the like and the equal, and to plurality belong the other and the unlike and the unequal. The same has several meanings. 1. We sometimes mean the same numerically. Again, 2. We call a thing the same if it is one both in definition and in number, e.g. you are one with yourself both in form and in matter. And again, 3. If the definition of its primary essence is one, e.g. equal straight lines are the same, and so are equal and equal-angled quadrilaterals. There are many such, but in these equality constitutes unity. Things are like if, not being absolutely the same, nor without difference in respect of their concrete substance, they are the same in form, e.g. the larger square is like the smaller, and unequal straight lines are like. They are like, but not absolutely the same. Other things are like, if, having the same form, and being things in which difference of degree is possible, they have no difference of degree. Other things, if they have a quality that is in form one and same, e.g. whiteness in a greater or less degree, are called like because their form is one. Other things are called like if the qualities they have in common are more numerous than those in which they differ, either the qualities in general or the prominent qualities. E.g., tin is like silver, qua white, and gold is like fire, qua yellow and red. Evidently, then, other, and unlike, also have several meanings. And the other in one sense is the opposite of the same, so that everything is either the same as or other than everything else. In another sense, things are other unless both their matter and the definition are one, so that you are other than your neighbor. The other in the third sense is exemplified in the objects of mathematics. Other or the same can therefore be predicated of everything with regard to everything else, but only if the things are one and existent, for other is not the contradictory of the same, which is why it is not predicated of non-existent things, while not the same is so predicated. It is predicated of all existing things, for everything that is existent. And one is by its very nature either one or not one with anything else. The other, then, and the same are thus opposed. But difference is not the same as otherness. For the other and that which it is other than need not be other in some definite respect, for everything that is existent is either other or the same, but that which is different from some particular thing in some particular respect. So that there must be something identical whereby they differ. And this identical thing is genus or species. For everything that differs either in genus or in species. In genus if the things have not their matter in common and are not generated out of each other, i.e. if they belong to different figures of predication, and in species if they have the same genus, genus meaning that identical thing which is essentially predicated of both the different things. Contraries are different, and contrariety is a kind of difference. That we are right in this supposition is shown by induction. For all of these two are seen to be different. They are not merely other, but some are other in genus, and others are in the same line of predication. And therefore in the same genus, and the same in genus. We have distinguished elsewhere what sort of things are the same or other in genus. Part 4. Since things which differ may differ from one another more or less, there is also a greatest difference, and this I call contrariety. That contrariety is the greatest difference is made clear by induction. For things which differ in genus have no way to one another, but are too far distant and are not comparable. And for things that differ in species, the extremes from which generation takes place are the contraries, and the distance between extremes and therefore that between the contraries is the greatest. But surely that which is greatest in each class is complete. For that is greatest which cannot be exceeded, and that is complete beyond which nothing can be found. For the complete difference marks the end of a series, just as the other things which are called complete are so called because they have attained an end, and beyond the end there is nothing. For in everything it is the extreme and includes all else, and therefore there is nothing beyond the end, and the complete needs nothing further. From this, then, it is clear that contrariety is complete difference, and as contraries are so called in several senses, their modes of completeness will answer to the various modes of contrariety which attach to the contraries. This being so, it is clear that one thing have more than one contrary, for neither can there be anything more extreme than the extreme. Nor can there be more than two extremes for the one interval, and, to put the matter generally, this is clear if contrariety is a difference, and if difference, and therefore also the complete difference, must be between two things. And the other commonly accepted definitions of contraries are also necessarily true. For not only is 1. The complete difference the greatest difference, for we can get no difference beyond it of things differing either in genus or in species, for it has been shown that there is no difference between anything and the things outside its genus, and among the things which differ in species the complete difference is the greatest, but also, 2, the things in the same genus which differ most are contrary, for the complete difference is the greatest difference between species of the same genus, and 3, the things in the same receptive material which differ most are contrary, for the matter is the same for contraries, and 4, of the things which fall under the same faculty the most different are contrary, for one science deals with one class of things, and in these the complete difference is the greatest. The primary contrariety is that between positive state and privation not every privation, however, for privation has several meanings, but that which is complete. And the other contraries must be called so with reference to these, some because they possess these, others because they produce or tend to produce them, others because they are acquisitions or losses of these or of other contraries. Now if the kinds of opposition are contradiction and privation and contrariety and relation, and of these the first is contradiction, and contradiction admits of no intermediate, while contraries admit of one, clearly contradiction and contrariety are not the same. But privation is a kind of contradiction, for what suffers privation, either in general or in some determinate way, either that which is quite incapable of having some attribute, or that which, being of such a nature as to have it, has it not. Here we have already a variety of meanings, which have been distinguished elsewhere. Privation, therefore, is a contradiction or incapacity which is determinate or taken along with the receptive material. This is the reason why, while contradiction does not admit of an intermediate, privation sometimes does, for everything is equal or not equal, but not everything is equal or unequal, or if it is only within the sphere of that which is receptive of equality. If, then, the comings to be, which happen to the matter start from the contraries, and proceed either from the form and the possession of the form or from a privation of the form or shape, clearly all contrariety must be privation, but presumably not all privation is contrariety, the reason being that has suffered privation may have suffered it in several ways, for it is only the extremes from which changes proceed that are contraries. And this is obvious also by induction. For every contrariety involves, as one of its terms, a privation, but not all cases are alike. Inequality is the privation of equality and unlikeness of likeness, and on the other hand vice is the privation of virtue. But the cases differ in a way already described. In one case we mean simply that the thing has suffered privation, in another case that it has done so either at a certain time or in a certain part, e.g. at a certain age or in the dominant part, or throughout. This is why in some cases there is a mean. There are men who are neither good nor bad, and in others there is not. A number must be either odd or even. Further, some contraries have their subject defined, others have not. Therefore it is evident that one of the contraries is always privative. But it is enough if this is true of the first, i.e. the generic contraries, e.g. the one and the many, for the others can be reduced to these. Part 5. Since one thing has one contrary, we might raise the question how the one is opposed to the many, and the equal to the great and the small. For if we use the word whether only in an antithesis such as, whether it is white or black, or, whether it is white or not white, we do not ask, whether it is a man or white, unless we are proceeding on a prior assumption and asking something such as, whether it was Cleon or Socrates that came, as this is not a necessary disjunction in any class of things, yet even this is an extension from the case of opposites. For opposites alone cannot be present together, and we assume this incompatibility here too in asking which of the two came. For if they might both have come, the question would have been absurd, but if they might, even so this falls just as much into an antithesis, that of the one or many, i.e., whether both came or one of the two. If, then, the question, whether, is always concerned with opposites, and we can ask, whether it is greater or less or equal, what is the opposition of the equal to the other two? It is not contrary, either to one alone or to both. For why should it be contrary to the greater rather than to the less? Further, the equal is contrary to the unequal. Therefore, if it is contrary to the greater and the less, it will be contrary to more things than one. But if the unequal means the same as both the greater and the less together, the equal will be opposite to both, and the difficulty supports those who say the unequal is a two, but it follows that one thing is contrary to two others, which is impossible. Again, the equal is evidently intermediate between the great and the small, but no contrariety is either observed to be intermediate, or, from its definition, can be so, for it would not be complete if it were intermediate between any two things, but rather it always has something intermediate between its own terms. It remains, then, that it is opposed either as negation or as privation. It cannot be the negation or privation of one of the two, for why of the great rather than of the small? It is, then, the privative negation of both. This is why whether is said with reference to both, not to one of the two, e.g., whether it is greater or equal, or whether it is equal or less. There are always three cases. But it is not a necessary privation, for not everything which is not greater or less is equal, but only the things which are of such a nature as to have these attributes. The equal, then, is that which is neither great nor small but is naturally fitted to be either great or small, and it is opposed to both as a privative negation, and therefore is also intermediate. And that which is neither good nor bad is opposed to both, but has no name, for each of these has several meanings and the recipient subject is not one. But that which is neither white nor black has more claim to unity. Yet even this has not one name, though the colors of which this negation is privatively predicated are in a way limited, for they must be either gray or yellow or something else of the kind. Therefore it is an incorrect criticism that is passed by those who think that all such phrases are used in the same way, so that that which is neither a shoe nor a hand would be intermediate between a shoe and a hand, since that which is neither good nor bad is intermediate between the good and the bad, as if there must be an intermediate in all cases. But this does not necessarily follow. For the one phrase is a joint denial of opposites between which there is an intermediate and a certain natural interval, but between the other two there is no difference, for the things, the denials of which are combined, belong to different classes, so that the substratum is not one. Part 6. We might raise similar questions about the one and the many. For if the many are absolutely opposed to the one, certain impossible results follow. One will then be few, whether few be treated here as singular or plural, for the many are opposed also to the few. Further, two will be many, since the double is multiple and double derives its meaning from two, therefore one will be few. For what is that in comparison with which two are many, except one, which must therefore be few? For there is nothing fewer. Further, if the much and the little are in plurality what the long and the short are in length, and whatever is much is also many, and the many are much, unless, indeed, there is a difference in the case of an easily bounded continuum, the little or few will be a plurality. Therefore one is a plurality if it is few, and this it must be, if two are many. But perhaps, while the many are in a sense said to be also much, it is with a difference, e.g. water is much but not many. But many is applied to the things that are divisible, In the one sense it means a plurality which is excessive either absolutely or relatively, while few is similarly a plurality which is deficient, and in another sense it means number, in which sense alone it is opposed to the one. For we say, one or many, just as if one were to say, one and ones, or white thing and white things, or to compare the things that have been measured with the measure. It is in this sense also that multiples are so called. For each number is said to be many because it consists of ones and because each number is measurable by one, and it is many, as that which is opposed to one, not to the few. In this sense, then, even two is many not, however, in the sense of a plurality which is excessive either relatively or absolutely. It is the first plurality. But without qualification two is few. For it is first plurality which is deficient. For this reason Anaxagoras was not right in leaving the subject with the statement that all things were together, boundless both in plurality and in smallness, wherefore, and in smallness he should have said, and in fewnesses, for they could not have been boundless in fewness, since it is not one, as some say, but two, that make a few. The one is opposed then to the many in numbers as measure to thing measurable, and these are opposed as are the relatives which are not from their very nature relatives. We have distinguished elsewhere the two senses in which relatives are so called: 1, as contraries, 2, as knowledge to thing known, a term being called relative because another is relative to it. There is nothing to prevent one from being fewer than something, e.g. than two, for if one is fewer, it is not therefore few. Plurality is as it were the class to which number belongs, for number is plurality measurable by one, and one and number are, in a sense, opposed, not as contrary, but as we have said some relative terms are opposed. For inasmuch as one is measure and the other measurable, they are opposed. This is why not everything that is one is a number, i.e. if the thing is indivisible it is not a number. But though knowledge is similarly spoken of as relative to the knowable, the relation does not work out similarly, for while knowledge might be thought to be the measure, and the knowable the thing measured, the fact that all knowledge is knowable, but not all that is knowable is knowledge. Because in a sense knowledge is measured by the knowable. Plurality is contrary neither to the few, the many being contrary to this as excessive plurality to plurality exceeded, nor to the one in every sense. But in the one sense these are contrary, as has been said. Because the former is divisible and the latter indivisible, while in another sense they are relative as knowledge is to knowable, if plurality is number and the one is a measure. Part 7. Since contraries admit of an intermediate and in some cases have it, intermediates must be composed of the contraries. For 1, all intermediates are in the same genus as the things between which they stand. For we call those things intermediates, into which that which changes must change first, e.g. if we were to pass from the highest string to the lowest by the smallest intervals, we should come sooner to the intermediate notes, and in colors if we were to pass from white to black, we should come sooner to crimson and gray than to black, and similarly in all other cases. But to change from one genus to another genus is not possible except in an incidental way, as from color to figure. Intermediates, then, must be in the same genus both as one another and as the things they stand between. But, 2, all intermediates stand between opposites of some kind. 4. Only between these can change take place in virtue of their own nature, so that an intermediate is impossible between things which are not opposite, for then there would be change which was not from one opposite towards the other. Of opposites, contradictories admit of no middle term. For this is what contradiction is: an opposition, one or other side of which must attach to anything whatever, i.e. which has no intermediate. Of other opposites, some are relative, others privative, others contrary. Of relative terms, those which are not contrary have no intermediate. The reason is that they are not in the same genus. For what intermediate could there be between knowledge and knowable? But between great and small there is one. 3. If intermediates are in the same genus, as has been shown, and stand between contraries, they must be composed of these contraries. For either there will be a genus including the contraries or there will be none. And if a. there is to be a genus in such a way that it is something prior to the contraries, the differentiae which constituted the contrary species of a genus will be contraries prior to the species. For species are composed of the genus and the differentiae. E.g., if white and black are contraries, and one is a piercing color and the other a compressing color, these differentiae, piercing, and compressing, are prior, so that these are prior contraries of one another. But, again, the species which differ contrariwise are the more truly contrary species. And the other species, i.e. the intermediates, must be composed of their genus and their differentiae. E.g., all colors which are between white and black must be said to be composed of the genus, i.e. color, and certain differentiae. But these differentiae will not be the primary contraries. Otherwise every color would be either white or black. They are different, then, from the primary contraries, and therefore they will be between the primary contraries. The primary differentiae are piercing and compressing. Therefore it is b. with regard to these contraries which do not fall within a genus that we must first ask of what their intermediates are composed. For things which are in the same genus must be composed of terms in which the genus is not an element, or else be themselves incomposite. Now contraries do not involve one another in their composition, and are therefore first principles, but the intermediates are either all incomposite, or none of them. But there is something compounded out of the contraries, so that there can be a change from a contrary to it sooner than to the other contrary, for it will have less of the quality in question than the one contrary and more than the other. This also, then, will come between the contraries. All the other intermediates also, therefore, are composite, for that which has more of a quality than one thing and less than another is compounded somehow out of the things than which it is said to have more and less respectively of the quality. And since there are no other things prior to the contraries and homogeneous with the intermediates, all intermediates must be compounded out of the contraries. Therefore also all the inferior classes, both the contraries and their intermediates, will be compounded out of the primary contraries. Clearly, then, intermediates are 1. all in the same genus and 2. intermediate between contraries, and 3. all compounded out of the contraries. Part 8. That which is other in species is other than something in something. And this must belong to both. E.g., if it is an animal other in species, both are animals. The things, then, which are other in species must be in the same genus. For by genus I mean that one identical thing, which is predicated of both and is differentiated in no merely accidental way, whether conceived as matter or otherwise. For not only must the common nature attach to the different things, e.g. not only must both be animals, but this very animality must also be different for each. E.g. in the one case equinety, in the other humanity, and so this common nature is specifically different for each from what it is for the other. One, then, will be in virtue of its own nature one sort of animal, and the other another, e.g. one a horse and the other a man. This difference, then, must be an otherness of the genus. For I give the name of difference in the genus and otherness which makes the genus itself other. This, then, will be a contrariety, as can be shown also by induction. For all things are divided by opposites, and it has been proved that contraries are in the same genus. For contrariety was seen to be complete difference, and all difference in species is a difference from something in something, so that this is the same for both and is their genus. Hence also all contraries which are different in species and not in genus are in the same line of predication, and other than one another in the highest degree, for the difference is complete, and cannot be present along with one another. The difference, then, is a contrariety. This, then, is what it is to be other in species, to have a contrariety, being in the same genus and being indivisible, and those things are the same in species which have no contrariety, being indivisible. We say, being indivisible, for in the process of division contrarieties arise in the intermediate stages before we come to the indivisibles. Evidently, therefore, with reference to that which is called the genus, none of the species of a genus is either the same as it or other than it in species, and this is fitting, for the matter is indicated by negation, and the genus is the matter of that of which it is called the genus, not in the sense in which we speak of the genus or family of the Heraclidae, but in that in which the genus is an element in a thing's nature, nor is it so with reference to things which are not in the same genus, but it will differ in genus from them, and in species from things in the same genus. For a thing's difference from that from which it differs in species must be a contrariety, and this belongs only to things in the same genus. Part 9. One might raise the question, why woman does not differ from man in species, when female and male are contrary and the difference is a contrariety, and why a female and a male animal are not different in species, though this difference belongs to animal in virtue of its own nature, and not as paleness or darkness does. Both female and male belong to it qua animal. This question is almost the same as the other, why one contrariety makes things different in species, and another does not, e.g., with feet, and, with wings, do, but paleness and darkness do not. Perhaps it is because the former are modifications peculiar to the genus, and the latter are less so. And since one element is definition and one is matter, contrarieties which are in the definition make a difference in species, but those which are in the thing taken as including its matter do not make one. And so paleness in a man, or darkness, does not make one. Nor is there a difference in species between the pale man and the dark man, not even if each of them be denoted by one word. For man is here being considered on his material side, and matter does not create a difference, for it does not make individual men species of man, though the flesh and the bones of which this man and that man consist are other. The concrete thing is other, but not other in species, because in the definition there is no contrariety. This is the ultimate indivisible kind. Callias is definition plus matter. The pale man, then, is so also, because it is the individual Callias that is pale. Man, then, is pale only incidentally. Neither do a brazen and a wooden circle, then, differ in species. And if a brazen triangle and a wooden circle differ in species, it is not because of the matter, but because there is a contrariety in the definition. But does the matter not make things other in species, when it is other in a certain way, or is there a sense in which it does? For why is this horse other than this man in species, although their matter is included with their definitions? Doubtless because there is a contrariety in the definition. For while there is a contrariety also between pale man and dark horse, and it is a contrariety in species, it does not depend on the paleness of the one and the darkness of the other, since even if both had been pale, yet they would have been other in species. But male and female, while they are modifications peculiar to animal, are so not in virtue of its essence but in the matter, i.e., the body. This is why the same seed becomes female or male by being acted on in a certain way. We have stated, then, what it is to be other in species, and why some things differ in species and others do not. Part 10. Since contraries are other in form, and the perishable and the imperishable are contraries, for privation is a determinate incapacity, the perishable and the imperishable must be different in kind. Now so far we have spoken of the general terms themselves, so that it might be thought not to be necessary that every imperishable thing should be different from every perishable thing in form, just as not every pale thing is different in form from every dark thing. For the same thing can be both, and even at the same time if it is a universal. E.g., man can be both pale and dark, and if it is an individual it can still be both, for the same man can be, though not at the same time, pale and dark. Yet pale is contrary to dark. But while some contraries belong to certain things by accident, e.g. both those now mentioned and many others, others cannot, and among these are perishable and imperishable. For nothing is by accident perishable. For what is accidental is capable of not being present. But perishableness is one of the attributes that belong of necessity to the things to which they belong. Or else one and the same thing may be perishable and imperishable, if perishableness is capable of not belonging to it. Perishableness then must either be the essence, or be present in the essence of each perishable thing. The same account holds good for imperishableness also, for both are attributes which are present of necessity. The characteristics, then, in respect of which and in direct consequence of which one thing is perishable and another imperishable, are opposite, so that the things must be different in kind. Evidently, then, there cannot be forms such as some maintain, for then one man would be perishable and another imperishable. Yet the forms are said to be the same in form with the individuals and not merely to have the same name. But things which differ in kind are farther apart than those which differ in form. Book 11. Part 1. That wisdom is a science of first principles is evident from the introductory chapters, in which we have raised objections to the statements of others about the first principles. But one might ask the question, whether wisdom is to be conceived as one science or as several. If as one, it may be objected that one science always deals with contraries, but the first principles are not contrary. If it is not one, what sort of sciences are those with which it is to be identified? Further, is it the business of one science, or of more than one, to examine the first principles of demonstration? If of one, why of this rather than of any other? If of more, what sort of sciences must these be said to be? Further, does wisdom investigate all substances or not? If not all, it is hard to say which. But if, being one, it investigates them all, it is doubtful how the same science can embrace several subject matters. Further, does it deal with substances only or also with their attributes? If in the case of attributes demonstration is possible, in that of substances it is not. But if the two sciences are different, what is each of them and which is wisdom? If we think of it as demonstrative, the science of the attributes is wisdom, but if as dealing with what is primary, the science of substances claims the tide. But again the science we are looking for must not be supposed to deal with the causes which have been mentioned in the physics. For it does not deal with the final cause, for that is the nature of the good, and this is found in the field of action and movement. And it is the first mover, for that is the nature of the end. But in the case of things unmovable there is nothing that moved them first, and in general it is hard to say whether perchance the science we are now looking for deals with perceptible substances or not with them, but with certain others. If with others, it must deal either with the forms or with the objects of mathematics. Now, evidently the forms do not exist. But it is hard to say, even if one suppose them to exist, why in the world the same is not true of the other things of which there are forms, as of the objects of mathematics. I mean that these thinkers place the objects of mathematics between the forms and perceptible things, as a kind of third set of things. Apart both from the forms and from the things in this world. But there is not a third man or horse besides the ideal and the individuals. If on the other hand it is not as they say, with what sort of things must the mathematician be supposed to deal? Certainly not with the things in this world. For none of these is the sort of thing which the mathematical sciences demand. Nor, does the science which we are now seeking treat of the objects of mathematics, for none of them can exist separately. But again it does not deal with perceptible substances, for they are perishable. In general, one might raise the question, to what kind of science it belongs to discuss the difficulties about the matter of the objects of mathematics. Neither to physics, because the whole inquiry of the physicist is about the things that have in themselves a principle of movement and rest, nor yet to the science which inquires into demonstration and science, for this is just the subject which it investigates. It remains then that it is the philosophy which we have set before ourselves that treats of those subjects. One might discuss the question whether the science we are seeking should be said to deal with the principles which are by some called elements. All men suppose these to be present in composite things. But it might be thought that the science we seek should treat rather of universals, for every definition and every science is of universals, and not of informe species, so that as far as this goes it would deal with the highest genera. These would turn out to be being and unity, for these might most of all be supposed to contain all things that are, and to be most like principles because they are by nature. For if they perish, all other things are destroyed with them, for everything is and is one. But inasmuch as, if one is to suppose them to be genera, they must be predicable of their differentiae, and no genus is predicable of any of its differentiae, in this way it would seem that we should not make them genera nor principles. Further, if the simpler is more of a principle than the less simple, and the ultimate members of the genus are simpler than the genera, for they are indivisible, but the genera are divided into many and differing species, the species might seem to be the principles, rather than the genera. But inasmuch as the species are involved in the destruction of the genera are more like principles. For that which involves another in its destruction is a principle of it. These and others of the kind are the subjects that involve difficulties. Part 2. Further, must we suppose something apart from individual things, or is it these that the science we are seeking treats of? But these are infinite in number. Yet the things that are apart from the individuals are genera or species, but the science we now seek treats of neither of these. The reason why this is impossible has been stated. Indeed, it is in general hard to say whether one must assume that there is a separable substance besides the sensible substances, i.e. the substances in this world, or that these are the real things and wisdom is concerned with them. For we seem to seek another kind of substance, and this is our problem, i.e. to see if there is something which can exist apart by itself and belongs to no sensible thing. Further, if there is another substance apart from and corresponding to sensible substances. Which kinds of sensible substance must be supposed to have this corresponding to them? Why should one suppose men or horses to have it, more than either the other animals or even all lifeless things? On the other hand, to set up other and eternal substances equal in number to the sensible and perishable substances would seem to fall beyond the bounds of probability. But if the principle we now seek is not separable from corporeal things, what has a better claim to the name matter? This, however, does not exist in actuality, but exists in potency. And it would seem rather that the form or shape is a more important principle than this, but the form is perishable, so that there is no eternal substance at all which can exist apart and independent. But this is paradoxical, for such a principle and substance seems to exist and is sought by nearly all the most refined thinkers as something that exists. For how is there to be order unless there is something eternal and independent and permanent? Further, if there is a substance or principle of such a nature as that which we are now seeking, and if this is one for all things, and the same for eternal and for perishable things, it is hard to say why in the world, if there is the same principle, some of the things that fall under the principle are eternal, and others are not eternal. This is paradoxical. But if there is one principle of perishable and another of eternal things, we shall be in a like difficulty if the principle of perishable things, as well as that of eternal, is eternal. For why, if the principle is eternal, are not the things that fall under the principle also eternal? But if it is perishable, another principle is involved to account for it, and another to account for that, and this will go on to infinity. If on the other hand we are to set up what are thought to be the most unchangeable principles, being and unity, firstly, if each of these does not indicate a this, or substance, how will they be separable and independent? Yet we expect the eternal and primary principles to be so. But if each of them does signify a this, or substance, all things that are substances, for being is predicated of all things, and unity also of some, but that all things that are substance is false. Further, how can they be right who say that the first principle is unity and this is substance, and generate number as the first product from unity and from matter, assert that number is substance? How are we to think of two, and each of the other numbers composed of units, as one? On this point neither do they say anything nor is it easy to say anything. But if we are to suppose lines or what comes after these, I mean the primary surfaces, to be principles, these at least are not separable substances, but sections. And divisions the former of surfaces, the latter of bodies, while points are sections and divisions of lines, and further they are limits of these same things, and all these are in other things and none is separable. Further, how are we to suppose that there is a substance of unity and the point? Every substance comes into being by a gradual process, but a point does not, for the point is a division. A further difficulty is raised by the fact that all knowledge is of universals and of the such, but substance is not a universal, but is rather a this, a separable thing, so that if there is knowledge about the first principles, the question arises, how are we to suppose the first principle to be substance? Further, is there anything apart from the concrete thing, by which I mean the matter and that which is joined with it, or not? If not, we are met by the objection that all things that are in matter are perishable. But if there is something, it must be the form or shape. Now it is hard to determine in which cases this exists apart and in which it does not. For in some cases the form is evidently not separable, e.g. in the case of a house. Further, are the principles the same in kind or in number? If they are one in number, all things will be the same. Part 3. Since the science of the philosopher treats of being qua being universally and not in respect of a part of it, and being has many senses and is not used in one only, it follows that if the word is used equivocally and in virtue of nothing common to its various uses, being does not fall under one science, for the meanings of an equivocal term do not form one genus, but if the word is used in virtue of something common, being will fall under one science. The term seems to be used in the way we have mentioned, like medical and healthy. For each of these also we use in many senses. Terms are used in this way by virtue of some kind of reference, in the one case to medical science, in the other to health, in others to something else, but in each case to one identical concept. For a discussion and a knife are called medical because the former proceeds from medical science, and the latter is useful to it. And a thing is called healthy in a similar way. One thing because it is indicative of health, another because it is productive of it. And the same is true in the other cases. Everything that is, then, is said to be in this same way. Each thing that is said to be because it is a modification of being qua being or a permanent, or a transient state or a movement of it, or something else of the sort. And since everything that is may be referred to something single and common, each of the contrarieties also may be referred to the first differences and contrarieties of being, whether the first differences of being are plurality and unity, or likeness and unlikeness, or some other differences. Let these be taken as already discussed. It makes no difference whether that which is be referred to being or to unity. For even if they are not the same but different, at least they are convertible. For that which is one is also somehow being, and that which is being is one. But since every pair of contraries falls to be examined by one and the same science, and in each pair one term is the privative of the other, though one might regarding some contraries raise the question, how they can be privately related, viz. those which have an intermediate, e.g. unjust and just. In all such cases one must maintain that the privation is not of the whole definition, but of the infirmer species. If the just man is, by virtue of some permanent disposition obedient to the laws, the unjust man will not in every case have the whole definition denied of him, but may be merely, in some respect deficient in obedience to the laws, and in this respect the privation will attach to him, and similarly in all other cases. As the mathematician investigates abstractions, for before beginning his investigation he strips off all the sensible qualities, e.g. weight and lightness, hardness and its contrary, and also heat and cold and the other sensible contrarieties, and leaves only the quantitative and continuous, sometimes in one, sometimes in two, sometimes in three dimensions, and the attributes of these qua quantitative and continuous, and does not consider them in any other respect, and examines the relative positions of some and the attributes of these, and the commensurabilities and incommensurabilities of others, and the ratios of others, but yet we posit one and the same science of all these things, geometry. The same is true with regard to being. For the attributes of this in so far as it is being, and the contrarieties in it qua being, it is the business of no other science than philosophy to investigate. For to physics one would assign the study of things not qua being, but rather qua sharing in movement, while dialectic and sophistic deal with the attributes of things that are, but not of things qua being, and not with being itself in so far as it is being. Therefore it remains that it is the philosopher who studies the things we have named, in so far as they are being. Since all that is to be, in virtue of something single and common, though the term has many meanings, and contraries are in the same case, for they are referred to the first contrarieties. And differences of being, and things of this sort can fall under one science. The difficulty we stated at the beginning appears to be solved. I mean the question how there can be a single science of things which are many and different in genus. Part 4. Since even the mathematician uses the common axioms only in a special application, it must be the business of first philosophy to examine the principles of mathematics also. That when equals are taken from equals the remainders are equal, is common to all quantities, but mathematics studies a part of its proper matter which it has detached. E.g. lines or angles or numbers or some other kind of quantity not, however, qua being, but insofar as each of them is continuous in one or two or three dimensions. But philosophy does not inquire about particular subjects insofar as each of them has some attribute or other, but speculates about being, insofar as each particular thing is. Physics is in the same position as mathematics. For physics studies the attributes and the principles of the things that are qua moving and not qua being, whereas the primary science, we have said, deals with these only insofar as the underlying subjects are existent, and not in virtue of any other character, and so both physics and mathematics must be classed as parts of wisdom. Part 5. There is a principle in things, about which we cannot be deceived, but must always, on the contrary, recognize the truth, viz. that the same thing cannot at one and the same time be and not be, or admit any other similar pair of opposites. About such matters there is no proof in the full sense, though there is proof ad hominem. For it is not possible to infer this truth itself from a more certain principle. Yet this is necessary if there is to be completed proof of it in the full sense. But he who wants to prove to the asserter of opposites that he is wrong must get from him an admission which shall be identical with the principle that the same thing cannot be and not be at one and the same time, but shall not seem to be identical. For thus alone can his thesis be demonstrated to the man who asserts that opposite statements can be truly made about the same subject. Those, then, who are to join in argument with one another must to some extent understand one another. For if this does not happen, how are they to join in argument with one another? Therefore every word must be intelligible and indicate something, and not many things but only one. And if it signifies more than one thing, it must be made plain to which of these the word is being applied. He, then, who says, "This is and is not," denies what he affirms, so that what the word signifies, he says it does not signify. And this is impossible. Therefore if "this is" signifies something, one cannot truly assert its contradictory. Further, if the word signifies something and this is asserted truly, this connection must be necessary, and it is not possible that that which necessarily is should ever not be. It is not possible therefore to make the opposed affirmations and negations truly of the same subject. Further, if the affirmation is no more true than the negation, he who says, "man," will be no more right than he who says, "not man." It would seem also that in saying the man is not a horse one would be either more or not less right than in saying he is not a man, so that one will also be right in saying that the same person is a horse, for it was assumed to be possible to make opposite statements equally truly. It follows then that the same person is a man and a horse, or any other animal. While, then, there is no proof of these things in the full sense, there is a proof which may suffice against one who will make these suppositions. And perhaps if one had questioned Heraclitus himself in this way, one might have forced him to confess that opposite statements can never be true of the same subjects. But, as it is, he adopted this opinion without understanding what his statement involves. But, in any case, if what is said by him is true, not even this itself will be true, viz. that the same thing can at one and the same time both be and not be. For as, when the statements are separated, the affirmation is no more true than the negation, in the same way the combined and complex statement being like a single affirmation, the whole taken as an affirmation will be no more true than the negation. Further, if it is not possible to affirm anything truly, this itself will be false, the assertion that there is no true affirmation. But if a true affirmation exists, this appears to refute what is said by those who raise such objections and utterly destroy rational discourse. Part 6. The saying of Protagoras is like the views we have mentioned. He said that man is the measure of all things, meaning simply that that which seems to each man also assuredly is. If this is so, it follows that the same thing both is and is not, and is bad and good, and that the contents of all other opposite statements are true, because often a particular thing appears beautiful to some and the contrary of beautiful to others, and that which appears to each man is the measure. This difficulty may be solved by considering the source of this opinion. It seems to have arisen in some cases from the doctrine of the natural philosophers, and in others from the fact that all men have not the same views about the same things, but a particular thing appears pleasant to some and the contrary of pleasant to others. That nothing comes to be out of that which is not, but everything out of that which is a dogma common to nearly all the natural philosophers. Since, then, white cannot come to be if the perfectly white and in no respect not white existed before, that which becomes white must come from that which is not white, so that it must come to be out of that which is not, so they argue, unless the same thing was at the beginning white and not white. But it is not hard to solve this difficulty. For we have said in our works on physics in what sense things that come to be from that which is not, and in what sense from that which is. But to attend equally to the opinions and the fancies of disputing parties is childish. For clearly one of them must be mistaken. And this is evident from what happens in respect of sensation. For the same thing never appears sweet to some and the contrary of sweet to others, unless in the one case the sense organ which discriminates the aforesaid flavors has been perverted and injured. And if this is so, the one party must be taken to be the measure, and the other must not, and say the same of good and bad, and beautiful and ugly, and all other such qualities. For to maintain the view we are opposing is just like maintaining that the things that appear to people who put their finger under their eye and make the object appear two instead of one must be two, because they appear to be of that number, and again one. For to those who do not interfere with their eye the one object appears one. In general, it is absurd to make the fact that the things of this earth are observed to change and never to remain in the same state, the basis of our judgment about the truth. For in pursuing the truth one must start from the things that are always in the same state and suffer no change. Such are the heavenly bodies. For these do not appear to be now of one nature and again of another, but are manifestly always the same and share in no change. Further, if there is movement, there is also something moved, and everything is moved out of something and into something. It follows that which is moved must first be in that out of which it is to be moved, and then not be in it, and move into the other and come to be in it, and that the contradictory statements are not true at the same time, as these thinkers assert they are. And if the things of this earth continuously flow and move in respect of quantity, if one were to suppose this, although it is not true, why should they not endure in respect of quality? For the assertion of contradictory statements about the same thing seems to have arisen largely from the belief that the quantity of bodies does not endure, which, our opponents hold, justifies them in saying that the same thing both is and is not 4 cubits long. But essence depends on quality, and this is of determinate nature, though quantity is of indeterminate. Further, when the doctor orders people to take some particular food, why do they take it? In what respect is, "This is bread," truer than, "This is not bread"? And so it would make no difference whether one ate or not. But as a matter of fact they take the food which is ordered, assuming that they know the truth about it and that it is bread. Yet they should not, if there were no fixed constant nature in sensible things, but all natures moved and flowed forever. Again, if we are always changing and never remain the same, what wonder is it if to us, as to the sick, things never appear the same? For to them also, because they are not in the same condition as when they were well, sensible qualities do not appear alike. Yet, for all that, The sensible things themselves need not share in any change, though they produce different, and not identical, sensations in the sick. And the same must surely happen to the healthy if the aforesaid change takes place. But if we do not change but remain the same, there will be something that endures. As for those to whom the difficulties mentioned are suggested by reasoning, it is not easy to solve the difficulties to their satisfaction, unless they will posit something and no longer demand a reason for it. For it is only thus that all reasoning and all proof is accomplished. If they posit nothing, they destroy discussion and all reasoning. Therefore with such men there is no reasoning. But as for those who are perplexed by the traditional difficulties, it is easy to meet them and to dissipate the causes of their perplexity. This is evident from what has been said. It is manifest, therefore, from these arguments that contradictory statements cannot be truly made about the same subject at one time, nor can contrary statements, because every contrariety depends on privation. This is evident if we reduce the definitions of contraries to their principle. Similarly, no intermediate between contraries can be predicated of one and the same subject, of which one of the contraries is predicated. If the subject is white, we shall be wrong in saying it is neither black nor white, for then it follows that it is and is not white, for the second of the two terms we have put together is true of it. And this is the contradictory of white. We could not be right, then, in accepting the views either of Heraclitus or of Anaxagoras. If we were, it would follow that contraries would be predicated of the same subject. For when Anaxagoras says that in everything there is a part of everything, he says nothing is sweet any more than it is bitter, and so with any other pair of contraries, since in everything everything is present not potentially only, but actually and separately. And similarly all statements cannot be false nor all true, both because of many other difficulties which might be adduced as arising from this position, and because if all are false it will not be true to say even this, and if all are true it will not be false to say all are false. Part 7. Every science seeks certain principles and causes for each of its objects, e.g. medicine and gymnastics and each of the other sciences, whether productive or mathematical. For each of these marks off a certain class of things for itself and busies itself about this as about something existing and real, not however qua real. The science that does this is another distinct from these. Of the sciences mentioned, each gets somehow the what in some class of things and tries to prove the other truths, with more or less precision. Some get the what through perception, others by hypothesis. So that it is clear from an induction of this sort that there is no demonstration of the substance or what. There is a science of nature, and evidently it must be different both from practical and from productive science. For in the case of productive science the principle of movement is in the producer and not in the product, and is either an art or some other faculty. And similarly in practical science the movement is not in the thing done, but rather in the doers. But the science of the natural philosopher deals with the things that have in themselves a principle of movement. It is clear from these facts, then, that natural science must be neither practical nor productive, but theoretical, for it must fall into some one of these classes. And since each of the sciences must somehow know the what, and use this as a principle, we must not fall to observe how the natural philosopher should define things and how he should state the definition of the essence, whether as akin to snub, or rather to concave. For of these the definition of snub includes the matter of the thing, but that of concave is independent of the matter. For snubness is found in a nose, so that we look for its definition without eliminating the nose, for what is snub is a concave nose. Evidently then the definition of flesh also and of the eye and of the other parts must always be stated without eliminating the matter. Since there is a science of being qua being and capable of existing apart, we must consider whether this is to be regarded as the same as physics or rather as different. Physics deals with the things that have a principle of movement in themselves. Mathematics is theoretical, and is a science that deals with things that are at rest, but its subjects cannot exist apart. Therefore about that which can exist apart and is unmovable there is a science different from both of these, if there is a substance of this nature, I mean separable and unmovable. As we shall try to prove there is. And if there is such a kind of thing in the world, here must surely be the divine, and this must be the first and most dominant principle. Evidently, then, there are three kinds of theoretical sciences: physics, mathematics, theology. The class of theoretical sciences is the best, and of these themselves the last named is best, for it deals with the highest of existing things, and each science is called better or worse in virtue of its proper object. One might raise the question whether the science of being qua being is to be regarded as universal or not. Each of the mathematical sciences deals with some one determinate class of things, but universal mathematics applies alike to all. Now, if natural substances are the first of existing things, physics must be the first of sciences. But if there is another entity and substance, separable and unmovable, the knowledge of it must be different and prior to physics and universal because it is prior. Part 8. Since being, in general, has several senses, of which one is being by accident, we must consider first that which is in this sense. Evidently none of the traditional sciences busies itself about the accidental. For neither does architecture consider what will happen to those who are to use the house, e.g. whether they have a painful life in it or not, nor does weaving, or shoemaking, or the confectioner's art, do the like, but each of these sciences considers only what is peculiar to it, i.e. its proper end. And as for the argument that, when he who is musical becomes lettered he'll be both at once, not having been both before, and that which is, not always having been, must have come to be, therefore he must have at once become musical and lettered, this none of the recognized sciences considers, but only sophistic. For this alone busies itself about the accidental, so that Plato is not far wrong when he says that the sophist spends his time on non-being. That a science of the accidental is not even possible will be evident if we try to see what the accidental really is. We say that everything either is always and of necessity not in the sense of violence, but that which we appeal to in demonstrations, or is for the most part, or is neither for the most part, nor always and of necessity, but merely as it chances, e.g. there might be cold in the dog days, but this occurs neither always and of necessity, nor for the most part, though it might happen sometimes. The accidental, then, is what occurs, but not always nor of necessity, nor for the most part. Now we have said what the accidental is, and it is obvious why there is no science of such a thing. For all science is of that which is always or for the most part, but the accidental is in neither of these classes. Evidently, there are not causes and principles of the accidental, of the same kind as there are of the essential, for if there were, everything would be of necessity. If A is when B is, and B is when C is, and if C exists not by chance but of necessity, that also of which C was cause will exist of necessity, down to the last causatum as it is called, but this was supposed to be accidental. Therefore all things will be of necessity, and chance and the possibility of a thing's either occurring or not occurring are removed entirely from the range of events. And if the cause be supposed not to exist but to be coming to be, the same results will follow. Everything will occur of necessity. For tomorrow's eclipse will occur if A occurs, and A if B occurs, and B if C occurs. And in this way, if we subtract time from the limited time between now and tomorrow, we shall come sometime to the already existing condition. Therefore, since this exists, everything after this will occur of necessity, so that all things occur of necessity. As to that which is in the sense of being true or of being by accident, the former depends on a combination in thought and is an affection of thought, which is the reason why it is the principles, not of that which is in this sense, but of that which is outside and can exist apart, that a sort, and the latter is not necessary but indeterminate, I mean the accidental, and of such a thing the causes are unordered and indefinite. Adaptation to an end is found in events that happen by nature or as the result of thought. It is luck when one of these events happens by accident. For as a thing may exist, so it may be a cause, either by its own nature or by accident. Luck is an accidental cause at work in such events adapted to an end as are usually effected in accordance with purpose. And so luck and thought are concerned with the same sphere, for purpose cannot exist without thought. The causes from which lucky results might happen are indeterminate, and so luck is obscure to human calculation and is a cause by accident, but in the unqualified sense a cause of nothing. It is good or bad luck when the result is good or evil, and prosperity or misfortune when the scale of the results is large. Since nothing accidental is prior to the essential, neither are accidental causes prior. If, then, luck or spontaneity is a cause of the material universe, reason and nature are causes before it. Part 9. Some things are only actually, some potentially and actually, what they are, viz. In one case a particular reality, in another, characterized by a particular quantity, or the like. There is no movement apart from things, for change is always according to the categories of being, and there is nothing common to these and in no one category. But each of the categories belongs to all its subjects in either of two ways, e.g., this ness for one kind of it is positive form, and the other is privation, and as regards quality one kind is white, and the other black, and as regards quantity one kind is complete, and the other incomplete, and as regards spatial movement one is upwards, and the other downwards, or one thing is light, and another heavy, so that there are as many kinds of movement and change as of being. There being a distinction in each class of things between the potential and the completely real, I call the actuality of the potential as such movement. That what we say is true is plain from the following facts. When the buildable, in so far as it is what we mean by buildable, exists actually, it is being built, and this is the process of building. Similarly with learning, healing, walking, leaping, aging, ripening. Movement takes when the complete reality itself exists, and neither earlier nor later. The complete reality, then, of that which exists potentially, when it is completely real and actual, not qua itself, but qua movable, is movement. By qua I mean this. Bronze is potentially a statue, but yet it is not the complete reality of bronze qua bronze that is movement. For it is not the same thing to be bronze and to be a certain potency. If it were absolutely the same in its definition, the complete reality of bronze would have been a movement. But it is not the same. This is evident in the case of contraries. For to be capable of being well and to be capable of being ill are not the same, for if they were, being well and being ill would have been the same. It is that which underlies and is healthy or diseased, whether it is moisture or blood. That is one and the same. And since it is not the same, as color and the visible are not the same, it is the complete reality of the potential, and as potential, that is movement. That it is this, and that movement takes place when the complete reality itself exists. And neither earlier nor later is evident. For each thing is capable of being sometimes actual, sometimes not, e.g. the buildable qua buildable. And the actuality of the buildable qua buildable is building. For the actuality is either this the act of building or the house. But, when the house exists, it is no longer buildable. The buildable is what is being built. The actuality, then, must be the act of building, and this is a movement. And the same account applies to all other movements. That what we have said is right is evident from what all others say about movement, and from the fact that it is not easy to define it otherwise. For firstly, one cannot put it in any class. This is evident from what people say. Some call it otherness and inequality and the unreal. None of these, however, is necessarily moved, and further, change is not either to these or from these any more than from their opposites. The reason why people put movement in these classes is that it is thought to be something indefinite, and the principles in one of the two columns of contraries are indefinite because they are privative, for none of them is either a this or a such, or in any of the other categories. And the reason why movement is thought to be indefinite is that it cannot be classed either with the potency of things or with their actuality, for neither that which is capable of being of a certain quantity, nor that which is actually of a certain quantity, is of necessity moved, and movement is thought to be in actuality, but incomplete. The reason is that the potential, whose actuality it is incomplete. And therefore it is hard to grasp what movement is, for it must be classed either under privation or under potency or under absolute actuality, but evidently none of these is possible. Therefore what remains is that it must be what we said, both actuality and the actuality we have described, which is hard to detect but capable of existing. And evidently movement is in the movable, for it is the complete realization of this by that which is capable of causing movement. And the actuality of that which is capable of causing movement is no other than that of the movable. For it must be the complete reality of both. For while a thing is capable of causing movement because it can do this, it is a mover because it is active. But it is on the movable that it is capable of acting, so that the actuality of both is 1, just as there is the same interval from 1 to 2 as from 2 to 1, and as the steep ascent and the steep descent are 1, but the being of them is not 1. The case of the mover and the moved is similar. Part 10. The infinite is either that which is incapable of being traversed because it is not its nature to be traversed. This corresponds to the sense in which the voice is invisible, or that which admits only of incomplete traverse or scarcely admits of traverse, or that which, though it naturally admits of traverse, is not traversed or limited. Further, a thing may be infinite in respect of addition or of subtraction, or both. The infinite cannot be a separate, independent thing. For if it is neither a spatial magnitude nor a plurality, but infinity itself is its substance and not an accident of it, it will be indivisible, for the divisible is either magnitude or plurality. But if indivisible, it is not infinite, except as the voice is invisible. But people do not mean this, nor are we examining this sort of infinite, but the infinite as untraversable. Further, how can an infinite exist by itself, unless number and magnitude also exist by themselves, since infinity is an attribute of these? Further, if the infinite is an accident of something else, it cannot be qua infinite an element in things, as the invisible is not an element in speech, though the voice is invisible. And evidently the infinite cannot exist actually. For then any part of it that might be taken would be infinite, for to be infinite, and the infinite are the same, if the infinite is substance and not predicated of a subject. Therefore it is either indivisible, or if it is partible, it is divisible into infinites, but the same thing cannot be many infinites. As a part of air is air, so a part of the infinite would be infinite, if the infinite is substance and a principle. Therefore it must be impartible and indivisible. But the actually infinite cannot be indivisible, for it must be of a certain quantity. Therefore infinity belongs to its subject incidentally. But if so, then, as we have said, it cannot be it that is a principle, but that of which it is an accident, the air or the even number. This inquiry is universal, but that the infinite is not among sensible things is evident from the following argument. If the definition of a body is that which is bounded by planes, there cannot be an infinite body either sensible or intelligible, nor a separate and infinite number, for number or that which has a number is numerable. Concretely, the truth is evident from the following argument. The infinite can neither be composite nor simple. For it cannot be a composite body, since the elements are limited in multitude. 4. The contraries must be equal and no one of them must be infinite. For if one of the two bodies falls at all short of the other in potency, the finite will be destroyed by the infinite. And that each should be infinite is impossible. For body is that which has extension in all directions, and the infinite is the boundlessly extended, so that if the infinite is a body it will be infinite in every direction. Nor b. can the infinite body be one and simple, neither, as some say, something apart from the elements, from which they generate these. For there is no such body apart from the elements. For everything can be resolved into that of which it consists, but no such product of analysis is observed except the simple bodies, nor fire nor any other of the elements. For apart from the question how any of them could be infinite, the all, even if it is finite, cannot either be or become any one of them, as Heraclitus says all things sometime become fire. The same argument applies to this as to the one which the natural philosophers posit besides the elements. For everything changes from contrary to contrary, e.g. from hot to cold. Further, a sensible body is somewhere, and whole and part have the same proper place, e.g. the whole earth and part of the earth. Therefore, if the infinite body is homogeneous, it will be unmovable or it will be always moving. But this is impossible. For why should it rather rest, or move, down, up, or anywhere, rather than anywhere else? E.g. if there were a clod which were part of an infinite body, where will this move or rest? The proper place of the body which is homogeneous with it is infinite. Will the clod occupy the whole place, then? And how? This is impossible. What then is its rest or its movement? It will either rest everywhere, and then it cannot move, or it will move everywhere, and then it cannot be still. But b. if the all has unlike parts, the proper places of the parts are unlike also, and, firstly, the body of the all is not one except by contact, and, secondly, the parts will be either finite or infinite in variety of kind. Finite they cannot be, for then those of one kind will be infinite in quantity and those of another will not. If the all is infinite, e.g. fire or water would be infinite, but such an infinite element would be destruction to the contrary elements. But if the parts are infinite and simple, their places also are infinite and there will be an infinite number of elements. And if this is impossible, and the places are finite, the all also must be limited. In general, there cannot be an infinite body and also a proper place for bodies, if every sensible body has either weight or lightness. For it must move either towards the middle or upwards, and the infinite either the whole or the half of it cannot do either. For how will You divide it? Or how will part of the infinite be down and part up, or part extreme and part middle? Further, every sensible body is in a place, and there are 6 kinds of place, but these cannot exist in an infinite body. In general, if there cannot be an infinite place, there cannot be an infinite body, and there cannot be an infinite place, for that which is in a place is somewhere, and this means either up or down or in one of the other directions, and each of these is a limit. The infinite is not the same in the sense that it is a single thing whether exhibited in distance or in movement or in time, but the posterior among these is called infinite in virtue of its relation to the prior. I.e., a movement is called infinite in virtue of the distance covered by the spatial movement or alteration or growth, and a time is called infinite because of the movement which occupies it. Part 11 of things which change, some change in an accidental sense, like that in which the musical may be said to walk, and others are said without qualification to change, because something in them changes, i.e. the things that change in parts. The body becomes healthy, because the eye does. But there is something which is by its own nature moved directly, and this is the essentially movable. The same distinction is found in the case of the mover, for it causes movement either in an accidental sense or in respect of a part of itself or essentially. There is something that directly causes movement, and there is something that is moved, also the time in which it is moved, and that from which, and that into which it is moved. But the forms and the affections and the place, which are the terminals of the movement of moving things, are unmovable, e.g. knowledge or heat. It is not heat that is a movement, but heating. Change which is not accidental is found not in all things, but between contraries, and their intermediates, and between contradictories. We may convince ourselves of this by induction. That which changes changes either from positive into positive, or from negative into negative, or from positive into negative, or from negative into positive. By positive I mean that which is expressed by an affirmative term. Therefore there must be 3 changes. That from negative into negative is not change, because, since the terms are neither contraries nor contradictories, there is no opposition. The change from the negative into the positive which is its contradictory is generation, absolute generation, and partial change, partial generation, and the change from positive to negative is destruction, absolute change, absolute destruction, and partial change, partial destruction. If, then, that which is not, has several senses, and movement can attach neither to that which implies putting together or separating, nor to that which implies potency and is opposed to that which is. In the full sense, true, the not white or not good can be moved incidentally, for the not white might be a man. But that which is not a particular thing at all can in no wise be moved. That which is not cannot be moved, and if this is so, generation cannot be movement. For that which is not is generated. For even if we admit to the full that its generation is accidental, yet it is true to say that, not being, is predicable of that which is generated absolutely. Similarly, rest cannot belong to that which is not. These consequences, then, turn out to be awkward, and also this, that everything that is moved is in a place, but that which is not in a place, for then it would be somewhere. Nor is destruction movement. For the contrary of movement is rest, but the contrary of destruction is generation. Since every movement is a change, and the kinds of change are the 3 named above, and of these those in the way of generation and destruction are not movements, and these are the changes from a thing to its contradictory, it follows that only the change from positive into positive is movement. And the positives are either contrary or intermediate, for even privation must be regarded as contrary, and are expressed by an affirmative term, e.g., naked, or toothless, or black. Part 12. If the categories are classified as substance, quality, place, acting or being acted on, relation, quantity, there must be three kinds of movement: of quality, of quantity, of place. There is no movement in respect of substance, because there is nothing contrary to substance, nor of relation, for it is possible that if one of two things in relation changes, the relative term which was true of the other thing ceases to be true, though this other does not change at all, so that their movement is accidental, nor of agent and patient, or mover and moved, because there is no movement of movement nor generation of generation, nor, in general, change of change. For there might be movement in two senses. 1. Movement might be the subject moved, as a man is moved because he changes from pale to dark, so that on this showing movement, 2, may be either heated or cooled or change its place or increase. But this is impossible, for change is not a subject. Or, 2, some other subject might change from change into some other form of existence, e.g. a man from disease into health. But this also is not possible except incidentally. For every movement is change from something into something. And so are generation and destruction. Only, these are changes into things opposed in certain ways, while the other, movement, is into things opposed in another way. A thing changes, then, at the same time from health into illness, and from this change itself into another. Clearly, then, if it has become ill, it will have changed into whatever may be the other change concerned, though it may be at rest, and, further, into a determinate change each time, and that new change will be from something definite into some other definite thing. Therefore it will be the opposite change. That of growing well. We answer that this happens only incidentally, e.g. there is a change from the process of recollection to that of forgetting, only because that to which the process attaches is changing, now into a state of knowledge, now into one of ignorance. Further, the process will go on to infinity, if there is to be change of change and coming to be of coming to be. What is true of the later, then, must be true of the earlier, e.g. if the simple coming to be was once coming to be, that which comes to be something was also once coming to be. Therefore that which simply comes to be something was not yet in existence, but something which was coming to be something was already in existence. And this was once coming to be, so that at that time it was not yet coming to be something else. Now since of an infinite number of terms there is not a first, the first in this series will not exist, and therefore no following term exist. Nothing, then, can either come term y to be or move or change. Further, that which is capable of a movement is also capable of the contrary movement and rest, and that which comes to be also ceases to be. Therefore that which is coming to be is ceasing to be when it has come to be coming to be, for it cannot cease to be as soon as it is coming to be, nor after it has come to be, for that which is ceasing to be must be. Further, there must be a matter underlying that which comes to be and changes. What will this be, then? What is it that becomes movement or becoming, as body or soul is that which suffers alteration? And, again, what is it that they move into? For it must be the movement or becoming of something from something into something. How, then, can this condition be fulfilled? There can be no learning of learning, and therefore no becoming of becoming. Since there is not movement either of substance or of relation or of activity and passivity, it remains that movement is in respect of quality and quantity and place, for each of these admits of contrariety. By quality I mean not that which is in the substance, for even the differentia is a quality, but the passive quality, in virtue of which a thing is said to be acted on or to be incapable of being acted on. The immobile is either that which is wholly incapable of being moved, or that which is moved with difficulty in a long time or begins slowly, or that which is of a nature to be moved and can be moved but is not moved when and where and as it would naturally be moved. This alone among immobiles I describe as being at rest. For rest is contrary to movement, so that it must be a privation in that which is receptive of movement. Things which are in one proximate place are together in place, and things which are in different places are apart. Things whose extremes are together touch. That at which a changing thing, if it changes continuously according to its nature, naturally arrives before it arrives at the extreme into which it is changing, is between. That which is most distant in a straight line is contrary in place. That is successive which is after the beginning, the order being determined by position or form or in some other way, and has nothing of the same class between it and that which it succeeds, e.g. lines in the case of a line, units in that of a unit, or a house in that of a house. There is nothing to prevent a thing of some other class from being between. For the successive succeeds something and is something later. 1 does not succeed 2, nor the first day of the month the second. That which, being successive, touches, is contiguous. Since all change is between opposites, and these are either contraries or contradictories, and there is no middle term for contradictories, clearly that which is between contraries. The continuous is a species of the contiguous. I call two things continuous when the limits of each, with which they touch and by which they are kept together, become one and the same, so that plainly the continuous is found in the things out of which a unity naturally arises in virtue of their contact. And plainly the successive is the first of these concepts, for the successive does not necessarily touch, but that which touches is successive. And if a thing is continuous, it touches, but if it touches, it is not necessarily continuous. And in things in which there is no touching, there is no organic unity, therefore a point is not the same as a unit. For contact belongs to points, but not to units, which have only succession. And there is something between two of the former, but not between two of the latter. Book XRI. Part 1. The subject of our inquiry is substance. For the principles and the causes we are seeking are those of substances. For if the universe is of the nature of a whole, substance is its first part. And if it coheres merely by virtue of serial succession, on this view also substance is first, and is succeeded by quality, and then by quantity. At the same time these latter are not even being in the full sense, but are qualities and movements of it, or else even the not white and the not straight would be being. At least we say even these are, e.g. there is a not white. Further, none of the categories other than substance can exist apart. And the early philosophers also in practice testify to the primacy of substance. For it was of substance that they sought the principles and elements and causes. The thinkers of the present day tend to rank universals as substances, for genera are universals, and these they tend to describe as principles and substances, owing to the abstract nature of their inquiry, but the thinkers of old ranked particular things as substances, e.g. fire and earth, not what is common to both, body. There are three kinds of substance: one that is sensible, of which one subdivision is eternal and another is perishable. The latter is recognized by all men, and includes e.g. plants and animals, of which we must grasp the elements, whether one or many, and another that is immovable, and this certain thinkers assert to be capable of existing apart, some dividing it into two, others identifying the forms and the objects of mathematics, and others positing, of these two, only the objects of mathematics. The former two kinds of substance are the subject of physics, for they imply movement, but the third kind belongs to another science, if there is no principle common to it. and to the other kinds. Part 2. Sensible substance is changeable. Now if change proceeds from opposites or from intermediates, and not from all opposites, for the voice is not white, but it does not therefore change to white, but from the contrary, there must be something underlying which changes into the contrary state, for the contraries do not change. Further, something persists, but the contrary does not persist. There is, then, some third thing besides the contraries, viz. the matter. Now since changes are of four kinds, either in respect of the what, or of the quality, or of the quantity or of the place, and change in respect of thisness is simple generation and destruction, and change in quantity is increase and diminution, and change in respect of an affection is alteration, and change of place is motion, changes will be from given states into those contrary to them in these several respects. The matter, then, which changes must be capable of both states. And since that which is has two senses, we must say that everything changes from that which is potentially to that which is actually, e.g. from potentially white to actually white, and similarly in the case of increase and diminution. Therefore not only can a thing come to be, incidentally, out of that which is not, but also all things come to be out of that which is, but is potentially, and is not actually. And this is the 1 of Anaxagoras, for instead of all things were together, and the mixture of Empedocles and Anaximander and the account given by Democritus, it is better to say all things were together potentially but not actually. Therefore these thinkers seem to have had some notion of matter. Now all things that change have matter, but different matter. And of eternal things those which are not generable but are movable in space have matter, not matter for generation, however, but for motion from one place to another. One might raise the question from what sort of non-being generation proceeds, for non-being has three senses. If, then, one form of non-being exists potentially, still it is not by virtue of a potentiality. For any and everything, but different things come from different things. Nor is it satisfactory to say that all things were together, for they differ in their matter, since otherwise why did an infinity of things come to be, and not one thing? For reason is one, so that if matter also were one, that must have come to be in actuality which the matter was in potency. The causes and the principles, then, are three, two being the pair of contraries of which one is definition and form and the other is privation, and the third being the matter. Part 3. Note, next, that neither the matter nor the form comes to be, and I mean the last matter and form. For everything that changes is something and is changed by something and into something. That by which it is changed is the immediate mover. That which is changed, the matter. That into which it is changed, the form. The process, then, will go on to infinity, if not only the bronze comes to be round but also the round or the bronze comes to be, therefore there must be a stop. Note, next, that each substance comes into being out of something that shares its name. Natural objects and other things both rank as substances. For things come into being either by art or by nature or by luck or by spontaneity. Now art is a principle of movement in something other than the thing moved, nature is a principle in the thing itself, for man begets man, and the other causes are privations of these two. There are three kinds of substance: the matter, which is a this in appearance, for all things that are characterized by contact and not by organic unity are matter and substratum, e.g. fire, flesh, head, for these are all matter, and the last matter is the matter of that which is in the full sense substance, the nature, which is a this, or positive state towards which movement takes place, and again, thirdly, the particular substance which is composed of these two, e.g. Socrates or Callias. Now in some cases this does not exist apart from the composite substance, e.g. the form of house does not so exist, unless the art of building exists apart, nor is there generation and destruction of these forms, but it is in another way that the house apart from its matter, and health, and all ideals of art, exist and do not exist, but if this exists apart from the concrete thing, it is only in the case of natural objects. And so Plato was not far wrong when he said that there are as many forms as there are kinds of natural object, if there are forms distinct from the things of this earth. The moving causes exist as things preceding the effects, but causes in the sense of definitions are simultaneous with their effects. For when a man is healthy, then health also exists, and the shape of a bronze sphere exists at the same time as the bronze sphere. But we must examine whether any form also survives afterwards. For in some cases there is nothing to prevent this, e.g. the soul may be of this sort, not all soul but the reason, for presumably it is impossible that all soul should survive. Evidently then there is no necessity, on this ground at least, for the existence of the ideas. For man is begotten by man, a given man by an individual father, and similarly in the arts, for the medical art is the formal cause of health. Part 4. The causes and the principles of different things are in a sense different, but in a sense, if one speaks universally and analogically, they are the same for all. For one might raise the question whether the principles and elements are different or the same for substances and for relative terms, and similarly in the case of each of the categories. But it would be paradoxical if they were the same for all. For then, from the same elements will proceed relative terms and substances. What then will this common element be? For 1a, there is nothing common to and distinct from substance and the other categories, viz. those which are predicated, but an element is prior to the things of which it is an element. But again, b, substance is not an element in relative terms, nor is any of these an element in substance. Further, 2. How can all things have the same elements? For none of the elements can be the same as that which is composed of elements, e.g. B or Oi. Cannot be the same as Ba. None, therefore, of the intelligibles, e.g. being or unity, is an element, for these are predicable of each of the compounds as well. None of the elements, then, will be either a substance or a relative term, but it must be one or other. All things, then, have not the same elements, or, as we are wont to put it, in a sense they have and in a sense they have not, e.g. perhaps the elements of perceptible bodies are as form, the hot, and in another sense the cold, which is the privation, and, as matter, that which directly and of itself potentially has these attributes, and substances comprise both these and the things composed of these, of which these are the principles, or any unity, which is produced out of the hot and the cold, e.g. flesh or bone, for the product must be different from the elements. These things then have the same elements and principles, though specifically different things have specifically different elements, but all things have not the same elements in this sense, but only analogically, i.e. one might say that there are three principles: the form, the privation, and the matter. But each of these is different for each class, e.g. in color they are white, black, and surface, and in day and night they are light, darkness, and air. Since not only the elements present in a thing are causes, but also something external, i.e. the moving cause, clearly while principle and element are different, both are causes, and principle is divided into these two kinds, and that which acts as producing movement or rest is a principle and a substance. Therefore analogically there are three elements, and 4 causes and principles. But the elements are different in different things, and the proximate moving cause is different for different things. Health, disease, body. The moving cause is the medical art. Form, disorder of a particular kind, bricks. The moving cause is the building art. And since the moving cause in the case of natural things is for man, for instance, man, and in the products of thought the form or its contrary, there will be in a sense 3 causes, while in a sense there are 4. For the medical art is in some sense health, and the building art is the form of the house. And man begets man. Further, besides these there is that which as first of all things moves all things. Part 5. Some things can exist apart and some cannot, and it is the former that are substances. And therefore all things have the same causes, because, without substances, modifications and movements do not exist. Further, these causes will probably be soul and body, or reason and desire and body. And in yet another way, analogically identical things are principles, i.e. actuality and potency. But these also are not only different for different things but also apply in different ways to them. For in some cases the same thing exists at one time actually and at another potentially, e.g. wine or flesh or man does so. And these too fall under the above named causes. For the form exists actually, if it can exist apart, and so does the complex of form and matter, and the privation, e.g. darkness or disease. But the matter exists potentially, for this is that which can become qualified either by the form or by the privation. But the distinction of actuality and potentiality applies in another way to cases where the matter of cause and of effect is not the same, in some of which cases the form is not the same but different, e.g. the cause of man is, 1, the elements in man, viz. Fire and earth as matter, and the peculiar form, and further, 2, something else outside, i.e. the Father, and 3, besides these the sun and its oblique course, which are neither matter nor form nor privation of man nor of the same species with him, but moving causes. Further, one must observe that some causes can be expressed in universal terms, and some cannot. The proximate principles of all things are the this, which is proximate in actuality, and another which is proximate in potentiality. The universal causes, then, of which we spoke do not exist. For it is the individual that is the originative principle of the individuals. For while man is the originative principle of man universally, there is no universal man, but Peleus is the originative principle of Achilles, and your father of you, and this particular B of this particular bar, though B in general is the originative principle of bar taken without qualification. Further, if the causes of substances are the causes of all things, yet different things have different causes and elements, as was said. The causes of things that are not in the same class, e.g. of colors and sounds, of substances and quantities, are different except in an analogical sense, and those of things in the same species are different, not in species, but in the sense that the causes of different individuals are different, your matter and form and moving cause being different from mine, while in the universal definition they are the same. And if we inquire what are the principles or elements of substances and relations and qualities, whether they are the same or different, clearly when the names of the causes are used in several senses the causes of each are the same, but when the senses are distinguished the causes are not the same but different, except that in the following senses the causes of all are the same. They are, 1, the same or analogous in this sense, that matter, form, privation, and the moving cause are common to all things, and 2, the causes of substances may be treated as causes of all things in this sense, that when substances are removed all things are removed. Further, 3. That which is first in respect of complete reality is the cause of all things. But in another sense there are different first causes, viz. all the contraries, which are neither generic nor ambiguous terms, and, further, the matters of different things are different. We have stated, then, what are the principles of sensible things and how many they are, and in what sense they are the same and in what sense different. Part 6. Since there were three kinds of substance, two of them physical and one unmovable, regarding the latter we must assert that it is necessary that there should be an eternal unmovable substance. For substances are the first of existing things, and if they are all destructible, all things are destructible. But it is impossible that movement should either have come into being or cease to be, for it must always have existed, or that time should. For there could not be a before and an after if time did not exist. Movement also is continuous, then, in the sense in which time is, for time is either the same thing as movement or an attribute of movement. And there is no continuous movement except movement in place, and of this only that which is circular is continuous. But if there is something which is capable of moving things or acting on them, but is not actually doing so, there will not necessarily be movement, for that which has a potency need not exercise it. Nothing, then, is gained even if we suppose eternal substances, as the believers in the forms do, unless there is to be in them some principle which can cause change. Nay, even this is not enough, nor is another substance besides the forms enough, for if it is not to act, there will be no movement. Further, even if it acts, this will not be enough, if its essence is potency. For there will not be eternal movement, since that which is potentially may possibly not be. There must, then, be such a principle, whose very essence is actuality. Further, then, these substances must be without matter, for they must be eternal. If anything is eternal, therefore they must be actuality. Yet there is a difficulty. For it is thought that everything that acts is able to act, but that not everything that is able to act acts. So that the potency is prior. But if this is so, nothing that is need be. For it is possible for all things to be capable of existing but not yet to exist. Yet if we follow the theologians who generate the world from night, or the natural philosophers who say that all things were together, the same impossible result ensues. For how will there be movement, if there is no actually existing cause? Wood will surely not move. Itself the carpenter's art must act on it. Nor will the menstrual blood nor the earth set themselves in motion, but the seeds must act on the earth and the semen on the menstrual blood. This is why some suppose eternal actuality, e.g. Leucippus and Plato. For they say there is always movement. But why and what this movement is they do say, nor, if the world moves in this way or that, do they tell us the cause of its doing so. Now nothing is moved at random. But there must always be something present to move it. E.g., as a matter of fact, a thing moves in one way by nature, and in another by force or through the influence of reason or something else. Further, what sort of movement is primary? This makes a vast difference. But again, for Plato, at least, it is not permissible to name here that which he sometimes supposes to be the source of movement, that which moves itself. For the soul is later, and coeval with the heavens, according to his account. To suppose potency prior to actuality, then, is in a sense right, and in a sense not. And we have specified these senses. That actuality is prior is testified by Anaxagoras, for his reason is actuality, and by Empedocles in his doctrine of love and strife, and by those who say that there is always movement, e.g. Leucippus. Therefore chaos or night did not exist for an infinite time, but the same things have always existed, either passing through a cycle of changes or obeying some other law, since actuality is prior to potency. If, then, there is a constant cycle, something must always remain acting in the same way. And if there is to be generation and destruction, there must be something else which is always acting in different ways. This must, then, act in one way in virtue of itself, and in another in virtue of something else, either of a third agent, therefore, or of the first. Now it must be in virtue of the first. For otherwise this again causes the motion both of the second agent and of the third. Therefore it is better to say, the first. For it was the cause of eternal uniformity. And something else is the cause of variety, and evidently both together are the cause of eternal variety. This, accordingly, is the character which the motions actually exhibit. What need then is there to seek for other principles? Part 7. Since 1. This is a possible account of the matter, and 2. If it were not true, the world would have proceeded out of night and all things together, and out of non-being, these difficulties may be taken as solved. There is, then, something which is always moved with an unceasing motion, which is motion in a circle. And this is plain not in theory only but in fact. Therefore the first heaven must be eternal. There is therefore also something which moves it. And since that which moves and is moved is intermediate, there is something which moves without being moved, being eternal, substance, and actuality. And the object of desire and the object of thought move in this way, they move without being moved. The primary objects of desire and of thought are the same. For the apparent good is the object of appetite, and the real good is the primary object of rational wish. But desire is consequent on opinion rather than opinion on desire. For the thinking is the starting point, and thought is moved by the object of thought, and one of the two columns of opposites is in itself the object of thought. And in this, substance is first, and in substance, that which is simple and exists actually. The one and the simple are not the same, for one means a measure, but simple means that the thing itself has a certain nature. But the beautiful, also, and that which is in itself desirable are in the same column, and the first in any class is always best, or analogous to the best. That a final cause may exist among unchangeable entities is shown by the distinction of its meanings. For the final cause is a. Some being for whose good an action is done, and b. Something at which the action aims. And of these the latter exists among unchangeable entities though the former does not. The final cause, then, produces motion as being loved, but all other things move by being moved. Now if something is moved it is capable of being otherwise than as it is. Therefore if its actuality is the primary form of spatial motion, then insofar as it is subject to change, in this respect it is capable of being otherwise, in place, even if not in substance. But since there is something which moves while itself unmoved, existing actually, this can in no way be otherwise than as it is. For motion in space is the first of the kinds of change, and motion in a circle the first kind of spatial motion. And this the first mover produces. The first mover, then, exists of necessity. And in so far as it exists by necessity, its mode of being is good, and it is in this sense a first principle. For the necessary has all these senses, that which is necessary perforce because it is contrary to the natural impulse, that without which the good is impossible, and that which cannot be otherwise but can exist only in a single way. On such a principle, then, depend the heavens and the world of nature. And it is a life such as the best which we enjoy, and enjoy for but a short time, for it is ever in this state, which we cannot be, since its actuality is also pleasure. and for this reason are waking, perception, and thinking most pleasant, and hopes and memories are so on account of these. And thinking in itself deals with that which is best in itself, and that which is thinking in the fullest sense with that which is best in the fullest sense. And thought thinks on itself because it shares the nature of the object of thought, for it becomes an object of thought in coming into contact with and thinking its objects, so that thought and object of thought are the same. For that which is capable of receiving the object of thought, i.e. the essence, is thought. But it is active when it possesses this object. Therefore the possession rather than the receptivity is the divine element which thought seems to contain, and the act of contemplation is what is most pleasant and best. If, then, God is always in that good state in which we sometimes are, this compels our wonder, and if in a better, this compels it yet more. And God is in a better state. And life also belongs to God. For the actuality of thought is life, and God is that actuality. And God's self-dependent actuality is life most good and eternal. We say therefore that God is a living being, eternal, most good, so that life and duration continuous and eternal belong to God. For this is God. Those who suppose, as the Pythagoreans and Spevsippus do, that supreme beauty and goodness are not present in the beginning, because the beginnings both of plants and of animals are causes, but beauty and completeness are in the effects of these, are wrong in their opinion. For the seed comes from other individuals which are prior and complete, and the first thing is not seed but the complete being, e.g. we must say that before the seed there is a man, not the man produced from the seed, but another from whom the seed comes. It is clear then from what has been said that there is a substance which is eternal and unmovable and separate from sensible things. It has been shown also that this substance cannot have any magnitude, but is without parts and indivisible, for it produces movement through infinite time, but nothing finite has infinite power, and, while every magnitude is either infinite or finite, it cannot, for the above reason, have finite magnitude, and it cannot have infinite magnitude because there is no infinite magnitude at all. But it has also been shown that it is impassive and unalterable, for all the other changes are posterior to change of place. Part 8. It is clear, then, why these things are as they are. But we must not ignore the question whether we have to suppose one such substance or more than one, and if the latter, how many. We must also mention, regarding the opinions expressed by others, that they have said nothing about the number of the substances that can even be clearly stated. For the theory of ideas has no special discussion of the subject. For those who speak of ideas say the ideas are numbers, and they speak of numbers now as unlimited, now as limited by the number 10, but as for the reason why there should be just so many numbers, nothing is said with any demonstrative exactness. We however must discuss the subject, starting from the presuppositions and distinctions we have mentioned. The first principle or primary being is not movable, either in itself or accidentally, but produces the primary eternal and single movement. But since that which is moved must be moved by something, and the first mover must be in itself unmovable, and eternal movement must be produced by something eternal and a single movement by a single thing, and since we see that besides the simple spatial movement of the universe, which we say the first and unmovable substance produces, there are other spatial movements, those of the planets, which are eternal, for a body which moves in a circle is eternal and unresting. We have proved these points in the physical treatises. Each of these movements also must be caused by a substance both unmovable in itself and eternal. For the nature of the stars is eternal just because it is a certain kind of substance, and the mover is eternal and prior to the moved, and that which is prior to a substance must be a substance. Evidently, then, there must be substances which are of the same number as the movements of the stars, and in their nature eternal, and in themselves unmovable, and without magnitude, for the reason before mentioned, that the movers are substances, then, and that one of these is first and another second according to the same order as the movements of the stars, is evident. But in the number of the movements we reach a problem which must be treated from the standpoint of that one of the mathematical sciences which is most akin to philosophy, viz., of astronomy, for this science speculates about substance which is perceptible but eternal, but the other mathematical sciences, i.e. arithmetic and geometry, treat of no substance. That the movements are more numerous than the bodies that are moved is evident to those who have given even moderate attention to the matter, for each of the planets has more than one movement. But as to the actual number of these movements, we now to give some notion of the subject quote what some of the mathematicians say, that our thought may have some definite number to grasp, but, for the rest, we must partly investigate for ourselves, partly learn from other investigators, and if those who study this subject form an opinion contrary to what we have now stated, we must esteem both parties indeed, but follow the more accurate. Eudoxus supposed that the motion of the Sun or of the Moon involves, in either case, three spheres, of which the first is the sphere of the fixed stars, and the second moves in the circle which runs along the middle of the zodiac, and the third in the circle which is inclined across the breadth of the zodiac, but the circle in which the Moon moves is inclined at a greater angle than that in which the Sun moves. And the motion of the planets involves, in each case, four spheres, and of these also the first and second are the same as the first two mentioned above, for the sphere of the fixed stars is that which moves all the other spheres, and that which is placed beneath this and has its movement in the circle which bisects the zodiac is common to all, but the poles of the third sphere of each planet are in the circle which bisects the zodiac, and the motion of the fourth sphere is in the circle which is inclined at an angle to the equator of the third sphere, and the poles of the third sphere are different for each of the other planets, but those of Venus and Mercury are the same. Callippus made the position of the spheres the same as Eudoxus did. But while he assigned the same number as Eudoxus did to Jupiter and to Saturn, he thought two more spheres should be added to the Sun and two to the Moon, if one is to explain the observed facts, and one more to each of the other planets. But it is necessary, if all the spheres combined are to explain the observed facts, that for each of the planets there should be other spheres, one fewer than those hitherto assigned, which counteract those already mentioned and bring back to the same position the outermost sphere of the star, which in each case is situated below the star in question, for only thus can all the forces at work produce the observed motion of the planets. Since, then, the spheres involved in the movement of the planets themselves are 8 for Saturn and Jupiter and 25 for the others, and of these only those involved in the movement of the lowest situated planet need not be counteracted. The spheres which counteract those of the outermost two planets will be 6 in number, and the spheres which counteract those of the next 4 planets will be 16. Therefore the number of all the spheres, both those which move the planets and those which counteract these, will be 55. And if one were not to add to the Moon and to the Sun the movements we mentioned, the whole set of spheres will be 47 in number. Let this, then, be taken as the number of the spheres, so that the unmovable substances and principles also may probably be taken as just so many. The assertion of necessity must be left to more powerful thinkers. But if there can be no spatial movement which does not conduce to the moving of a star, and if further every being and every substance which is immune from change and in virtue of itself has attained to the best must be considered an end, there can be no other being apart from these we have named, but this must be the number of the substances. For if there are others, they will cause change as being a final cause of movement, but there cannot be other movements besides those mentioned. And it is reasonable to infer this from a consideration of the bodies that are moved. For if everything that moves is for the sake of that which is moved, and every movement belongs to something that is moved, no movement can be for the sake of itself or of another movement. But all the movements must be for the sake of the stars. For if there is to be a movement for the sake of a movement, this latter also will have to be for the sake of something else, so that since there cannot be an infinite regress, the end of every movement will be one of the divine bodies which move through the heaven. Evidently there is but one heaven. For if there are many heavens as there are many men, the moving principles, of which each heaven will have one, will be one in form but in number many. But all things that are many in number have matter. For one and the same definition, e.g. that of man, applies to many things, while Socrates is one. But the primary essence has not matter, for it is complete reality. So, the unmovable first mover is one both in definition and in number. So too, therefore, is that which is moved always and continuously. Therefore there is one heaven alone. Our forefathers in the most remote ages have handed down to their posterity a tradition, in the form of a myth, that these bodies are gods, and that the divine encloses the whole of nature. The rest of the tradition has been added later in mythical form with a view to the persuasion of the multitude and to its legal and utilitarian expediency. They say these gods are in the form of men or like some of the other animals, and they say other things consequent on and similar to these which we have mentioned. But if one were to separate the first point from these additions and take it alone that they thought the first substances to be gods, one must regard this as an inspired utterance, and reflect that, while probably each art and each science has often been developed as far as possible and has again perished, these opinions, with others, have been preserved until the present like relics of the ancient treasure. Only thus far, then, is the opinion of our ancestors and of our earliest predecessors clear to us. Part 9. The nature of the divine thought involves certain problems. For while thought is held to be the most divine of things observed by us, the question how it must be situated in order to have that character involves difficulties. For if it thinks of nothing, what is there here of dignity? It is just like one who sleeps. And if it thinks, but this depends on something else, then, since that which is its substance is not the act of thinking, but a potency, it cannot be the best substance. For it is through thinking that its value belongs to it. Further, whether its substance is the faculty of thought or the act of thinking, what does it think of? Either of itself or of something else, and if of something else, either of the same thing always or of something different. Does it matter, then, or not, whether it thinks of the good or of any chance thing? Are there not some things about which it is incredible that it should think? Evidently, then, it thinks of that which is most divine and precious, and it does not change. For change would be change for the worse, and this would be already a movement. First, then, if thought is not the act of thinking but a potency, it would be reasonable to suppose that the continuity of its thinking is wearisome to it. Secondly, there would evidently be something else more precious than thought, viz., that which is thought of. For both thinking and the act of thought will belong even to one who thinks of the worst thing in the world, so that if this ought to be avoided, and it ought, for there are even some things which it is better not to see than to see, the act of thinking cannot be the best of things. Therefore it must be of itself that the divine thought thinks, since it is the most excellent of things, and its thinking is a thinking on thinking. But evidently knowledge and perception and opinion and understanding have always something else as their object, and themselves only by the way. Further, If thinking and being thought of are different, in respect of which does goodness belong to thought? For to he an act of thinking and to he an object of thought are not the same thing. We answer that in some cases the knowledge is the object. In the productive sciences it is the substance or essence of the object, matter emitted. And in the theoretical sciences the definition or the act of thinking is the object. Since, then, thought and the object of thought are not different in the case of things that have not matter, the divine thought and its object will be the same, i.e. the thinking will be one with the object of its thought. A further question is left whether the object of the divine thought is composite, for if it were, thought would change in passing from part to part of the whole. We answer that everything which has not matter is indivisible as human thought, or rather the thought of composite beings, is in a certain period of time, for it does not possess the good at this moment or at that, but its best, being something different from it, is attained only in a whole period of time, so throughout eternity is the thought which has itself for its object. Part 10. We must consider also in which of two ways the nature of the universe contains the good, and the highest good, whether as something separate and by itself, or as the order of the parts. Probably in both ways. As an army does. For its good is found both in its order and in its leader, and more in the latter, for he does not depend on the order but it depends on him. And all things are ordered together somehow, but not all alike, both fishes and fowls and plants, and the world is not such that one thing has nothing to do with another, but they are connected. For all are ordered together to one end, but it is as in a house, where the freemen are least at liberty to act at random, but all things or most things are already ordained for them, while the slaves and the animals do little for the common good, and for the most part live at random. For this is the sort of principle that constitutes the nature of each. I mean, for instance, that all must at least come to be dissolved into their elements, and there are other functions similarly in which all share for the good of the whole. We must not fail to observe how many impossible or paradoxical results confront those who hold different views from our own, and what are the views of the subtler thinkers, and which views are attended by fewest difficulties. All make all things out of contraries. But neither all things, nor out of contraries is right. Nor do these thinkers tell us how all the things in which the contraries are present can be made out of the contraries, for contraries are not affected by one another. Now for us this difficulty is solved naturally by the fact that there is a third element. These thinkers however make one of the two contraries matter. This is done for instance by those who make the unequal matter for the equal, or the many matter for the one. But this also is refuted in the same way. For the one matter which underlies any pair of contraries is contrary to nothing. Further, all things, except the one, will, on the view we are criticizing, partake of evil. For the bad itself is one of the two elements. But the other school does not treat the good and the bad even as principles. Yet in all things the good is in the highest degree a principle. The school we first mentioned is right in saying that it is a principle. But how the good is a principle they do not say, whether as end or as mover or as form. Empedocles also has a paradoxical view. For he identifies the good with love, but this is a principle both as mover, for it brings things together, and as matter, for it is part of the mixture. Now even if it happens that the same thing is a principle both as matter and as mover, still the being, at least, of the two is not the same. In which respect then is love a principle? It is paradoxical also that strife should be imperishable. The nature of his evil is just strife. Anaxagoras makes the good a motive principle. For his reason moves things, but it moves them for an end, which must be something other than it, except according to our way of stating the case, for, on our view, the medical art is in a sense health. It is paradoxical also not to suppose a contrary to the good, i.e. to reason. But all who speak of the contraries make no use of the contraries, unless we bring their views into shape. And why some things are perishable and others imperishable, no one tells us, for they make all existing things out of the same principles. Further, some make existing things out of the non-existent, and others to avoid the necessity of this make all things one. Further, why should there always be becoming, and what is the cause of becoming? This no one tells us. And those who suppose two principles must suppose another, a superior principle, and so must those who believe in the forms. For why did things come to participate, or why do they participate, in the forms? And all other thinkers are confronted by the necessary consequence that there is something contrary to wisdom, i.e. to the highest knowledge. But we are not. For there is nothing contrary to that which is primary, for all contraries have matter, and things that have matter exist only potentially, and the ignorance which is contrary to any knowledge leads to an object contrary to the object of the knowledge. But what is primary has no contrary. Again, if besides sensible things no others exist, there will be no first principle, no order, no becoming, no heavenly bodies, but each principle will have a principle before it, as in the accounts of the theologians and all the natural philosophers. But if the forms or the numbers are to exist, they will be causes of nothing, or if not that, at least not of movement. Further, how is extension, i.e. a continuum, to be produced out of unextended parts? For number will not, either as mover or as form, produce a continuum. But again there cannot be any contrary that is also essentially a productive or moving principle. For it would be possible for it not to be. Or at least its action would be posterior to its potency. The world, then, would not be eternal. But it is. One of these premises, then, must be denied. And we have said how this must be done. Further, in virtue of what? The numbers, or the soul and the body, or in general the form and the thing, are one of this no one tells us anything. Nor can anyone tell, unless he says, as we do, that the mover makes them one. And those who say mathematical number is first and go on to generate one kind of substance after another and give different principles for each, make the substance of the universe a mere series of episodes, for one substance has no influence on another by its existence or non-existence, and they give us many governing principles. But the world refuses to be governed badly. The rule of many is not good. One ruler let there be. Book XRRI. Part 1. We have stated what is the substance of sensible things, dealing in the treatise on physics with matter, and later with the substance which has actual existence. Now since our inquiry is whether there is or is not besides the sensible substances any which is immovable and eternal, and, if there is, what it is, we must first consider what is said by others, so that, if there is anything which they say wrongly, we may not be liable to the same objections, while, if there is any opinion common to them and us, we shall have no private grievance against ourselves on that account, for one must be content to state some points better than one's predecessors, and others no worse. Two opinions are held on this subject. It is said that the objects of mathematics, i.e., numbers and lines and the like, are substances, and again that the ideas are substances. And 1. Since some recognize these as two different classes, the ideas and the mathematical numbers, and 2. Some recognize both as having one nature, while 3. Some others say that the mathematical substances are the only substances, We must consider first the objects of mathematics, not qualifying them by any other characteristic, not asking, for instance, whether they are in fact ideas or not, or whether they are the principles and substances of existing things or not, but only whether as objects of mathematics they exist or not, and if they exist, how they exist. Then after this we must separately consider the ideas themselves in a general way, and only as far as the accepted mode of treatment demands, for most of the points have been repeatedly made even by the discussions outside our school, and, further, the greater part of our account must finish by throwing light on that inquiry, viz. When we examine whether the substances and the principles of existing things are numbers and ideas. For after the discussion of the ideas this remands as a third inquiry. If the objects of mathematics exist, they must exist either in sensible objects, as some say, or separate from sensible objects, and this also is said by some. Or if they exist in neither of these ways, either they do not exist, or they exist only in some special sense. So that the subject of our discussion will be not whether they exist but how they exist. Part 2, that it is impossible for mathematical objects to exist in sensible things, and at the same time that the doctrine in question is an artificial one, has been said already in our discussion of difficulties. We have pointed out that it is impossible for two solids to be in the same place, and also that according to the same argument the other powers and characteristics also should exist in sensible things and none of them separately. This we have said already. But, further, it is obvious that on this theory it is impossible for any body whatever to be divided, for it would have to be divided at a plane, and the plane at a line, and the line at a point, so that if the point cannot be divided, neither can the line, and if the line cannot, neither can the plane nor the solid. What difference, then, does it make whether sensible things are such indivisible entities, or, without being so themselves, have indivisible entities in them? The result will be the same. If the sensible entities are divided, the others will be divided too, or else not even the sensible entities can be divided. But, again, it is not possible that such entities should exist separately. For if besides the sensible solids there are to be other solids which are separate from them and prior to the sensible solids, it is plain that besides the planes also there must be other and separate planes and points and lines. For consistency requires this. But if these exist, again besides the planes and lines and points of the mathematical solid there must be others which are separate. For in composites are prior to compounds, and if there are, prior to the sensible bodies. Bodies which are not sensible, by the same argument the planes which exist by themselves must be prior to those which are in the motionless solids. Therefore these will be planes and lines other than those that exist along with the mathematical solids to which these thinkers assign separate existence, for the latter exist along with the mathematical solids, while the others are prior to the mathematical solids. Again, therefore, there will be, belonging to these planes, lines, and prior to them there will have to be, by the same argument, other lines and points. And prior to these points in the prior lines there will have to be other points, though there will be no others prior to these. Now, 1. The accumulation becomes absurd. For we find ourselves with one set of solids apart from the sensible solids, 3 sets of planes. Apart from the sensible planes those which exist apart from the sensible planes, and those in the mathematical solids, and those which exist apart from those in the mathematical solids, 4 sets of lines, and 5 sets of points. With which of these, then, will the mathematical sciences deal? Certainly not with the planes and lines and points in the motionless solid, for science always deals with what is prior. And the same account will apply also to numbers. For there will be a different set of units apart from each set of points, and also apart from each set of realities, from the objects of sense and again from those of thought, so that there will be various classes of mathematical numbers. Again, how is it possible to solve the questions which we have already enumerated in our discussion of difficulties? For the objects of astronomy will exist apart from sensible things just as the objects of geometry will. But how is it possible that a heaven and its parts or anything else which has movement should exist apart? Similarly also the objects of optics and of harmonics will exist apart. For there will be both voice and sight besides the sensible or individual voices and sights. Therefore it is plain that the other senses as well, and the other objects of sense, will exist apart. For why should one set of them do so and another not? And if this is so, there will also be animals existing apart, since there will be senses. Again, there are certain mathematical theorems that are universal, extending beyond these substances. Here then we shall have another intermediate substance separate both from the ideas and from the intermediates, a substance which is neither number nor points nor spatial magnitude, nor time. And if this is impossible, plainly it is also impossible that the former entities should exist separate from sensible things. And, in general, conclusion contrary alike to the truth and to the usual views follow, if one is to suppose the objects of mathematics to exist thus as separate entities. For because they exist thus they must be prior to sensible spatial magnitudes, but in truth they must be posterior, for the incomplete spatial magnitude is in the order of generation prior, but in the order of substance posterior, as the lifeless is to the living. Again, by virtue of what, and when, will mathematical magnitudes be one? For things in our perceptible world are one in virtue of soul, or of a part of soul, or of something else that is reasonable enough. When these are not present, the thing is a plurality, and splits up into parts. But in the case of the subjects of mathematics, which are divisible and are quantities, what is the cause of their being one and holding together? Again, the modes of generation of the objects of mathematics show that we are right, for the dimension first generated is length, then comes breadth, lastly depth, and the process is complete. If, then, that which is posterior in the order of generation is prior in the order of substantiality, the solid will be prior to the plane and the line. And in this way also it is both more complete and more whole, because it can become animate. How, on the other hand, could a line or a plane be animate? The supposition passes the power of our senses. Again, the solid is a sort of substance, for it already has in a sense completeness. But how can lines be substances? Neither as a form or shape, as the soul perhaps is, nor as matter, like the solid, for we have no experience of anything that can be put together out of lines or planes or points, while if these had been a sort of material substance, we should have observed things which could be put together out of them. Grant, then, that they are prior in definition. Still not all things that are prior in definition are also prior in substantiality. For those things are prior in substantiality which when separated from other things surpass them in the power of independent existence, but things are prior in definition to those whose definitions are compounded out of their definitions. And these two properties are not coextensive. For if attributes do not exist apart from the substances, e.g. a mobile, or a pale is prior to the pale man in definition, but not in substantiality. For it cannot exist separately, but is always along with the concrete thing. And by the concrete thing I mean the pale man. Therefore it is plain that neither is the result of abstraction prior nor that which is produced by adding determinants posterior. For it is by adding a determinant to pale that we speak of the pale man. It has, then, been sufficiently pointed out that the objects of mathematics are not substances in a higher degree than bodies are, and that they are not prior to sensibles in being, but only in definition, and that they cannot exist somewhere apart. But since it was not possible for them to exist in sensibles either, it is plain that they either do not exist at all or exist in a special sense and therefore do not exist without qualification. For exist has many senses. Part 3. For just as the universal propositions of mathematics deal not with objects which exist separately, apart from extended magnitudes and from numbers, but with magnitudes and numbers, not however qua such as to have magnitude or to be divisible, clearly it is possible that there should also be both propositions and demonstrations about sensible magnitudes, not however qua sensible but qua possessed of certain definite qualities. For as there are many propositions about things merely considered as in motion, apart from what each such thing is and from their accidents, and as it is not therefore necessary that there should be either a mobile separate from sensibles, or a distinct mobile entity in the sensibles, so too in the case of mobiles there will be propositions and sciences, which treat them however not qua mobile but only qua bodies, or again only qua planes, or only qua lines, or qua divisibles, or qua indivisibles having position, or only qua indivisibles. Thus, since it is true to say without qualification that not only things which are separable but also things which are inseparable exist, for instance, that mobiles exist, it is true also to say without qualification that the objects of mathematics exist, and with the character ascribed to them by mathematicians. And as it is true to say of the other sciences too, without qualification, that they deal with such and such a subject not with what is accidental to it, e.g. not with the pale, if the healthy thing is pale, and the science has the healthy as its subject, but with that which is the subject of each science with the healthy if it treats its object qua healthy, with man if qua man. So too is it with geometry. If its subjects happen to be sensible, though it does not treat them qua sensible, the mathematical sciences will not for that reason be sciences of sensibles nor, on the other hand, of other things separate from sensibles. Many properties attach to things in virtue of their own nature as possessed of each such character. E.g., there are attributes peculiar to the animal qua female or qua male, yet there is no female nor male separate from animals, so that there are also attributes which belong to things merely as lengths or as planes. And in proportion as we are dealing with things which are prior in definition and simpler, our knowledge has more accuracy, i.e. simplicity. Therefore a science which abstracts from spatial magnitude is more precise than one which takes it into account. And a science is most precise if it abstracts from movement, but if it takes account of movement, it is most precise if it deals with the primary movement, for this is the simplest, and of this again uniform movement is the simplest form. The same account may be given of harmonics and optics, for neither considers its objects qua sight or qua voice, but qua lines and numbers. But the latter are attributes proper to the former. And mechanics too proceeds in the same way. Therefore if we suppose attributes separated from their fellow attributes and make any inquiry concerning them as such, we shall not for this reason be in error, any more than when one draws a line on the ground and calls it a foot long when it is not, for the error is not included in the premises. Each question will be best investigated in this way by setting up by an act of separation what is not separate, as the arithmetician and the geometer do. For a man qua man is one indivisible thing, and the arithmetician supposed one indivisible thing, and then considered whether any attribute belongs to a man qua indivisible. But the geometer treats him neither qua man nor qua indivisible, but as a solid. For evidently the properties which would have belonged to him even if perchance he had not been indivisible, can belong to him even apart from these attributes. Thus, then, geometers speak correctly. They talk about existing things, and their subjects do exist. For being has two forms, it exists not only in complete reality but also materially. Now since the good and the beautiful are different, for the former always implies conduct as its subject, while the beautiful is found also in motionless things, those who assert that the mathematical sciences say nothing of the beautiful or the good are in error. For these sciences say and prove a great deal about them, if they do not expressly mention them, but prove attributes which are their results or their definitions. It is not true to say that they tell us nothing about them. The chief forms of beauty are order and symmetry and definiteness, which the mathematical sciences demonstrate in a special degree. And, since these, e.g. order and definiteness, are obviously causes of many things, evidently these sciences must treat this sort of causative principle also, i.e. the beautiful, as in some sense a cause. But we shall speak more plainly elsewhere about these matters. Part 4. So much then for the objects of mathematics. We have said that they exist and in what sense they exist, and in what sense they are prior and in what sense not prior. Now, regarding the ideas, we must first examine the ideal theory itself, not connecting it in any way with the nature of numbers, but treating it in the form in which it was originally understood by those who first maintained the existence of the ideas. The supporters of the ideal theory were led to it because on the question about the truth of things they accepted the Heraclitean sayings which describe all sensible things as ever passing away, so that if knowledge or thought is to have an object, there must be some other and permanent entities, apart from those which are sensible, for there could be no knowledge of things which were in a state of flux. But when Socrates was occupying himself with the excellences of character, and in connection with them became the first to raise the problem of universal definition, for of the physicists Democritus only touched on the subject to a small extent, and defined, after a fashion, the hot and the cold, while the Pythagoreans had before this treated of a few things, whose definitions, e.g. those of opportunity, justice, or marriage, they connected with numbers. But it was natural that Socrates should be seeking the essence, for he was seeking to syllogize, and what a thing is the starting point of syllogisms. For there was as yet none of the dialectical power which enables people even without knowledge of the essence to speculate about contraries and inquire whether the same science deals with contraries. For two things may be fairly ascribed to Socrates: inductive arguments and universal definition, both of which are concerned with the starting point of science, but Socrates did not make the universals or the definitions exist apart. They, however, gave them separate existence, and this was the kind of thing they called ideas. Therefore it followed for them, almost by the same argument, that there must be ideas of all things that are spoken of universally, and it was almost as if a man wished to count certain things, and while they were few thought he would not be able to count them, but made more of them and then counted them. For the forms are, one may say, more numerous than the particular sensible things, yet it was in seeking the causes of these that they proceeded from them to the forms. For to each thing there answers an entity which has the same name and exists apart from the substances. And so also in the case of all other groups there is a one over many, whether these be of this world or eternal. Again, of the ways in which it is proved that the forms exist, none is convincing. For from some no inference necessarily follows, and from some arise forms even of things of which they think there are no forms. For according to the arguments from the sciences there will be forms of all things of which there are sciences, and according To the argument of the one over many, there will be forms even of negations, and according to the argument that thought has an object when the individual object has perished, there will be forms of perishable things, for we have an image of these. Again, of the most accurate arguments, some lead to ideas of relations, of which they say there is no independent class, and others introduce the third man. And in general the arguments for the forms destroy things for whose existence the believers in forms are more zealous than for the existence of the ideas, for it follows that not the dyad but number is first, and that prior to number is the relative, and that this is prior to the absolute besides all the other points on which certain people, by following out the opinions held about the forms, came into conflict with the principles of the theory. Again, according to the assumption on the belief in the ideas rests, there will be forms not only of substances but also of many other things, for the concept is single not only in the case of substances, but also in that of non-substances, and there are sciences of other things than substance, and 1,000 other such difficulties confront them. But according to the necessities of the case and the opinions about the forms, if they can be shared in, there must be ideas of substances only. For they are not shared in incidentally, but each form must be shared in as something not predicated of a subject. By being shared in incidentally, I mean that if a thing shares in double itself, it shares also in eternal, but incidentally, for the double happens to be eternal. Therefore the forms will be substance. But the same names indicate substance in this and in the ideal world, or what will be the meaning of saying that there is something apart from the particulars, the one over many. And if the ideas and the things that share in them have the same form, there will be something common. For why should two be one and the same in the perishable twos, or in the twos which are many but eternal, and not the same in the two itself, as in the individual two? But if they have not the same form, they will have only the name in common, and it is as if one were to call both Callias and a piece of wood a man, without observing any community between them. But if we are to suppose that in other respects the common definitions apply to the forms, e.g. the plane figure, and the other parts of the definition apply to the circle itself, but what really is has to be added, we must inquire whether this is not absolutely meaningless. For to what is this to be added? To center, or to plane, or to all the parts of the definition? For all the elements in the essence are ideas, e.g., animal, and two-footed. Further, there must be some ideal answering to plane above, some nature which will be present in all the forms as their genus. Part 5. Above all, one might discuss the question what in the world the forms contribute to sensible things, either to those that are eternal or to those that come into being and cease to be, for they cause neither movement nor any change in them. But again they help in no wise either towards the knowledge of other things, for they are not even the substance of these, else they would have been in them, or towards their being. If they are not in the individuals which share in them, though if they were, they might be thought to be causes, as white causes whiteness in a white object by entering into its composition. But this argument, which was used first by Anaxagoras, and later by Eudoxus in his discussion of difficulties and by certain others, is very easily upset, for it is easy to collect many and insuperable objections to such a view. But, further, all other things cannot come from the forms in any of the usual senses of from, and to say that they are patterns and the other things share in them is to use empty words and poetical metaphors. For what is it that works, looking to the ideas? And anything can both be and come into being without being copied from something else, so that, whether Socrates exists or not, a man like Socrates might come to be. And evidently this might be so even if Socrates were eternal. And there will be several patterns of the same thing, and therefore several forms, e.g., animal, and two-footed, and also man himself, will be forms of man. Again, the forms are patterns not only of sensible things, but of forms themselves also, i.e. the genus is the pattern of the various forms of a genus, therefore the same thing will be pattern and copy. Again, it would seem impossible that substance and that whose substance it is should exist apart. How, therefore, could the ideas, being the substances of things, exist apart? In the Phaedo the case is stated in this way that the forms are causes both of being and of becoming. Yet though the forms exist, still things do not come into being, unless there is something to originate movement. And many other things come into being, e.g. a house or a ring, of which they say there are no forms. Clearly therefore even the things of which they say there are ideas can both be and come into being owing to such causes as produce the things just mentioned, and not owing to the forms. But regarding the ideas it is possible, both in this way and by more abstract and accurate arguments, to collect many objections like those we have considered. Part 6. Since we have discussed these points, it is well to consider again the results regarding numbers which confront those who say that numbers are separable substances and first causes of things. If number is an entity and its substance is nothing other than just number, as some say, it follows that either, 1, there is a first in it and a second, each being different in species, and either, a, this is true of the units without exception, and any unit is inassociable with any unit, or, b, they are all without exception successive, and any of them are associable with any, as they say is the case with mathematical number, for in mathematical number no one unit is in any way different from another. Or, c, some units must be associable and some not, e.g. suppose that 2 is first after 1, and then comes 3 and then the rest of the number series, and the units in each number are associable, e.g. those in the first 2 are associable with one another, and those in the first 3 with one another, and so with the other numbers, but the units in the 2 itself are inassociable with those in the 3 itself, and similarly in the case of the other successive numbers. And so while mathematical number is counted thus after 1, 2, which consists of another 1 besides the former one, and 3 which consists of another 1 besides these 2, and the other numbers similarly, ideal number is counted thus after 1, a distinct 2 which does not include the first one, and a 3 which does not include the 2 and the rest of the number series similarly. Or, 2, one kind of number must be like the first that was named, one like that which the mathematicians speak of, and that which we have named last must be a third kind. Again, these kinds of numbers must either be separable from things, or not separable but in objects of perception, not however in the way which we first considered, in the sense that objects of perception consists of numbers which are present in them, either one kind and not another, or all of them. These are of necessity the only ways in which the numbers can exist. And of those who say that the one is the beginning and substance and element of all things, and that number is formed from the one and something else, almost every one has described number in one of these ways, only no one has said all the units are inassociable. And this has happened reasonably enough, for there can be no way besides those mentioned. Some say both kinds of number exist, that which has a before and after being identical with the ideas, and mathematical number being different from the ideas and from sensible things, and both being separable from sensible things. And others say mathematical number alone exists, as the first of realities, separate from sensible things. And the Pythagoreans, also, believe in one kind of number, the mathematical, only they say it is not separate but sensible substances are formed out of it. For they construct the whole universe out of numbers only, not numbers consisting of abstract units. They suppose the units to have spatial magnitude. But how the first one was constructed so as to have magnitude, they seem unable to say. Another thinker says the first kind of number, that of the forms, alone exists, and some say mathematical number is identical with this. The case of lines, planes, and solids is similar. For some think that those which are the objects of mathematics are different from those which come after the ideas, and of those who express themselves otherwise some speak of the objects of mathematics and in a mathematical way, viz. those who do not make the ideas numbers nor say that ideas exist, and others speak of the objects of mathematics, but not mathematically, for they say that neither is every spatial magnitude divisible into magnitudes, nor do any two units taken at random make two. All who say the one is an element and principle of things suppose numbers to consist of abstract units, except the Pythagoreans, but they suppose the numbers to have magnitude, as has been said before. It is clear from this statement, then, in how many ways numbers may be described, and that all the ways have been mentioned, and all these views are impossible. But some perhaps more than others. Part 7. First, then, let us inquire if the units are associable or inassociable, and if inassociable, in which of the two ways we distinguished. For it is possible that any unity is inassociable with any, and it is possible that those in the itself are inassociable with those in the itself, and, generally, that those in each ideal number are inassociable with those in other ideal numbers. Now, 1, all units are associable and without difference. We get mathematical number only one kind of number, and the ideas cannot be the numbers. For what sort of number will man himself or animal itself or any other form be? There is one idea of each thing, e.g. one of man himself and another one of animal itself. But the similar and undifferentiated numbers are infinitely many, so that any particular 3 is no more man himself than any other 3. But if the ideas are not numbers, neither can they exist at all. For from what principles will the ideas come? It is number that comes from the one and the indefinite dyad, and the principles or elements are said to be principles and elements of number, and the ideas cannot be ranked as either prior or posterior to the numbers. But, 2, if the units are inassociable, and inassociable in the sense that any is inassociable with any other, number of this sort cannot be mathematical number. For mathematical number consists of undifferentiated units, and the truths proved of it suit this character. Nor can it be ideal number. For 2 will not proceed immediately from 1 and the indefinite dyad, and be followed by the successive numbers, as they say, 2, 3, 4, for the units in the ideal are generated at the same time, whether, as the first holder of the theory said, from unequals, coming into being when these were equalized, or in some other way, since, if one unit is to be prior to the other, it will be prior also to 2 the composed of these. For when there is one thing prior and another posterior, the resultant of these will be prior to one and posterior to the other. Again, since the one itself is first, and then there is a particular one which is first among the others and next after the one itself, and again a third which is next after the second and next but one after the first one, so the units must be prior to the numbers after which they are named when we count them, e.g. there will be a third unit in 2 before 3 exists, and a fourth and a fifth in 3 before the numbers 4 and 5 exist. Now none of these thinkers has said the units are inassociable in this way, but according to their principles it is reasonable that they should be so even in this way, though in truth it is impossible. For it is reasonable both that the units should have priority and posteriority if there is a first unit or first one, and also that the twos should if there is a first two. For after the first it is reasonable and necessary that there should be a second, and if a second, a third, and so with the others successively. And to say both things at the same time, that a unit is first and another unit is second after the ideal one, and that a two is first after it, is impossible. But they make a first unit or one, but not also a second and a third, and a first two, but not also a second and a third. Clearly, also, it is not possible, if all the units are inassociable, that there should be a 2 itself and a 3 itself, and so with the other numbers. For whether the units are undifferentiated or different each from each, number must be counted by addition, e.g. 2 by adding another 1 to the 1, 3 by adding another 1 to the 2, and similarly. This being so, numbers cannot be generated as they generate them, from the 2 and the 1. For 2 becomes part of 3 and 3 of 4, and the same happens in the case of the succeeding numbers, but they say 4 came from the first 2 and the indefinite, which makes it 2 twos other than the 2 itself. If not, the 2 itself will be a part of 4 and one other 2 will be added. And similarly 2 will consist of the 1 itself and another 1. But if this is so, the other element cannot be an indefinite 2, for it generates 1 unit, not, as the indefinite 2 does, a definite 2. Again, besides the 3 itself and the 2 itself, how can there be other 3s and 2s? And how do they consist of prior and posterior units? All this is absurd and fictitious, and there cannot be a first 2 and then a 3 itself. Yet there must, if the 1 and the indefinite dyad are to be the elements. But if the results are impossible, it is also impossible that these are the generating principles. If the units, then, are differentiated, each from each, these results and others similar to these follow of necessity. But 3. If those in different numbers are differentiated, but those in the same number are alone undifferentiated from one another, even so the difficulties that follow are no less. E.g. in the 10 itself there are 10 units, and the 10 is composed both of them and of 2 5s. But since the 10 itself is not any chance number nor composed of any chance 5s, or, for that matter, units, the units in this 10 must differ. For if they do not differ, neither will the 5s of which the 10 consists differ. But since these differ, the units also will differ. But if they differ, will there be no other 5s in the 10 but only these 2, or will there be others? If there are not, this is paradoxical. And if there are, what sort of 10 will consist of them? For there is no other in the 10 but the 10 itself. But it is actually necessary on their view that the 4 should not consist of any chance 2s, for the indefinite, as they say, received the definite 2 and made 2 2s, for its nature was to double what it received. Again, as to the 2 being an entity apart from its 2 units, and the 3 an entity apart from its 3 units, how is this possible? Either by one's sharing in the other, as pale man is different from pale and man, for it shares in these, or when one is a differentia of the other, as man is different from animal and two-footed. Again, some things are one by contact, some by intermixture, some by position, none of which can belong to the units of which the 2 or the 3 consists, but as 2 men are not a unity apart from both, so must it be with the units. And their being indivisible will make no difference to them. For points 2 are indivisible, but yet a pair of them is nothing apart from the 2. But this consequence also we must not forget, that it follows that there are prior and posterior 2 and similarly with the other numbers. For let the 2s in the 4 be simultaneous, yet these are prior to those in the 8 and as the 2 generated them, they generated the 4s in the 8 itself. Therefore, if the first 2 is an idea, these 2s also will be ideas of some kind. And the same account applies to the units. For the units in the first 2 generate the 4 in 4, so that all the units come to be ideas, and an idea will be composed of ideas. Clearly. Therefore those things also of which these happen to be the ideas will be composite, e.g. one might say that animals are composed of animals, if there are ideas of them. In general, to differentiate the units in any way is an absurdity and a fiction, and by a fiction I mean a forced statement made to suit a hypothesis. For neither in quantity nor in quality do we see unit differing from unit, and number must be either equal or unequal or number, but especially that which consists of abstract units, so that if one number is neither greater nor less than another, it is equal to it. But things that are equal and in no wise differentiated we take to be the same when we are speaking of numbers. If not even. The 2 in the 10 itself will be undifferentiated, though they are equal. For what reason will the man who alleges that they are not differentiated be able to give? Again, if every unit plus another unit makes 2, a unit from the 2 itself and one from the 3 itself will make a 2. Now, this will consist of differentiated units. And will it be prior to the 3 or posterior? It rather seems that it must be prior. For one of the units is simultaneous with the 3 and the other is simultaneous with the 2. And we, for our part, suppose that in general 1 and 1, whether the things are equal or unequal, is 2, e.g. the good and the bad, or a man and a horse, but those who hold these views say that not even 2 units are 2. If the number of the 3 itself is not greater than that of the 2, this is surprising. And if it is greater, clearly there is also a number in it equal to the 2, so that this is not different from the 2 itself. But this is not possible if there is a first and a second number. Nor will the ideas be numbers. For in this particular point they are right who claim that the units must be different, if there are to be ideas, as has been said before. For the form is unique. But if the units are not different, the 2s and the 3s also will not be different. This is also the reason why they must say that when we count thus, 1, 2, we do not proceed by adding to the given number. For if we do, neither will the numbers be generated from the indefinite dyad, nor can a number be an idea, for then one idea will be in another, and all forms will be parts of one form. And so with a view to their hypothesis their statements are right, but as a whole they are wrong. For their view is very destructive, since they will admit that this question itself affords some difficulty whether, when we count and say -1, 2, 3 we count by addition or by separate portions. But we do both. And so it is absurd to reason back from this problem to so great a difference of essence. Part 8. First of all, it is well to determine what is the differentia of a number and of a unit, if it has a differentia. Units must differ either in quantity or in quality, and neither of these seems to be possible. But number qua number differs in quantity. And if the units also did differ in quantity, number would differ from number, though equal in number of units. Again, are the first units greater or smaller, and do the later ones increase or diminish? All these are irrational suppositions, but neither can they differ in quality. For no attribute can attach to them. For even to numbers quality is said to belong after quantity. Again, quality could not come to them either from the one or the dyad, for the former has no quality, and the latter gives quantity. For this entity is what makes things to be many. If the facts are really otherwise, they should state this quite at the beginning and determine if possible, regarding the differentia of the unit, why it must exist, and, failing this, what differentia they mean. Evidently then, if the ideas are numbers, The units cannot all be associable, nor can they be inassociable in either of the two ways. But neither is the way in which some others speak about numbers correct. These are those who do not think there are ideas, either without qualification or as identified with certain numbers, but think the objects of mathematics exist and the numbers are the first of existing things, and the one itself is the starting point of them. It is paradoxical that there should be a one which is first of ones, as they say, but not a two which is first of twos, nor a three of threes, for the same reasoning applies to all. If, then, the facts with regard to number are so, and one supposes mathematical number alone to exist, the one is not the starting point, for this sort of one must differ from the other units. And if this is so, there must also be a two which is first of twos, and similarly with the other successive numbers. But if the one is the starting point, the truth about the numbers must rather be what Plato used to say, and there must be a first 2 and 3, and numbers must not be associable with one another. But if on the other hand one supposes this, many impossible results, as we have said, follow. But either this or the other must be the case, so that if neither is, number cannot exist separately. It is evident, also, from this that the third version is the worst. The view ideal and mathematical number is the same. For two mistakes must then meet in the one opinion. 1. Mathematical number cannot be of this sort, but the holder of this view has to spin it out by making suppositions peculiar to himself. And 2. He must also admit all the consequences that confront those who speak of number in the sense of forms. The Pythagorean version in one way affords fewer difficulties than those before named, but in another way has others peculiar to itself. For not thinking of number as capable of existing separately removes many of the impossible consequences, but that bodies should be composed of numbers, and that this should be mathematical number, is impossible. For it is not true to speak of indivisible spatial magnitudes. And however much there might be magnitudes of this sort, units at least have not magnitude. And how can a magnitude be composed of indivisibles? But arithmetical number, at least, consists of units, while these thinkers identify number with real things. At any rate, they apply their propositions to bodies as if they consisted of those numbers. If, then, it is necessary, if number is a self-subsistent real thing, that it should exist in one of these ways which have been mentioned, and if it cannot exist in any of these, evidently number has no such nature as those who make it separable set up for it. Again, does each unit come from the great and the small, equalized, or one from the small, another from the great? A. If the latter. Neither does each thing contain all the elements, nor the units without difference. For in one there is the great and in another the small, which is contrary in its nature to the great. Again, how is it with the units in the three itself? One of them is an odd unit. But perhaps it is for this reason that they give one itself the middle place in odd numbers. B. But if each of the two units consists of both the great and the small, equalized, how will the two which is a single thing consist of the great and the small? Or how will it differ from the unit? Again, the unit is prior to the two, for when it is destroyed the two is destroyed. It must, then, be the idea of an idea since it is prior to an idea, and it must have come into being before it. From what, then? Not from the indefinite dyad, for its function was to double. Again, number must be either infinite or finite, for these thinkers think of number as capable of existing separately, so that it is not possible that neither of those alternatives should be true. Clearly, it cannot be infinite, for infinite number is neither odd nor even, but the generation of numbers is always the generation either of an odd or of an even number. In one way, when one operates on an even number. An odd number is produced. In another way, when 2 operates, the numbers got from 1 by doubling are produced. In another way, when the odd numbers operate, the other even numbers are produced. Again, if every idea is an idea of something, and the numbers are ideas, infinite, number itself will be an idea of something, either of some sensible thing or of something else. Yet this is not possible in view of their thesis any more than it is reasonable in itself, at least if they arrange the ideas as they do. But if number is finite, how far does it go? With regard to this, not only the fact but the reason should be stated. But if number goes only up to 10, as some say, firstly the forms will soon run short. E.g., if 3 is man himself, what number will be the horse itself? The series of the numbers which are the several things themselves goes up to 10. It must, then, be one of the numbers within these limits, for it is these that are substances and ideas. Yet they will run short, for the various forms of animal will outnumber them. At the same time, it is clear that if in this way the 3 is man himself, the other 3s are so also, for those in identical numbers are similar, so that there will be an infinite number of men. If each 3 is an idea, each of the numbers will be man himself, and if not, they will at least be men. And if the smaller number is part of the greater, being number of such a sort that the units in the same number are associable, then if the 4 itself is an idea of something, e.g. of horse, or of white, man will be a part of horse. If man is, it is paradoxical also that there should be an idea of 10 but not of 11, nor of the succeeding numbers. Again, there both are and come to be certain things of which there are no forms. Why, then, are there not forms of them? Also, we infer that the forms are not causes. Again, it is paradoxical if the number series up to 10 is more of a real thing and a form than 10 itself. There is no generation of the former as one thing, and there is of the latter. But they try to work on the assumption that the series of numbers up to 10 is a complete series. At least they generate the derivatives, e.g., the void, proportion, the odd, and the others of this kind within the decade. For some things, e.g., movement and rest, good and bad, they assign to the originative principles, and the others to the numbers. This is why they identify the odd with 1. For if the odd implied 3, how would 5 be odd? Again, spatial magnitudes and all such things are explained without going beyond a definite number, e.g. the first, the indivisible, line, then the 2 and c. These entities also extend only up to 10. Again, if number can exist separately, one might ask which is prior, 1, or 3 or 2. Inasmuch as the number is composite, 1 is prior, but inasmuch as the universal and the form is prior, the number is prior, for each of the units is part of the number as its matter, and the number acts as form. And in a sense the right angle is prior to the acute, because it is determinate and in virtue of its definition. But in a sense the acute is prior, because it is a part and the right angle is divided into acute angles. As matter, then, the acute angle and the element and the unit are prior, but in respect of the form and of the substance as expressed in the definition, the right angle and the whole consisting of the matter and the form are prior. For the concrete thing is nearer to the form and to what is expressed in the definition, though in generation it is later. How then is 1 the starting point? Because it is not divisible, they say, but both the universal and the particular or the element are indivisible. But they are starting points in different ways, one in definition and the other in time. In which way, then, is 1 the starting point? As has been said, the right angle is thought to be prior to the acute, and the acute to the right, and each is 1. Accordingly, they make 1 the starting point in both ways. But this is impossible. For the universal is 1 as form or substance, while the element is 1 as a part or as matter. For each of the two is in a sense 1 in truth. Each of the two units exists potentially, at least if the number is a unity and not like a heap, i.e. if different numbers consist of differentiated units, as they say, but not in complete reality, and the cause of the error they fell into is that they were conducting their inquiry at the same time from the standpoint of mathematics and from that of universal definitions, so that, 1, from the former standpoint they treated unity, their first principle, as a point, for the unit is a point without position. They put things together, out of the smallest parts, as some others also have done. Therefore the unit becomes the matter of numbers and at the same time prior to 2, and again posterior, 2 being treated as a whole, a unity, and a form. But, 2, because they were seeking the universal they treated the unity which can be predicated of a number, as in this sense also a part of the number. But these characteristics cannot belong at the same time to the same thing. If the one itself must be unitary, for it differs in nothing from other ones except that it is the starting point, and the two is divisible but the unit is not, the unit must be liker the one itself than the two is. But if the unit is liker it must be liker to the unit than to the two. Therefore each of the units in 2 must be prior to the 2. But they deny this. At least they generate the 2 first. Again, if the 2 itself is a unity and the 3 itself is 1 also, both form a 2. From what, then, is this 2 produced? Part 9. Since there is not contact in numbers, but succession, viz. between the units between which there is nothing, e.g. between those in 2 or in 3, one might ask whether these succeed the one itself or not, and whether, of the terms that succeed it, 2 or either of the units in 2 is prior. Similar difficulties occur with regard to the classes of things posterior to number, the line, the plane, and the solid. For some construct these out of the species of the great and small, e.g. lines from the long and short, planes from the broad and narrow, masses from the deep and shallow, which are species of the great and small. And the originative principle of such things which answers to the one different thinkers describe in different ways, and in these also. The impossibilities, the fictions, and the contradictions of all probability are seen to be innumerable. For geometrical classes are severed from one another, unless the principles of these are implied in one another in such a way that the broad and narrow is also long and short. But if this is so, the plane will be line and the solid a plane. Again, how will angles and figures and such things be explained? And the same happens as in regard to number. For long and short, and are attributes of magnitude, but magnitude does not consist of these, any more than the line consists of straight and curved, or solids of smooth and rough. All these views share a difficulty which occurs with regard to species of a genus. When one posits the universals, viz. whether it is animal itself or something other than animal itself that is in the particular animal. True, if the universal is not separable from sensible things, this will present no difficulty, but if the one and the numbers are separable. As those who express these views say, it is not easy to solve the difficulty, if one may apply the words, not easy, to the impossible. For when we apprehend the unity in 2, or in general in a number, do we apprehend a thing itself or something else? Some, then, generate spatial magnitudes from matter of this sort, others from the point, and the point is thought by them to be not one but something like one, and from other matter like plurality, but not identical with it, about which principles none the less the same difficulties occur. For if the matter is one, line and plane and solely will be the same, for from the same elements will come one and the same thing. But if the matters are more than one, and there is one for the line, and a second for the plane and another for the solid, they either are implied in one another or not, so that the same results will follow even so, for either the plane will not contain a line or it will he a line. Again, how number can consist of the one and plurality, they make no attempt to explain. But however they express themselves, the same objections arise as confront those who construct number out of the one and the indefinite dyad. For the one view generates number from the universally predicated plurality, and not from a particular plurality, and the other generates it from a particular plurality, but the first, for two is said to be a first plurality. Therefore there is practically no difference, but the same difficulties will follow. Is it intermixture or position or blending or generation? And so on. Above all, one might press the question, if each unit is one, what does it come from? Certainly each is not the one itself. It must, then, come from the one itself and plurality, or a part of plurality. To say that the unit is a plurality is impossible, for it is indivisible. And to generate it from a part of plurality involves many other objections. For a, each of the parts must be indivisible, or it will be a plurality, and the unit will be divisible, and the elements will not be the one and plurality, for the single units do not come from plurality and the one. Again, the holder of this view does nothing but presuppose another number, for his plurality of indivisibles is a number. Again, we must inquire, in view of this theory also, whether the number is infinite or finite. For there was at first, as it seems, a plurality that was itself finite, from which and from the one comes the finite number of units. And there is another plurality that is plurality itself. And infinite plurality. Which sort of plurality, then, is the element which co-operates with the one? One might inquire similarly about the point, i.e. the element out of which they make spatial magnitudes. For surely this is not the one and only point. At any rate, then, let them say out of what each of the points is formed. Certainly not of some distance plus the point itself. Nor again can there be indivisible parts of a distance, as the elements out of which the units are said to be made are indivisible parts of plurality. For number consists of indivisibles, but spatial magnitudes do not. All these objections, then, and others of the sort make it evident that number and spatial magnitudes cannot exist apart from things. Again, the discord about numbers between the various versions is a sign that it is the incorrectness of the alleged facts themselves that brings confusion into the theories. For those who make the objects of mathematics alone exist apart from sensible things, seeing the difficulty about the forms and their fictitiousness, abandoned ideal number and posited mathematical. But those who wish to make the forms at the same time also numbers, but did not see, if one assumed these principles, how mathematical number was to exist apart from ideal, made ideal and mathematical number the same in words, since in fact mathematical number has been destroyed, for they state hypotheses peculiar to themselves and not those of mathematics. And he who first supposed that the forms exist and that the forms are numbers and that the objects of mathematics exist, naturally separated the two. Therefore it turns out that all of them are right in some respect, but on the whole not right. And they themselves confirm this, for their statements do not agree but conflict. The cause is that their hypotheses and their principles are false. And it is hard to make a good case out of bad materials, according to Epicharmus. As soon as 'tis said, 'tis seen to be wrong. But regarding numbers, the questions we have raised and the conclusions we have reached are sufficient. For while he who is already convinced might be further convinced by a longer discussion, one not yet convinced would not come any nearer to conviction regarding the first principles. And the first causes and elements, the views expressed by those who discuss only sensible substance, have been partly stated in our works on nature, and partly do not belong to the present inquiry, but the views of those who assert that there are other substances besides. The sensible must be considered next after those we have been mentioning. Since, then, some say that the ideas and the numbers are such substances, and that the elements of these are elements and principles of real things, we must inquire regarding these what they say and in what sense they say it. Those who posit numbers only, and these mathematical, must be considered later, but as regards those who believe in the ideas one might survey at the same time their way of thinking and the difficulty into which they fall. For they at the same time make the ideas universal and again treat them as separable and as individuals. That this is not possible has been argued before. The reason why those who described their substances as universal combined these two characteristics in one thing is that they did not make substances identical with sensible things. They thought that the particulars in the sensible world were a state of flux and none of them remained, but that the universal was apart from these and something different. And Socrates gave the impulse to this theory, as we said in our earlier discussion, by reason of his definitions, but he did not separate universals from individuals, and in this he thought rightly, in not separating them. This is plain from the results. For without the universal it is not possible to get knowledge, but the separation is the cause of the objections that arise with regard to the ideas. His successors, however, treating it as necessary, if there are to be any substances besides the sensible and transient substances, that they must be separable, had no others, but gave separate existence to these universally predicated substances, so that it followed that universals and individuals were almost the same sort of thing. This in itself, then, would be one difficulty in the view we have mentioned. Part 10. Let us now mention a point which presents a certain difficulty both to those who believe in the ideas and to those who do not, and which was stated before, at the beginning, among the problems. If we do not suppose substances to be separate, and in the way in which individual things are said to be separate, we shall destroy substance in the sense in which we understand substance. But if we conceive substances to be separable, how are we to conceive their elements and their principles? If they are individual and not universal, a. Real things will be just of the same number as the elements, and b. The elements will not be knowable. For a. Let the syllables in speech be substances, and their elements elements of substances, then there must be only one bar and one of each of the syllables, since they are not universal and the same in form but each is one in number and a this, and not a kind possessed of a common name, and again they suppose that the just what a thing is in each case one. And if the syllables are unique, so too are the parts of which they consist. There will not, then, be more a's than one, nor more than one of any of the other elements, on the same principle on which an identical syllable cannot exist in the plural number. But if this is so, there will not be other things existing besides the elements, but only the elements. b. Again, the elements will not be even knowable, for they are not universal, and knowledge is of universals. This is clear from demonstrations and from definitions. For we do not conclude that this triangle has its angles equal to 2 right angles, unless every triangle has its angles equal to 2 right angles, nor that this man is an animal, unless every man is an animal. But if the principles are universal, either the substances composed of them are also universal, or non-substance will be prior to substance. For the universal is not a substance, but the element or principle is universal, and the element or principle is prior to the things of which it is the principle or element. All these difficulties follow naturally, when they make the ideas out of elements and at the same time claim that apart from the substances which have the same form there are ideas, a single separate entity. But if, e.g. in the case of the elements of speech, the A's and the B's may quite well be many and there need be no A itself and B itself. Besides the many, there may be, so far as this goes, an infinite number of similar syllables. The statement that a knowledge is universal, so that the principles of things must also be universal and not separate substances, presents indeed, of all the points we have mentioned, the greatest difficulty. But yet the statement is in a sense true, although in a sense it is not. For knowledge, like the verb, to know, means two things, of which one is potential and one actual. The potency, being, as matter, universal and indefinite, deals with the universal and indefinite, but the actuality, being definite, deals with a definite object, being a this, it deals with a this. But per accidens sight sees universal color, because this individual color which it sees is color, and this individual A which the grammarian investigates is an A. For if the principles must be universal, what is derived from them must also be universal, as in demonstrations. And if this is so, there will be nothing capable of separate existence, i.e., no substance. But evidently in a sense knowledge is universal, and in a sense it is not. Book 14 Part 1. Regarding this kind of substance, what we have said must be taken as sufficient. All philosophers make the first principles contraries. As in natural things, so also in the case of unchangeable substances. But since there cannot be anything prior to the first principle of all things, the principle cannot be the principle and yet be an attribute of something else. To suggest this is like saying that the white is a first principle, not qua anything else but qua white, but yet that it is predicable of a subject, i.e. that its being white presupposes its being something else. This is absurd, for then that subject will be prior. But all things which are generated from their contraries involve an underlying subject. A subject, then, must be present in the case of contraries, if anywhere. All contraries, then, are always predicable of a subject, and none can exist apart. But just as appearances suggest that there is nothing contrary to substance, argument confirms this. No contrary, then, is the first principle of all things in the full sense. The first principle is something different. But these thinkers make one of the contraries matter, some making the unequal which they take to be the essence of plurality matter for the one, and others making plurality matter for the one. The former generate numbers out of the dyad of the unequal, i.e. of the great and small, and the other thinker we have referred to generates them out of plurality, while according to both it is generated by the essence of the one. For even the philosopher who says the unequal and the one are the elements, and the unequal is a dyad composed of the great and small, treats the unequal, or the great and the small, as being one, and does not draw the distinction that they are one in definition, but not in number. But they do not describe rightly even the principles which they call elements, for some name the great and the small with the one and treat these three as elements of numbers. Two being matter, one the form, while others name the many and few, because the great and the small are more appropriate in their nature to magnitude than to number, and others name rather the universal character common to these, that which exceeds and that which is exceeded. None of these varieties of opinion makes any difference to speak of, in view of some of the consequences. They affect only the abstract objections, which these thinkers take care to avoid because the demonstrations they themselves offer are abstract, with this exception, that if the exceeding and the exceeded are the principles, and not the great and the small, consistency requires that number should come from the elements before does. For number is more universal than as the exceeding, and the exceeded are more universal than the great and the small. But, as it is, they say one of these things but do not say the other. Others oppose the different and the other to the one, and others oppose plurality to the one. But if, as they claim, things consist of contraries, and to the one either there is nothing contrary, or if there is to be anything it is plurality, and the unequal is contrary to the equal, and the different to the same, and the other to the thing itself, those who oppose the one to plurality have most claim to plausibility, but even their view is inadequate, for the one would on their view be a few, for plurality is opposed to fewness, and the many to the few. The one evidently means a measure, and in every case there is some underlying thing with a distinct nature of its own, e.g. in the scale a quarter tone, in spatial magnitude a finger or a foot or something of the sort, in rhythms a beat or a syllable, and similarly in gravity it is a definite weight, and in the same way in all cases, in qualities. A quality, in quantities a quantity, and the measure is indivisible, in the former case in kind, and in the latter to the sense, which implies that the one is not in itself the substance of anything. And this is reasonable, for the one means the measure of some plurality, and number means a measured plurality and a plurality of measures. Thus it is natural that one is not a number, for the measure is not measures, but both the measure and the one are starting points. The measure must always be some identical thing predicable of all the things it measures, e.g. if the things are horses, the measure is horse, and if they are men, man. If they are a man, a horse, and a god, the measure is perhaps living being, and the number of them will be a number of living beings. If the things are man, and pale, and walking, these will scarcely have a number, because all belong to a subject which is one and the same in number, yet the number of these will be a number of kinds, or of some such term. Those who treat the unequal as one thing, and the dyad as an indefinite compound of great and small, say what is very far from being probable or possible. For these are modifications and accidents, rather than substrata, of numbers and magnitudes, the many and few of number. And the great and small of magnitude like even and odd, smooth and rough, straight and curved. Again, apart from this mistake, the great and the small, and so on, must be relative to something. But what is relative is least of all things a kind of entity or substance, and is posterior to quality and quantity. And the relative is an accident of quantity, as was said, not its matter, since something with a distinct nature of its own must serve as matter both to the relative in general and to its parts and kinds. For there is nothing either great or small, many or few, or, in general, relative to something else, which without having a nature of its own is many or few, great or small, or relative to something else. A sign that the relative is least of all a substance and a real thing is the fact that it alone has no proper generation, or destruction or movement, as in respect of quantity there is increase and diminution, in respect of quality alteration, in respect of place locomotion, in respect of substance simple generation and destruction. In respect of relation there is no proper change, for, without changing, a thing will be now greater and now less or equal, if that with which it is compared has changed in quantity. And, c. the matter of each thing, and therefore of substance, must be that which is potentially of the nature in question, but the relative is neither potentially nor actually substance. It is strange, then, or rather impossible, to make not substance an element in, and prior to, substance, for all the categories are posterior to substance. Again, elements are not predicated of the things of which they are elements, but many. and few are predicated both apart and together of number, and long and short of the line, and both broad and narrow apply to the plane. If there is a plurality, then, of which the one term, viz. Few, is always predicated, e.g. two, which cannot be many, for if it were many, one would be few, there must be also one which is absolutely many, e.g. 10 is many, if there is no number which is greater than 10, or 10,000. How then, in view of this, can number consist of few and many? Either both ought to be predicated of it, or neither, but in fact only the one or the other is predicated. Part 2. We must inquire generally, whether eternal things can consist of elements. If they do, they will have matter, for everything that consists of elements is composite. Since, then, even if a thing exists forever, out of that of which it consists it would necessarily also, if it had come into being, have come into being, and since everything comes to be what it comes to be out of that which is it potentially, for it could not have come to be out of that which had not this capacity, nor could it consist of such elements, and since the potential can be either actual or not, this being so, however everlasting number or anything else that has matter is, it must be capable of not existing, just as that which is any number of years old is as capable of not existing as that which is a day old. If this is capable of not existing, so is that which has lasted for a time so long that it has no limit. They cannot, then, be eternal, since that which is capable of not existing is not eternal, as we had occasion to show in another context. If that which we are now saying is true universally, that no substance is eternal unless it is actuality, and if the elements are matter that underlies substance, no eternal substance can have elements present in it, of which it consists. There are some who describe the element which acts with the one as an indefinite dyad, and object to the unequal, reasonably enough, because of the ensuing difficulties, but they have got rid only of those objections which inevitably arise from the treatment of the unequal, i.e. the relative, as an element. Those which arise apart from this opinion must confront even these thinkers, whether it is ideal number, or mathematical, that they construct out of those elements. There are many causes which led them off into these explanations, and especially the fact that they framed the difficulty in an obsolete form. For they thought that all things that are would be one, viz. Being itself, if one did not join issue with and refute the saying of Parmenides, for never will this he proved, that things that are not are. They thought it necessary to prove that that which is not is, for only thus of that which is and something else could the things that are be composed, if they are many. But, first, if being has many senses, for it means sometimes substance, sometimes that it is of a certain quality, sometimes that it is of a certain quantity, and at other times the other categories, what sort of one, then, are all the things that are, if non-being is to be supposed not to be. Is it the substances that are one, or the affections and similarly the other categories as well, or all together, so that the this, and the such, and the so much, and the other categories that indicate each some one class of being will all be one? But it is strange, or rather impossible, that the coming into play of a single thing should bring it about that part of that which is a this, part a such, part a so much, part a here. Secondly, of what sort of non-being and being do the things that are consist? For non-being also has many senses, since being has, and not being a man, means not being a certain substance, not being straight, not being of a certain quality, not being 3 cubits long, not being of a certain quantity. What sort of being and non-being, then, by their union pluralize the things that are? This thinker means by the non-being the union of which with being pluralizes the things that are the false and the character of falsity. This is also why it used to be said that we must assume something that is false, as geometers assume the line which is not a foot long to be a foot long. But this cannot be so. For neither do geometers assume anything false. For the enunciation is extraneous to the inference, nor is it non-being in this sense that the things that are generated from or resolved into. But since non-being, taken in its various cases, has as many senses as there are categories, and besides this the false is said not to be, and so is the potential, it is from this that generation proceeds, man from that which is not man but potentially man, and white from that which is not white but potentially white, and this whether it is some one thing that is generated or many. The question evidently is, how being, in the sense of the substances, is many. For the things that are generated are numbers and lines and bodies. Now it is strange to inquire how being in the sense of the what is many, and not how either qualities or quantities are many. For surely the indefinite dyad or the great and the small is not a reason why there should be two kinds of white or many colors or flavors or shapes, for then these also would be numbers and units. But if they had attacked these other categories, they would have seen the cause of the plurality in substances also, for the same thing or something analogous is the cause. This aberration is the reason also why in seeking the opposite of being and the one, from which with being and the one the things that are proceed, they posited the relative term, i.e. the unequal, which is neither the contrary nor the contradictory of these, and is one kind of being as what and quality also are. They should have asked this question also, how relative terms are many and not one. But as it is, they inquire how there are many units besides the first one, but do not go on to inquire how there are many unequals besides the unequal. Yet they use them and speak of great and small, many and few, from which proceed numbers, long and short, from which proceeds the line, broad and narrow, from which proceeds the plane, deep and shallow, from which proceed solids, and they speak of yet more kinds of relative term. What is the reason, then, why there is a plurality of these? It is necessary, then, as we say, to presuppose for each thing that which is it potentially, and the holder of these views further declared what that is which is potentially a this, and a substance but is not in itself being viz. That it is the relative, as if he had said, the qualitative, which is neither potentially the one or being, nor the negation of the one nor of being, but one among beings. And it was much more necessary, as we said, if he was inquiring how beings are many, not to inquire about those in the same category how there are many substances or many qualities but how beings as a whole are many, for some are substances, some modifications, some relations. In the categories other than substance there is yet another problem involved in the existence of plurality. Since they are not separable from substances, qualities and quantities are many just because their substratum becomes and is many. Yet there ought to be a matter for each category. Only it cannot be separable from substances. But in the case of thises, it is possible to explain how the this is many things, unless a thing is to be treated as both a this and a general character. The difficulty arising from the facts about substances is rather this, how there are actually many substances and not one. But further, if the this and the quantitative are not the same, we are not told how and why the things that are many, but how quantities are many. For all number means a quantity, and so does the unit, unless it means a measure or the quantitatively indivisible. If, then, the quantitative and the what are different, we are not told whence or how the what is many, But if anyone says they are the same, he has to face many inconsistencies. One might fix one's attention also on the question, regarding the numbers, what justifies the belief that they exist? To the believer in ideas, they provide some sort of cause for existing things, since each number is an idea, and the idea is to other things somehow or other the cause of their being. For let this supposition be granted them. But as for him who does not hold this view because he sees the inherent objections to the ideas, so that it is not for this reason that he posits numbers, but who posits mathematical number, why must we believe his statement that such number exists, and of what use is such number to other things? Neither does he who says it exists maintain that it is the cause of anything. He rather says it is a thing existing by itself, nor is it observed to be the cause of anything. For the theorems of arithmeticians will all be found true even of sensible things, as was said before. Part 3. As for those, then, who suppose the ideas to exist and to be numbers, by their assumption in virtue of the method of setting out each term apart from its instances of the unity of each general term, they try at least to explain somehow why number must exist. Since their reasons, however, are neither conclusive nor in themselves possible, one must not, for these reasons at least, assert the existence of number. Again, the Pythagoreans, because they saw many attributes of numbers belonging to sensible bodies, supposed real things to be numbers not separable. Numbers, however, but numbers of which real things consist. But why? Because the attributes of numbers are present in a musical scale and in the heavens and in many other things. Those, however, who say that mathematical number alone exists cannot, according to their hypotheses, say anything of this sort, but it used to be urged that these sensible things could not be the subject of the sciences. But we maintain that they are, as we said before. And it is evident that the objects of mathematics do not exist apart, for if they existed apart, their attributes would not have been present in bodies. Now the Pythagoreans in this point are open to no objection. But in that they construct natural bodies out of numbers, things that have lightness and weight out of things that have not weight or lightness, they seem to speak of another heaven and other bodies, not of the sensible. But those who make number separable assume that it both exists and is separable because the axioms would not be true of sensible things, while the statements of mathematics are true and greet the soul, and similarly with the spatial magnitudes of mathematics. It is evident, then, both that the rival theory will say the contrary of this, and that the difficulty we raised just now, why if numbers are in no way present in sensible things their attributes are present in sensible things, has to be solved by those who hold these views. There are some who, because the point is the limit and extreme of the line of the plane, and the plane of the solid, think there must be real things of this sort. We must therefore examine this argument too, and see whether it is not remarkably weak. For extremes are not substances, but rather all these things are limits. For even walking, and movement in general, has a limit, so that on their theory this will be a this, and a substance. But that is absurd. Not but what, even if they are substances, they will all be the substances of the sensible things in this world, for it is to these that the argument applied. Why then should they be capable of existing apart? Again, if we are not too easily satisfied, we may, regarding all number and the objects of mathematics, press this difficulty, that they contribute nothing to one another, the prior to the posterior, for if number did not exist, none the less spatial magnitudes would exist for those who maintain the existence of the objects of mathematics only. And if spatial magnitudes did not exist, soul and sensible bodies would exist. But the observed facts show that nature is not a series of episodes, like a bad tragedy. As for the believers in the ideas, this difficulty misses them, for they construct spatial magnitudes out of matter and number, lines out of the number planes doubtless. Out of solids or they use other numbers, which makes no difference. But will these magnitudes be ideas, or what is their manner of existence, and what do they contribute to things? These contribute nothing, as the objects of mathematics contribute nothing. But not even is any theorem true of them, unless we want to change the objects of mathematics and invent doctrines of our own. But it is not hard to assume any random hypotheses and spin out a long string of conclusions. These thinkers, then, are wrong in this way, in wanting to unite the objects of mathematics with the ideas. And those who first posited two kinds of number, that of the forms and that which is mathematical, neither have said nor can say how mathematical number is to exist and of what it is to consist. For they place it between ideal and sensible number. If it consists of the great and small, it will be the same as the other ideal number. He makes spatial magnitudes out of some other small and great. And if he names some other element, he will be making his elements rather many. And if the principle of each of the two kinds of number is a one, unity will be something common to these, and we must inquire how the one is these many things, while at the same time number, according to him, cannot be generated except from one and an indefinite dyad. All this is absurd, and conflicts both with itself and with the probabilities, and we seem to see in it Simonides' long rigmarole, for the long rigmarole comes into play, like those of slaves, when men have nothing sound to say. And the very elements the great and the small seem to cry out against the violence that is done to them. For they cannot in any way generate numbers other than those got from one by doubling. It is strange also to attribute generation to things that are eternal, or rather this is one of the things that are impossible. There need be no doubt whether the Pythagoreans attribute generation to them or not. For they say plainly that when the one had been constructed, whether out of planes or of surface or of seed or of elements which they cannot express, immediately the nearest part of the unlimited began to be constrained and limited by the limit. But since they are constructing a world and wish to speak the language of natural science, it is fair to make some examination of their physical theorics, but to let them off from the present inquiry, for we are investigating the principles at work in unchangeable things, so that it is numbers of this kind whose genesis we must study. Part 4. These thinkers say there is no generation of the odd number, which evidently implies that there is generation of the even, and some present the even as produced first from unequals the great and the small when these are equalized. The inequality, then, must belong to them before they are equalized. If they had always been equalized, they would not have been unequal before. For there is nothing before that which is always. Therefore evidently they are not giving their account of the generation of numbers merely to assist contemplation of their nature. A difficulty, and a reproach to anyone who finds it no difficulty, are contained in the question how the elements and the principles are related to the good and the beautiful. The difficulty is this: whether any of the elements is such a thing as we mean by the good itself and the best, or this is not so, but these are later in origin than the elements. The theologians seem to agree with some thinkers of the present day, who answer the question in the negative, and say that both the good and the beautiful appear in the nature of things only when that nature has made some progress. This they do to avoid a real objection which confronts those who say, as some do, that the one is a first principle. The objection arises not from their ascribing goodness to the first principle as an attribute, but from their making the one a principle and a principle in the sense of an element and generating number from the one. The old poets agree with this inasmuch as they say that not those who are first in time, e.g. night and heaven, or chaos or ocean, rain and rule, but Zeus. These poets, however, are led to speak thus only because they think of the rulers of the world as changing. For those of them who combine the two characters in that they do not use mythical language throughout, e.g. Pherecydes, and some others, make the original generating agent the best, and so did the Magi, and some of the later sages also, e.g. both Empedocles and Anaxagoras, of whom one made love an element, and the other made reason a principle. Of those who maintain the existence of the unchangeable substances, some say the one itself is the good itself, but they thought its substance lay mainly in its unity. This, then, is the problem: which of the two ways of speaking is right? It would be strange if to that which is primary and eternal and most self-sufficient this very quality, self-sufficiency and self-maintenance, belongs primarily in some other way than as a good. But indeed it can be for no other reason indestructible or self-sufficient than because its nature is good. Therefore to say that the first principle is good is probably correct, but that this principle should be the one or, if not that, at least an element, and an element of numbers, is impossible. Powerful objections arise, to avoid which some have given up the theory. Viz. Those who agree that the one is a first principle and element, but only of mathematical number. For on this view all the units become identical with species of good, and there is a great profusion of goods. Again, if the forms are numbers, all the forms are identical with species of good. But let a man assume ideas of anything he pleases. If these are ideas only of goods, the ideas will not be substances. But if the ideas are also ideas of substances, all animals and plants and all individuals that share in ideas will be good. These absurdities follow, and it also follows that the contrary element, whether it is plurality or the unequal, i.e. the great and small, is the bad itself. Hence one thinker avoided attaching the good to the one, because it would necessarily follow, since generation is from contraries, that badness is the fundamental nature of plurality, while others say inequality is the nature of the bad. It follows, then, that all things partake of the bad except one, the one itself, and that numbers partake of it in a more undiluted form than spatial magnitudes, and that the bad is the space in which the good is realized, and that it partakes in and desires that which tends to destroy it, for contrary tends to destroy contrary. And if, as we were saying, the matter is that which is potentially each thing, e.g. that of actual fire is that which is potentially fire, the bad will be just the potentially good. All these objections, then, follow, partly because they make every principle an element, partly because they make contraries principles, partly because they make the one a principle, partly because they treat the numbers as the first substances, and as capable of existing apart, and as forms. Part 5. If, then, it is equally impossible not to put the good among the first principles and to put it among them in this way, evidently the principles are not being correctly described, nor are the first substances. Nor does anyone conceive the matter correctly if he compares the principles of the universe to that of animals and plants, on the ground that the more complete always comes from the indefinite and incomplete, which is what leads this thinker to say that this is also true of the first principles of reality, so that the one itself is not even an existing thing. This is incorrect, for even in this world of animals and plants the principles from which these come are complete, for it is a man that produces a man, and the seed is not first. It is out of place, also, to generate place simultaneously with the mathematical solids, for place is peculiar to the individual things, and hence they are separate in place, but mathematical objects are nowhere, and to say that they must be somewhere, but not say what kind of thing their place is. Those who say that existing things come from elements and that the first of existing things are the numbers, should have first distinguished the senses in which one thing comes from another, and then said in which sense number comes from its first principles. By intermixture? But 1. Not everything is capable of intermixture. And 2. That which is produced by it is different from its elements, and on this view the one will not remain separate or a distinct entity, but they want it to be so. By juxtaposition, like a syllable. But then, 1. The elements must have position. And 2. He who thinks of number will be able to think of the unity and the plurality apart. Number then will be this a unit and plurality, or the one and the unequal. Again, coming from certain things means in one sense that these are still to be found in the product, and in another that they are not. Which sense does number come from these elements? Only things that are generated can come from elements which are present in them. Does number come, then, from its elements as from seed? But nothing can be excreted from that which is indivisible. Does it come from its contrary not persisting? But all things that come in this way come also from something else which does persist. Since, then, one thinker places the one as contrary to plurality, and another places it as contrary to the unequal, treating the one as equal, number must be being treated as coming from contraries. There is, then, something else that persists, from which and from one contrary the compound is or has come to be. Again, why in the world do the other things that come from contraries, or that have contraries, perish, even when all of the contrary is used to produce them, while number does not? Nothing is said about this. Yet whether present or not present in the compound the contrary destroys it, e.g., strife destroys the mixture, yet it should not, for it is not to that that is contrary. Once more, it has not been determined at all in which way numbers are the causes of substances and of being, whether, 1, as boundaries, as points are of spatial magnitudes. This is how Eurytus decided what was the number of what, e.g. one of man and another of horse. Viz. By imitating the figures of living things with pebbles, as some people bring numbers into the forms of triangle and square. Or, 2, is it because harmony is a ratio of numbers, and so is man and everything else? But how are the attributes white and sweet and hot numbers? Evidently it is not the numbers that are the essence or the causes of the form, for the ratio is the essence, while the number the causes of the form, for the ratio is the essence, while the number is the matter. E.g., the essence of flesh or bone is number only in this way. 3 parts of fire and 2 of earth. And a number, whatever number it is always a number of certain things, either of parts of fire or earth or of units. But the essence is that there is so much of one thing to so much of another in the mixture, and this is no longer a number but a ratio of mixture of numbers, whether these are corporeal or of any other kind. Number, then, whether it be number in general or the number which consists of abstract units, is neither the cause as agent, nor the matter, nor the ratio and form of things. Nor, of course, is it the final cause. Part 6. One might also raise the question what the good is that things get from numbers because their composition is expressible by a number. Either by one which is easily calculable or by an odd number. For in fact honey water is no more wholesome if it is mixed in the proportion of 3 times 3, but it would do more good if it were in no particular ratio but well diluted than if it were numerically expressible but strong. Again, the ratios of mixtures are expressed by the adding of numbers, not by mere numbers. E.g., it is 3 parts to 2, not 3 times 2. For in any multiplication the genus of the things multiplied must be the same. Therefore the product 1x2x3 must be measurable by 1, and 4x5 x6 by 4, and therefore all products into which the same factor enters must be measurable by that factor. The number of fire, then, cannot be 2x5 x3 x6 and at the same time that of water 2x3. If all things must share in number, it must follow that many things are the same, and the same number must belong to one thing and to another. Is number the cause, then, and does the thing exist because of its number, or is this not certain? E.g., the motions of the sun have a number, and again those of the moon, yes, and the life and prime of each animal. Why, then, should not some of these numbers be squares, some cubes, and some equal, others double? There is no reason why they should not, and indeed they must move within these limits, since all things were assumed to share in number. And it was assumed that things that differed might fall under the same number. Therefore, if the same number had belonged to certain things, these would have been the same as one another, since they would have had the same form of number, e.g. sun and moon would have been the same. But why need these numbers be causes? There are 7 vowels. The scale consists of 7 strings. The Pleiades are 7, at 7. Animals lose their teeth, at least some do, though some do not, and the champions who fought against Thebes were 7. Is it then because the number is the kind of number it is, that the champions were 7, or the Pleiad consists of 7 stars? Surely the champions were 7. Because there were 7 gates or for some other reason, and the Pleiad we count as 7, as we count the bear as 12, while other peoples count more stars in both. Nay, they even say that X, P's and Z are concords, and that because there are 3 concords, the double consonants also are 3. They quite neglect the fact that there might be 1,000 such letters, for one symbol might be assigned to GP. But if they say that each of these 3 is equal to 2 of the other letters, and no other is so, and if the cause is that there are 3 parts of the mouth and 1 letter is in each applied to sigma, it is for this reason that there are only 3, not because the concords are 3, since as a matter of fact the concords are more than 3, but of double consonants there cannot be more. These people are like the old-fashioned Homeric scholars, who see small resemblances but neglect great ones. Some say that there are many such cases, e.g. that the middle strings are represented by 9 and 8, and that the epic verse has 17 syllables, which is equal in number to the 2 strings, and that the scansion is, in the right half of the line 9 syllables, and in the left 8. And they say that the distance in the letters from alpha to omega is equal to that from the lowest note of the flute to the highest, and that the number of this note is equal to that of the whole choir of heaven. It may be suspected that no one could find difficulty either in stating such analogies or in finding them in eternal things, since they can be found even in perishable things. But the lauded characteristics of numbers, and the contraries of these, and generally the mathematical relations, as some describe them, making them causes of nature, seem, when we inspect them in this way, to vanish. For none of them is a cause in any of the senses that have been distinguished in reference to the first principles. In a sense, however, they make it plain that goodness belongs to numbers, and that the odd, the straight, the square, the potencies of certain numbers, are in the column of the beautiful. For the seasons and a particular kind of number go together, and the other agreements that they collect from the theorems of mathematics all have this meaning. Hence they are like coincidences. For they are accidents, but the things that agree are all appropriate to one another, and one by analogy. For in each category of being an analogous term is found as the straight is in length, so is the level in surface, perhaps the odd in number, and the white in color. Again, it is not the ideal numbers that are the causes of musical phenomena and the like, for equal ideal numbers differ from one another. in form. For even the units do. So that we need not assume ideas for this reason at least. These, then, are the results of the theory, and yet more might be brought together. The fact that our open have much trouble with the generation of numbers and can in no way make a system of them, seems to indicate that the objects of mathematics are not separable from sensible things, as some say, and that they are not the first principles. The end. Copyright statement. The Internet Classics Archive by Daniel C. Stevenson, Web Atomics. World Wide Web presentation is copyright, c. 1994–2000, Daniel C. Stevenson, Web Atomics. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions, including the right of reproduction in whole or in part. In any form. Direct permission requests to Classics at classics.mit.edu. Translation of the Deeds of the Divine Augustus by Augustus is copyright, c. Thomas Bushnell, BSG.